Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Magpie Army Chronicles. We'll just hang around a bit, get a few people on. Good day, Mello. I've got Age with me here. Good day, Stephanos. All the usual suspects jumping on. What can I say, man? How fucking crap is this fucking buy? But as I said in the comments there, I'll put it up. We fucking needed it, man. We really needed it because it didn't look good last week, and I think we needed that 1 week to get Howie and Darcy Moore back up. Howie's got to play because they had like a Maxim or something, and he was there playing away. And another thing is Reef McInnes also played in that Maxim as well, and I'm thinking, mate, they're saying he's 3 to 6 weeks away. He's probably going to be ready soon. And hopefully, we get a few wins on the board because we've only got one injury. If Howie and Moore get up, we've only got one injury, and that'll be Reef, and that's amazing. We should be absolutely fucking going gangbusters, but I don't know about this game plan, man. Hopefully it changes. But I've got the one and only Age with me. How are you, Age?
How are you, Mick? Good evening, Woodsman. Whoever's here.
Good to see your face, mate.
Oh, you too, Mick. You too. Just touching on your point before about the buy. It actually comes at a good time for us, I think, because I heard Fly reference it in his post-match interview. How he said, we've got a few things to work on, this and that. I think that usually, having a bye this early in the season is not so much about the rest. It would be more about tactical things, I think. I think we've got a lot of things we need to correct going into this sort of tough 2 or 3 weeks we got coming up now. Well, it's longer than that, but yeah, some decent teams coming up. So I really think that, I'm confident they'll figure some things out. I think the forward connection, as we've all seen, is just deplorable, absolutely deplorable what we saw last week. Even last night's game, Hawthorn versus Sydney. I saw Sydney down a few mids. They look like how our entries were bloody last week, just bombing it to no one. And I just think, that it loses you games of footy at the end of the day. So I really hope that this next little period of time, they're really going to work on the forward connection. In terms of the back line, I mean, it goes without saying, Moore's got his lovers and his haters, but we know he is part of that best 23, and we need him back big time. Jeremy Howe, even if he's not as impactful as, previous years and things like that, I think even just his leadership out on the field, something we definitely miss. Look, it's a bit of a roll of the dice with him. We don't know how long he'll actually stay fit. We don't know how much of the season he'll play, but it'd be great to just have him available anyway. Hopefully he's fit to play, and we'll go from there. In terms of Reef might be Jeremy's replacement come, seasons, later in the year or season's end. So super important he gets back to full fitness and up and going. I assume he's going to take a little. They say 4 to 6. I'd find it very hard to believe he'd be match fit straight off the bat. So I reckon he'd be the sort of guy that would need a couple of runs in the VFL before he's in contention or anything. But who knows? They potentially could even use him as a forward now with who knows what our forward line's going to look like in 5, 6, 7 weeks. But even a guy like Bobby Hill, we heard that news during the week. But we really do need these soldiers back ASAP, I think, if we're going to make anything of this year.
Yeah. You know what shits me watching all these other games? Each team seems to have these fucking elite forwards. Like some teams have got at least 2 of them, if not 3. And we're just struggling, mate, to get one bloke just to fucking clunk a fucking contested mark.
Oh, mate. It's enough to drive you nuts, isn't it? I mean, I'm old enough to remember the last proper full forward we had, Severio Rocker. Um, it just goes to show you how long it's been without a proper legitimate full forward
Yeah.
that's capable of kicking, 70, 80 goals a year. We've had a few guys come in and out over the journey that have sort of filled the void, like your Brody Myerchecks and that. But
Mm.
yeah, in terms of a proper key forward, when's the last one we've ever had apart from Sav Rocker? It'd just be so
Mm.
nice to have a guy present at the footy, crash a pack, and take the odd mark, and
Mm.
not miss when he has a set shot. A guy like Sav
Yeah.
Rocker, pretty good conversion rate. It'd just,
Mm.
I'm just begging. We're begging for one.
Yeah. Oh, hey, greatness.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm just trying to
Good,
adjust
man.
the green screen just so I'm not like flickering in and out. Hopefully, it's
No
not
worries,
gonna
pal.
screw up.
Just
Yeah,
We're
just
moving
before
up
you
in
go
the
on,
world.
Sean.
What's that?
Just
Sorry?
before you go on, I'm just gonna ask the chat if we're coming in nice, loud and clear, because I've just added some software, NVIDIA, and it's told me it's going to improve everything, my visuals, my audio. Please tell me if you can. I'm in my garage. I've got the bloody door open a little bit at the bottom so the cat can go in and out. Just let me know if you can hear crickets. There's also because this software, it's making my computer hum a bit. Is that coming through on the feed? I hope not. It's telling me that it's going to reduce all the fucking background noise, and just give me the okay in the chat if everything's all good. That's good. Mello's telling me it's all good, all clear. Fucking fantastic. Sean, how are you, pal?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, sort of had my timing a little bit off. Yeah, had to. Actually, I think my face is a bit red. I literally just got off the treadmill, so
Yeah.
I thought because I was a few steps short of my daily goal, so I had to work out a quick half an hour walk on the treadmill, so I got that done. So no, it's all good. So if I'm a bit red faced, that's why. Obviously we've got the bye and stuff, so there's no footy this week. But yeah, I mean at least we can't lose this week, so yeah, that's a positive.
Yeah. Good evening, Benny Zero. Look, for tonight, we haven't got a game to look forward to or anything like that. So I thought we'll just ramble on as long as we can about certain topics. A bit of news. There was a big thing about Pendles. Was Pendles ever going to get fucking suspended? Really? It was so inevitable that he was going to get off, and the AFL tribunal milked it for all it was worth and got all their clicks. They were happy with that. And if anyone wants to, I think that's been done to death. What's the other news? We've got some good news. Bobby's coming back, but I'm not convinced until I see him running around in the training.
Absolutely.
But having heard that news, I'm going to make a big call. I'm going to put something in the vault that I'm going to put it in. I'm going to say that Bobby is going to come back into the seniors in the last third of the season, okay? And he's going to rejuvenate us. I know that's a bit more out of hope than anything, but I'm going to will it through. He's going to come back in the last third of the season. We're going to be proppy until then. We'll probably be around 9th or 8th. And he'll come in and he'll rejuvenate us. And we'll end up finishing 6th, which was my original tip for the Pies. So, yeah.
So then here's probably the more interesting question. How many games does Bobby get in the VFL before he gets an AFL game?
Sorry, Greatness, can you repeat that?
Oh, so basically, with Hill, how many games in the VFL do you think he'll play before he gets a senior game? Because that's
I reckon he'll probably play about 3 or 4, and he'll rip it up.
Yeah.
He'll be just a class above because he's just got the natural small forward instincts. Yeah, he'll rip it up, and it'll be a situation where our forward lines, we've got no real zippy forward to run around and snap a goal. Shooters, all right, but Bobby's a different type. I'm just going to.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too far off from even saying, because I know Harrison could even do something like that. So I'm sort of curious where sort of he's at. I was very surprised to see Hayes even take some marks overhead as well. So I think those are the two that probably stick out that aren't playing the seniors at the moment. But yeah, outside of the overhead marks through like speckies and stuff, we haven't seen Harrison do that. But I feel like everything else, I feel like he's I don't want to say on par with Bobby because I think that's a bit of disrespect towards Bobby, but I think in terms of like the role, I think he can play the Bobby role and I think he can be competent at it. So I'd be really keen to see someone like that in someone like the Hill role because we do need a player like that. And then hopefully with someone like Bobby or Harrison, like kicking into our forwards and stuff through the forward 50 entries. If we can get easier entries to our key forwards, and then if we try and get their confidence up as well, it's all or what's the saying, swings and roundabouts or whatever the saying is. So once you get all the cogs in the wheel turning, all of a sudden you get the machine to start working. So I think that's what we'll probably start seeing once we get some of these guys back in.
There's a few topics I want to go through. I want to do like a mini review to see where we're at, where we're going. It's this little situation that we're in. It's forced us to make, all we can do is reflect on the first 2 games and the preseason games. It's all we've got to go off. And we'll just see where we are, where we're going, discuss the personnel, the game plan, what we think is going to happen in the near and the distant future. And I reckon there's some, there's a few silver linings there. There's a few fucking shit-coloured lightings as well with our list profile. But we'll go through all of that as we go along.
I do quickly want to touch on Andreas's comment as well. Do you agree that that once he is ready, we need to put him in the senior side straight away, or do you think? Because I kind of don't know where I sit on this because I kind of sit on both sides of the fence. Where on one hand, like you sort of when he's ready to go, it would be awesome to have an informed Bobby, and like the second he's informed, get him straight in. But then, my only concern with that is that obviously you've got like the culture. You also want to set a certain standard so that when the young kids come through, like a Hayes and those alike, you don't want probably like the path to be too easy because then you don't want there to be some like friction within the playing group as well. So it is a really tough sort of one to balance. I just thought it was a very good question by Andreas. So I think I think that's probably a factor that's probably going to be discussed at least like through Fly and Leper and the selection committee and stuff. So I don't know. What's your sort of thoughts on that?
Yeah, look, I agree. Yeah, as Andreas is saying, he's got the physically no problem. It's just the mental part of it, and he's just. I hope someone is in his ear saying positive things like, don't worry about all the noise and all that bullshit. Don't worry about the social media. Just get on the park, start running around, show us what you got, man, because you're an absolute gun. When you're firing, you're probably one of the one of the best small forwards in the comp, yeah. And you can rejuvenate us if we're up, if we're just up and down up until then. So yeah, man, it's just a physical, no problem. It's just the mental aspect of it, and he's at the right club too. We've got all the resources to help him out,
Yeah.
And I hope there's no. I'm sure there's no bad taste, at the club. We've given him every opportunity. We've given him time off. Just come back, do the hard yards in the training, and come back and just show us what you've got, man. That's all I got to say with Bobby. Don't want to dwell on it too much because the the recent history isn't too good. You don't want him back on the way that he's gone again, and you don't want him chirping away on social media. It's the last thing we need.
Yeah, especially as well because I put in the Discord
No more
of like so because with like the Discord and stuff, I put it in the chat in Anthony's Discord. Like in a sense with Bobby, we've sort of got to try we've got to kind of treat him like a cat with anxiety a bit. The more we don't give him any attention, that's when the cat will start to sit on your lap a bit. So obviously, everyone here is wishing him the best. We all want him in the side. We know when he's in it, we're far better with him. But it is one of those things. I feel like the more spotlight. I believe Matt Moore, that was on the Andreas's show the other night. I think he sort of touched on it in the sense where he wanted Bobby to debut against the Suns, I believe, because it was going to be in the Gold Coast. Even if we're doing something like that as a club, I think that's probably an avenue to look at as well because, we're obviously catering to like one player and stuff, but at the end of the day, like this is a player that can change like the fortunes around for our club. So as much as it is about also setting standards, but it's also, if you do have to, cater to Bobby just that little bit, just to guarantee that he sort of sticks around. It is sort of a bit of a bit of an interesting one because like I tend to sit on both sides of the fence. So on one hand it's let's make sure we set the standard, make sure we're setting the right example for the kids, but then at the same time it's like if we just give a little bit of leeway, if that's the difference between Bobby playing or not, then I don't know. I feel like maybe that could be just the exception to the rule that we sort of fall for, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Look, if Bobby's in the four walls, I've got no doubt they're going to look after him and he'll be fine.
Yeah.
No doubt whatsoever.
Yeah.
The issue's obviously been if he goes away again at this point, I mean, what do you do from there? But to be honest, this is a lot better of an outcome as what I thought was going to happen. I've been real critical on Bobby Hill from the start of all this, which, look, I'm not going to walk back because the reality is he potentially cost us a premiership last year. And I understand he had his things going on and whatever. That's fine. Hopefully it's all sorted. Hopefully everything's under control. Hopefully his life's back on track for whatever happened. But at the end of the day, until I see him out there on the park, it's hard to sort of look any further ahead than that because there's something sitting in my gut that's just saying, the whole situation can play out again real easy. What I don't want to see from Bobby, and Mick touched on it, is I don't want to see any more clown face emojis to Tony Shaw or to other Collingwood champions
or to just anyone in general, I reckon, yeah.
To anyone, even a punter from Rosed up on the Ponsford. Just shut your mouth, concentrate on your training, and get back out on the park. And people will embrace the second you touch that footy for the first time for the Pies again. Everyone's going to be behind you, mate. And I know he's got fuck all chance of listening to this right now, but for whatever reason, if he is bloody listening, I'd say if you get out there, the second you touch that ball, mate, everyone's going to be behind you. And I dare say even opposition supporters will be behind you, mate. So, I just this saga has to end one way or another, whether that means he's playing for the Pies again or not. But this whole saga just has to be left behind now.
Yeah. Yeah, because I feel like even with the supporters, like I feel like we had backed him in this like whole time, but it is a thing of like, yeah, it just sucks because it's also as much faith as we put in him, as supporters, it does feel terrible when he's taking time away from the club and like because as fans we are emotionally invested in what goes on with the club and what goes on with like Bobby and stuff. And obviously I've had my frustrations. Like I'm pretty sure I probably went back and forth with it to be fair, but I'm pretty sure I wanted him traded at the end of last season because, but at the end of the day, it's like if there is ever a result that gets Bobby in the side playing his best football, you pick that every single time. And I don't think that there's like any fans that would say the opposite. And it's just, like it's just, at the end of the day, like, I think that's just what it's hard to like hope for it because, I feel like hope is where you sort of go down the rabbit hole of like, that's sort of like where it can hurt at times. But, at least as long as he's inside the four walls, I just think I'd rather, as long as he stays within the four walls for the rest of the season, even if he doesn't play games, I feel like at least like, I mean, it's probably not like a great scenario, but it's like, I think at this point, if he's like taking time away now it's just like, okay, now it's just like, what are we doing now? Because, he's obviously had a ton of time off. And I think now it's just like, it's just about getting him inside the four walls and making sure he's just in the club now.
Interesting what this guy Rick says. He doesn't deserve a spot, but it's smart playing him. And so even worst case scenario, we up his trade value. If he does want to go back to Perth to be with his family at the end of the year, the least we can do is get his trade value up and get someone for him,
Or even just trade him for a 4th round pick, but the whatever club, whether it's Freo or West Coast, they just take his whole salary, which we then take into free agency, and that's when you get it Ben King. Or I mean, I don't think we'll get Zach Butters because he seems too locked in at the Dogs at the moment, but again,
I reckon
opens up for an option to go for those types of free agents.
Yeah, I reckon the Butters ship sailed, mate.
But so I probably should say more of like a Bailey, Brisbane, Zach Bailey. No, Zach Bailey because he's. Bailey Hunt, but I mean Zach Bailey's probably easier to get because he's through free agency, and if you get the Bobby Hill money, which I believe he's on about 800, that 800 can go towards like a Zach Bailey, and even though I feel
it'll be one of those. It'll be one of those things anyway. Even if we were to trade him, I think we'll be in the same situation where we're going to have to cover some salary. It might be one of those things where we get a slightly better pick if the club takes on his full contract value, more so. But look, I think the most likely scenario from this point forward is he plays whatever he plays. There's a trade situation at the end of the year. We pay a portion of his salary and we ship him off for like a 2nd or a 3rd round pick. I think that's the most likely scenario. I can't see the club trusting him more, any forward than this year. And it also depends where we are.
So it also comes down to the offers. Like if a West Coast says, "Oh, we'll give you our 2nd round pick," and you out of the 800, say say we pay 350 or something. You probably take that every day of the week. But that's the thing. If West Coast go, we'll only give you a late 3rd round pick or something. Yeah. And but we want you to pay 550, 600. Well, then it's like, well, damn. Okay, maybe it might be better if we keep it.
Yeah. Look, I don't know. I think if the distraction continues in any form for the rest of the year, his papers will be stamped. I think they've given him long enough. The ball's clearly going to be in his court now. From all reports, he wasn't pressured to come back to the club. He's done it on his own accord, sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, look, you rock
Is that
up
a
round
good thing
3.
or a bad thing, you reckon?
I don't know.
I don't
know. But like I said, you rock up round 3. You need 2 or 3 months of conditioning to even be in contention to be picked. You're looking at round 15 or something. Like you're getting to the point of, just another distraction, another thing that we don't need. Look, like I said, best case scenario, we're bloody, 9-4 or something, and then the world's our oyster, we can then choose to play him or not. But look, let's just assume we're, 5-6 or 6-5, something like that, which hopefully we're better than that. But let's say we're 6-5 and the forward line's still a shambles. There's going to be all this pressure to play Bobby, which is fine, understandable, Norm Smith medalist. He comes in, he has a bit of impact, whatever, and then the same thing happens again, or it's just, I don't want to think that the most likely scenario is going to happen, but everything's telling me that's what's going to happen. And it's just the same thing will just repeat again, and then his value absolutely plummets. And then not only will we struggle to trade him, we'd struggle to actually get his contract off the books full stop. So that's a complete disaster of a situation. But again, look, one step at a time, whatever, just spitballing. But yeah, I really, it's on a knife's edge, this, because it can really make or break any of our free agency targets, any of our trade targets. It just affects so much going forward at this point now.
Yeah. And then also as well, if we can't afford someone like a Ben King or whoever, it could also, the club could even go back to a Pendles and a side and say, hey, can you guys play an extra year as well? Because, we're probably going to need them for an extra year because we don't have like a King or a, Zach Bailey or whoever else comes through. Because, if you're going to have these guys, if you're going to have someone Pendles and Sidey leaving, through, say, retirement and things like that, you need someone to come in to actually replace those. And I'm not saying for a like, but if you can't get a suitable replacement or replacements that you can trust, well then you're probably going to have to throw Pendles and Sidey and these guys on for an extra year as well. So that's probably the other factor at play as well too.
Yep. All right. All right. That's enough of Bobby. All right. So
Agreed.
the bye. So we're up against the bye this week, and hopefully our forwards can find some forward craft. That's been the talk of the town, our inanimate drafts up forward. But before I go into that, let's talk about the positives, the good things that have happened so far at the start of this season. And this gentleman here, I think he had 28 against St Kilda, and he's come up with 32 against Adelaide. What can we say? Thank you to the weather girl. What's her name?
I don't even know.
Anyway, he looks like a settled man. We've given him. He's obviously had a good talking to from Fly or the coaching department. I think Goldsack. It was something in the media that Goldsack had a word in his ear. Looks like he's the main man now. Josh is not the main man anymore. Josh is more like his outlet if he can't find the right kick. So yeah, good to see, man. Hopefully it continues on. And who would have thought that we'd be saying after round 2, he's the brightest of our shining lights. But there you go, Dan Houston.
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought the best kick that plays in the halfback position is playing halfback, and we're trying to get the ball in his hands. Shocker.
Yeah.
And it's working. Yeah, because I mean, when he was at Port Adelaide and he was that sort of like quarterback for Port Adelaide, like he was one of the best players in the comp. So now that we've sort of taken, and again, obviously Josh will have his moments and stuff, but the fact that we're even sort of treating him sort of like kind of like what Nick Dacos was in 22, where he was playing off halfback. It's just if you have a guy that's elite in a certain area, like why not capitalize on that? Like it was a mystery last season, and to me, it's no surprise he's come good now that he's playing his main role. And I mean, outside of probably Nick, would he probably be leading? Like, would he be leading like the Copeland? You reckon?
Oh yeah, he would have got votes the first 2 games easily, mate. Yeah.
He's the sort of guy that 25, 30 touches, he'll have massive impact. That role. I didn't watch a lot of Port back in the day, but the games I did watch, he's clearly dominant off that halfback, that quarterback role. Give him a bit of space, ball in hand. He makes things happen. He bites off the kicks that, we really only see like a Nick Dacos take in our team. No one else can really take those kicks. So he's the sort of guy that, he's got the ability to not only take them on, but execute them, and it can open up the whole play. So, look, like I said, you can't expect him, well, I mean, I could be wrong, but doesn't even need to have the 25-30 every week. He's just got to be playing that same role, even taking kick-outs, things like that, and he'll have massive impact. Last year, he just looked completely lost, and we were hypercritical. I know I was hypercritical on him last year, but he just looked completely lost. But these last 2 games, he looks like he's full of confidence, and, you just see a completely different player. I think it was you, Sean, who said, he's going to be our best new recruit this year because he was just non-existent last year, So, it's just a massive impact when you can have a guy that, you don't need to rely on having Nick at halfback anymore. This guy can sort of do the same role, take on those kicks again, open up the whole play, and go from there. But I've got no doubt he'd be I don't know what the team or the club values, but definitely 2 close to best ons, really. Nick obviously in the first game, but Dan was fantastic the other night. So
he had 32 disposals against the Crows and 28 against St Kilda, and I think it was 75% efficiency with the 32 disposals.
Perfect. And that's the thing with the efficiency. The efficiency can lie, see, because if you're taking like really risky kicks and going at 75%, that's absolutely elite. You compare that to like a Jacob Wiedering who goes at 95%, but they're all 15-meter side kicks. Like I'd take a guy like Dan Houston who's going at 75% with some of the kicks he tries to bite off, more so than just a defender trying to kick sideways all the time, So, let's hope it continues anyway, because, absolutely fantastic signs last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And there's all our new favourite weather girl. Step aside, Jane Bunn. This is the girl, Tyra Stowers. Okay.
First time, I think this is the first time I've actually ever seen a photo of her, so there you go.
Yeah. He's done well, old dude. Good on you, mate.
I don't watch normal TV, so that's the first time I've seen this woman.
Yeah. I've got no idea which channel she's on, but anyway. She's probably giving him inside info on like wind patterns. It's probably helped, mate. You never know.
For like the weather, if it's like raining or something.
No, she'll tell him if there's going to be a wind going sideways at the G, he'll know not to fucking go for those fucking $1 million passes down the on the towards the city end or some shit. I don't know. Fuck.
Yeah. Hey, Mick, I've got a theory, Mick. I reckon she doesn't know the first thing about weather.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they never do they?
Yeah.
How many times they get it wrong, mate? Fuck. All right, we've got another. Apart from this, apart from this guy, another one that's I'm going to add to the good is this guy.
Yeah.
Shooter, continuing on from his what do you call it? Resurgence last year, where he was all of our favourites, and all of us will say, yeah, we tipped this. Shooter was going to fucking kick ass in his second year. I never tipped it, but anyway, I'll concede if anyone else wants to say, yeah, I saw it coming from a mile away. But yeah, he's continued on. He still looks like a dangerous forward. You know, other forwards have been hopeless. So he's the one. He's still tackling hard, and we can say he's been a great addition. And everyone compares him to Guinea. Like you can't. It wasn't like it was like a direct swap or whatever. I can't even recall what the ramifications were with all how they all happened. But Ginny's doing well at Hawthorn, but he's doing well with us. So there you go, and he's a better fit for us, I reckon, too.
Yeah, because also as well, because we're like well, I mean, I guess Hawthorn's going for flags as well. But if you look at the Hawthorn's like core group, they needed a younger guy like Jack. Where with us, we sort of needed Lockie. So I think it sort of worked out for both parties because, we probably needed the older guy that was already there. Like, we didn't need someone like Jack who wasn't fully developed yet and was developing his game. So, I think in the end, I think it was a win-win. Personally, I thought because I don't think we were – because that was the year I think Hawthorn had their rise. So I think we actually lost the pick trade because it was like a bunch of picks involved in the trade and everything. So I don't think the picks like worked out and everything, but I mean the fact that we got Schultz, and I think in the end, obviously like they weren't traded together, but I guess player for player they were probably like from a list point of view, obviously when Schultz comes in, Jack goes out.
Yeah.
And I think it's not probably much of an upgrade but I think because with Lockie, the fact that we got him in his prime, that was the selling factor. Where with Jack, we probably had to wait for, it's probably not till maybe till next year for Jack, where he'll probably start to hit his prime. So, it was more of a win now type of position.
Yeah, look, you're right, boy. It is a sorry, Paige. It is a cracking game. I think Adelaide's in front now, huh? Fuck.
Yeah, by 6 points. There's 3 minutes and 55 to go.
Yeah, just talking about Schultz. I mentioned it last year. This guy's a Collingwood footballer. I think that's the appeal with a guy like this. Real easy to fall in love with. The brick wall with arms, as I call him. In a forward line that struggles most of the time, as we've seen, this guy's, plays a real decent role next to a Jamie Elliott, sort of guy you can rely on every week. If he's not going to kick goals, he's going to lay tackles. He pushes up the ground. He's a bit of a gut runner too. He's just a proper footballer, I look at it, he's like, it's probably an unfair comparison, but I look at a guy like Papley, for example, Papley in his prime, who's just always, always around the ball. He's sort of inside forward 50. He's always sort of there, always bobs up. This guy's, probably, I don't know if he's at that level, although Papley's been injured the last few years.
Just kick the goal. I think it's tied now.
Draw, yeah. 3 minutes to go. Yeah,
3 minutes to go.
But I think this guy again is just in a forward line that might struggle all year. he's the sort of guy that, you know, our smalls always do the damage, as I've always said. You know, it seems that whatever game style we play, these are the guys that, you know, we need to stand up. And, you know, he's apart from injuries last year, which sort of derailed him a bit, every time he fronted up, he was super important. And already this year, you're seeing how super important he is. So we can't afford to lose him.
And in the last year or two, whenever we've looked fucking really, really good, it's when our smalls are buzzing around in the forward line.
Absolutely.
You know, Checkers has been in and out of the team. When he's in, he's done really well, but he's also been quiet in games. McStay, you know, had that great 2023 until he did his knee. So yeah, we do well with the smalls, and so I reckon, get him up and going as soon as we can. Get him there with Shooter. I'm talking about Bobby. Get Bobby up and running. Get him in there with Shooter, and you know Jamie's there as well. And Geordie, look, everyone's saying, "Oh, Geordie's full-time mid." I reckon he should be more of a forward and pinch hitting in the midfield. You know, he's got all as the Bulldogs hit the front.
Yeah.
He's at 7 points now.
Yeah. I don't know where the point came from, but yeah.
Yeah. Every Bulldog supporter fucking hates Bevo. I bet they fucking love him now. What was I saying? Yeah, about Geordie, just, you know, more forward than mid, I reckon. Put him in the mid just to pinch hit, and forward he's got the craft, mate. And so you got, you know, Shooter, Bobby. This is best case scenario: Shooter, Bobby, Jamie, and Geordie, and you put two talls in there. Yeah, whoever's good. Yeah, whoever's the best. Pick two out of fucking the two giraffes at the moment. Fucking trampoline hands, Buller, and West. You know, so.
I'll tell you now, if the forward line keeps failing, they might not have a choice but to throw Geordie up there close to full time. You know, I just can't see. Like I said, if I've just got no faith in this forward line as it sits right now, so I would love to see a Geordie just doesn't have to play out of a goal square. It can be like a high half forward or, you know, something like that, so he can still sort of impact both areas. But yeah. I agree 100%, Mick. I'm really surprised they haven't, you know, utilised him really, you know, isolated him forward yet. He looks super fit. He had a real quiet game the other night. I just thought, you know, with all the forward line troubles, I really would have thought they'd throw him forward and see what happens, you know. That's the thing. He's a really hard matchup too. A lot of people don't understand. For a backman, he's a really hard matchup, and we saw in that 2018 year, no real backman can match him well because he's super strong. Like, he's just real strong, especially at his core. You know, look, he's not the best overhead mark. He's had a few moments, but he's not like a pack mark or anything. But you know, one-on-one, he's really hard to sort of get body positioning on. So I just, I'd love to have a chat to Fly about it one day. I'd just say, why haven't you used him more in the forward line? Like, what's holding you back? Because just with how dysfunctional the forward line's been, I just think a guy like him's perfect. We've got enough runners in the midfield. We've got enough depth there. You don't need to rotate him through there as often as you do. You can really utilise him forward and even one out. Like, I really don't understand why. I know they'd turn around and say, oh, look, you know, we've done all our planning is Geordie in the midfield, a clearance beast, blah, blah, blah. But I sort of think, well, do you lose more not having him in the forward line than you do having him in the midfield? I think he's good for 2 or 3 goals a game if he's, you know, 70-80% forward minimum.
And you can
And I
also
noticed
someone in the midfield, like if you get like a time printable to debut or Anderson or someone like that, it's an opportunity for them to get some exposure or or just whoever else isn't getting enough minutes in the midfield. It's a spot that opens up. One point I will want to quickly touch on as well. He's also the same height as Tim Embry as well. So even if you take like a Tim Embry out, you're essentially you're basically creating more space, like from like a list point of view when it comes to opportunities. So you basically make DeGoey the third tall, and then if you want to go, okay, let's go the two key forwards. Okay, DeGoey midfield, so you throw him in the midfield, you get the two talls there. But then if you need a bit more presence or you need that natural forward to go there, all right, DeGoey forward. So there's so then obviously it means someone like a Tim Embry plays VFL, but you're not really and that's probably the thing that I'm probably looking at is that with the way that, especially the way that Tim has started, like he hasn't really set the house on fire or whatever the saying is. So if you and again you put him in the VFL, it gives someone like a Zach McCarthy, it gives Charlie West someone to also learn off in the VFL. So as you're also, then trying to win games in the AFL as well, because as effectively having DeGoey, who is pretty much that type anyway. So and then once you move Geordie forward, then it opens up an opportunity, and you can get a Brindable or a Anderson or just whoever to play some extra midfield minutes to get that exposure. Or
and that's the other thing. If you're getting sorry, Mick. If you're getting slaughtered if you're getting slaughtered in the middle, you can always put Geordie back in there for a brief period of time if you need to.
Exactly.
It's not like you're stuck to it. Oh no, he's forward. He can't play in the other position. If you're playing him forward and we're just getting slaughtered in the middle, and you need to change it up, you can throw him in there for a quarter or whatever. It really frustrates me because I know we didn't win the flag that year, but you just look back to that 2018. There's a YouTube video that shows all his goals that year. I haven't watched it for years, but I remember watching it. I remember thinking, "Fucking hell, this guy! Like he's he's fully fit. There's no matchup for him."
All different kinds of goals. Marks on the lead, snaps, fucking one-on-one contested marks.
Pretty much,
And what's Membry got compared? What's Membry got? He jumps up with fucking one arm. He's not leading much. What I noticed when I went to the game last week, and this is a peculiar thing. Like I love going to the games, but sometimes it's so much harder to analyze a game when you're there because you're bantering with your mates and you're not concentrating as much. When you're on telly, you got the commentators telling you every single stat. What I noticed at the game, like a couple of times, I saw Geordie, like he had a quiet game, but a couple of times he ran up to the centre and took a mark like from the defence running out. And for a second, I thought it was Membry. And I'm like, fuck, that's Geordie. Then I thought, why the fuck isn't Membry doing that, man?
Yeah.
And so there you go with Geordie,
And also as well too, like when it comes to Geordie, like he's always been like notorious for not being the best home and away type of player, but then when finals comes around, that's when he does his best work. I just don't know why you're not just embracing that and just being okay, let's just make you a forward mid, play you, let's just say 80% forward, 20% midfield, and 20% is like when we need you. And then at least at that point, he's getting games under his belt. He's hitting the fitness. He's getting like all these things in his favor. And then, when it gets to say midway through, you sort of assess him. Okay, he might need a bit more like fitness in some area, or he might need some more improvement in some area. Okay, he's about a month away. As long as he's ready for finals, that's when it's like, okay, now it's like flipped and we're going to do an 80-20 like midfield forward. And also when you're doing that, it also will probably catch a team off where that they're probably not even expecting it because they're just thinking, they're just throwing to go forward. You can even, I'm sure there's some clubs that will probably, throw out some stories. Oh, DeGoey's got some injury niggles, blah, blah, things like that. Because it's not hard to throw that narrative around because he's had a fair few, unfortunately. But I feel like you can. Yeah, there's plenty of like tools at your disposal to basically put this situation to your advantage. And then because he'll have like the run in the legs, he'll have the form going in, and then because we know how good he is in the midfield, like especially when the moment is serious and when we like need a superhero to come in and like save the day. We know Geordie can do it, so I think it's just more about him treading water and just sort of gaining a little bit of form, like each game at a time. And then, once we sort of like need him, it's like, all right, okay, let's fully inject Geordie into whichever position on the field, and we sort of go from there.
Okay. We've just had a little spike in numbers since the game finished, so welcome all the newbies. We're going through the good things of the first couple of rounds, the positive things before we go into the absolute negative things, but we touched on Lockie Schultz and Dan Houston just before that. Another one we can put down as good in the first part of this season is this boy here, Big Billy Frampton. We've asked a lot from this guy. He's fucking done his best. He's done some typical Frampton clangers, but it can all be forgiven because we asked him to fucking be the tall, intercepting, lockdown, everything we asked for him, and he's done his best and he's done an adequate job, and good on you, Billy, because last year Fly didn't like you. He was playing Charlie Dean in front of you, and look, now we're relying on you. So good on you, man. A lot. He'll welcome now next week with more back, and hopefully Jeremy Howe as well, make life easier for him. But he can put his hang his head high. He's got nothing to complain about. I don't care if he made some clangers; doesn't bother me. He's done an adequate job. So good on you, Billy.
I think the clangers do need to be addressed, but I think it needs to be addressed more towards the club than Billy himself. It's the fact that it's like, yes, he's making those mistakes himself, but it's more like, we should be, a type of club where we're putting people in a position to succeed and like not to fail. I've seen it time and time again when it comes to Billy. He's a very, very good player when he has a very good system around him, and when he doesn't have a good system, he seems to like panic, and he seems to fall under the stress of, if there's a ton of ball coming down his way, he seems to be very quick to sort of, sort of fall under the pressure, which is not necessarily his fault because, it should be the coaches, like, giving him more support and not making, Maynard, Quainer be the key defenders for him because, he definitely deserves better than that because, once more and Howe come back in, and then you'd like to hope like a Joel Cochran comes in at some point, maybe, I don't know, Anzac Day or something like that. We can also get some exposure into him as well. So, I wouldn't probably, in terms of like his like performances, like, he's definitely had a lot of like stress come his way and stuff, and he's handled it pretty well. So in terms of Billy's side of things, you'd say it's a big tick, but I think the main talking point is what the club what the club put him through, and what the club put him through wasn't okay. And I feel like we should have been a lot better in that aspect.
Look, the thing with defence, I've always said it when it comes to the the back six. Let's say you have to view it all as a collective rather than the individual. And it has to be said with the six we went into with Adelaide and how many easy exits they got out of the bloody centre, they held up pretty darn well, our back six last week. Leading into the game, we all thought that's where the game would be won and lost. In the end, that wasn't really the case. So, look, guy like Billy Frampton, we know he's not bloody Stephen Silvani or, he's not some generational fullback. He's just an honest footballer that bloody got a bit of height on him, pretty athletic, He's just an all-round footballer, and we've asked a lot of him these first 2 weeks. And, the fumbles and the odd turnover, that's always going to be part of his game. That's just who he is. It's the support crew around him at the end of the day.
Yeah.
He can't be a number one man. You need a Moore in there. You need a Howe for however long Howe's got left. You need these guys to be the ones that, are taking the brunt of it, because they're the, Darcy Moore, obviously a few leaner sort of years, but an ex-star of the competition. And Jeremy Howe, I always think's been an underrated footballer. So, it's very hard for Billy Frampton to just come up against an Adelaide forward line, one of the best in the comp, and expect him to, be flawless for the night. It's just unrealistic. So, look, like I said, you just have to look at it in its totality. Last week, the defence was not our problem at all. I think they did really bloody well last week. So, you can pick individual moments, like when he was trying to spin out of that tackle or whatever. Look, that's just always going to be a part of his game. But I'll tell you now, the midfield did not fucking help him last week at all. And the forward line, but not even being able to impact at all.
To give him a bit of a breather.
Rebounds straight out of our forward line. And next thing you know, what they're bloody, it's just slingshotting back in there. And you're asking a lot of a Billy Frampton, And by that same token, you've got Maynard, who played undersized, You've got Quaynor, who I thought was fantastic, playing undersized. Like, it's just, honestly, we knew leading into this year that the defence was going to be a shambles. And the fact that we've started the year without Howe and Moore, and we've actually been okay back there, is an amazing achievement to this point, to be honest.
And he's very underrated. Like, people from, if I'm talking to people from other supporters, they're all saying, Billy's a fucking dud. Mate, he's got a few scalps under his belt, mate. Don't you worry about that. He's fucking taken on some, I remember a couple of years ago, we played Richmond and it was pissing down rain. He gave fucking Tom Lynch a towel. And ever since then, I'm thinking, mate, this guy's a good pickup, man. And since then, he's had a few scalps. He's fucking taken on Curnow, beat him. He's taken on Mackay, beat him. He's, he's done well, mate, and sometimes, Darcy Moore hasn't been good for him with all the shit that he gets up to sometimes in the back line with his risk taking. And there's Billy, mate, just trying to hold the big monster, the opposition monster down. And he's done a good job, man. So I say good on you to Billy.
Absolutely. Right, you compare Billy to bloody Chuck. Yeah, I was just going to finish off by saying, you compare Billy to Charlie Dean. Like, come on now. Charlie Dean got 10, 12 games last year. How he was ever in front of this guy is a disgrace.
I don't know. It was probably one of Fly's love things. He falls in love with a certain player, and I don't know what he saw in Charlie Dean, but
well, actually, also, so just to finish on that, I will say this.
That's all right.
I reckon Fly rates Reef more than he does Frampton. And I reckon the only reason why Frampton has gotten as many games as he has is because Reef has been injured.
Yeah.
Because I honestly, if we have to have a conversation when Reef is like fully fit and in form, I don't think we're going to like the outcome if we're ever in that position, because I think Fly's going to go with Reef every time. Yeah. Hopefully with these next few games, like maybe there's a bit of value that can go into the favour of Frampton, but I think I've been pretty clear with my lack of faith when it comes to Fly, and I can only go off what I see, and what I see is just when you think that Frampton needs to be backed in, he just doesn't. Like as we mentioned with the Charlie Dean stuff, like And then when there has been times to back in Reef, Fly has backed in Reef even with like the key, especially especially once we made him that key defender. Fly has liked him a lot, so it's just the only factor in that is that Reef has been injured. So, I would hate to be around the club if Reef gets up and he's fully fit and in form, and we got to have conversations about Reef playing over Frampton, because I feel like that's coming.
Yeah,
Jeez, never thought I'd see a Mickey Gayfer bloody comment.
There you go, Matt. Yeah, Mickey Gayfer, man. You don't know this player, do you, Sean? Mick Gayfer.
I definitely know of the name. He played in the 90 Premiership, yeah?
Yeah.
Did he play?
Yeah. He was, the human glove, mate. He would, he would stay on you. I remember once at Vic Park, he was tagging Dougie Hawkins and didn't give him nothing, mate. And the Vic Park crowd was absolutely giving it to Dougie Hawkins. And Dougie Hawkins was a good sport, mate. He was giving back to it, the crowd. It was hilarious, man. But Mickey Gayfer would, and Mickey Gayfer did not have one piece of fat on him at all, mate. He was ripped, and he was like a fitness fanatic. He was a fitness fanatic. Didn't have much skills, His main thing was just to tag. If you got the ball, he'd just handball it straight to someone else, like McGuire or someone. He didn't try and be fancy, just did his job, and he had a good career for the talent that he had. He had a good career, won a premiership. Good on him, mate.
Yeah.
All right, this guy here, nice little what do you call it? Just a nice bright light come out of nowhere, mate. Rowan Steele, man, on the wing. 2 good games. His last game, his best of his short career so far. And I really like this kid, mature age player, come in mid-season. He's got everything to work with, yeah? He's got the pace. He's got endurance. He lasts out games. Good disposed. He comes across very smart, and he's got goal sense too. He knows when to run into space and kick a nice goal. And just quietly to all you Lipper lovers out there, mate, this guy could take his spot, man. And
hopefully,
yeah. Oh, I know, man. There's a lot of Lipper lovers out there, mate. They'll mention all his running patterns and his laser. I haven't seen many laser kicks inside the forward line the last few weeks. So there you go, Rowan Steele, man. Onwards and upwards for this gentleman.
Yep, the top 15 player by the end of the season.
I've got that in your vault, mate. No worries. Yep. And I probably agree with you there.
He's probably already there, Sean. Let's be honest.
That's why I'm sort of just making sure that takes being known right now. I feel like overall I don't get too many takes right, but I'm glad this one's working out.
Look, it's a bonus that he was a mid-season pick as well. Like, it's just we've had more luck with these bloody mid-season draft guys than we have the actual national draft the last few years. But it looks like we've found a good one here. I reckon he's the sort of guy that he'll play 150 games, 150, 200 games. He'll retire or whatever happens, and everyone will look back and think, oh, decent football, that guy, plugged in a role, just good to see him kicking goals, to be honest, because that was the one thing. He hadn't kicked a goal until the first round of the year, obviously. Now he's kicked a few. That's a real positive sign. That shows progression. That's all you want to see at the end of the day. Like, how old's he? He's 23, 24?
24.
What does it say there? 24.
Yes,
So
it's got it right there. Yeah. So he should be, couple of years he'll be in his prime, and you just hope that it just goes onwards and upwards from here.
Yeah.
Yeah, also as well, because I was thinking this the other day, like I think it's very interesting that we picked up Anderson as well, because and I do really like the fact that we were really proactive with the Anderson stuff, because you could also argue that Anderson could have been like the player that we could have got like in the mid-season draft as well, because I feel like Anderson seems like another. I'm not saying steel type in terms of the role he plays. I'm saying like this scenario where it's like a mid-season sort of, obviously with Tom Mitchell being cut from the list. Obviously, we probably had to get a player like that ASAP. But I just find it interesting that we sort of went for someone like Anderson, because Anderson would have been like a perfect like mid-season pickup, but we got him early. Because we don't have any active or we don't have any open spots at the moment. So if it comes to that, I guess you could argue that Anderson was the mid-season pickup if we were to have one anyway. So probably not really anything to like read on, but I just thought it was pretty interesting.
Yeah. Okay, I've got Chris backstage. Chrissy, how are you, pal?
Hey, Meg.
Chris Talbot.
Hey,
how are you?
Sean, how are you?
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, good. How are you?
Hey, Chris.
How come you're late, mate? How come you're late, Chris?
I was at
You're
my
usually one of the
birthday.
first ones. I'll give you a pass,
today.
man. Oh, good, man. That's good. You were there for
I was
it.
at my niece's birthday. She turned 18 today.
You told me. No worries, pal. All right. What we've been doing, Chris, we've been. If you've missed the first part of the show, we're just going through the positives, the good players in the last couple of rounds. We mentioned Shooter, we mentioned Dan Houston, and we mentioned Frampton, and now we just went through Rowan Steele. Now, I can't think of. I don't want to add any more to the good. Like, I've had a look. There's, Q's been good. Maynard's been okay. The defense has been under the pump. We've seen little things. Geordie had a great first game, but he was a bit quiet the second game, so I don't want to put him in the goods yet. So I'm going to go to the bads now. So we're going to go good, bad, and ugly. The bads. So just remember, all right, the bad is not ugly. So what I'm going to show now is just bad. It's not fucking really bad. Yeah. So I'm going to. This player has the discussion on this player. So I'm not going to put him in the ugly yet. Yeah, I'm putting him just in the bad because, there's a lot of discussion. But before I go on, I'm going to go to the fridge and get myself a Coke Zero. All right, and I'll be back in 1 second.
No worries, Mick. I'll just mention actually. Big shout out to Kev if he's watching. I hope he's doing all right. But yeah, to talk about bloody Ed Allen. Oh, geez. I mean, disappointing is the word, but also hard to know where he's at because we spoke about it last week. Would be great to see him actually get opportunity in the midfield, proper midfield time, and then we can have a better judgment on him. But look, it's honestly, it's not looking like it's going to go the way that we want it to with Ed, unfortunately.
And I just can't, like, a lot of people saying, yeah, put him in the guts. Look, we can put him in the guts, but it's a risk too, because he's still not there yet. You put him in the guts, we could get absolutely fucking destroyed, mate, from the opposition, inside bull, We can give him a go, but where does that leave Ned Long,
but also as well, I reckon that might be where, because I know the VFL will start up next week. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets dropped for the Giants game, just so that he can. Because again, if the plan is to have him in the middle, then I think he probably needs like a month in the VFL to actually get the actual experience. Because there's nothing better in terms of development than actually just doing it like in the game itself. And
Yeah.
if you're going to have guys like Nick Dacos and those alike in the midfield not moving out of their position, it might just be best for his development and his confidence that he goes to the VFL. But for him to also start in the middle and stuff, and yeah, if he's in the VFL for say I don't know a month and he's averaging, say probably not 30 disposals, but close to it, like 28, 27, 28 disposals, and efficiency's high, and he's looking like he can sort of carry a forward line. He can basically carry the midfield. Maybe that's sort of where you do then go, okay, let's put him up in the senior squad, see how he goes. Actually give him the opportunity to play midfield to see how he goes, not just put him on a wing or chuck him on the bench and he can just sort of like be just sort of like an extra in a sense. I think at the moment, I think VFL is probably the go for him. I just don't think he'll get the exposure he needs to improve himself as a player.
Now, a lot of people, there's been a lot of conjecture. Why are we playing him on the wing? He's not a wingman, blah, 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 blah. Now, before someone becomes a quality mid, they usually start off on the wing or a halfback flank or something like that. You can't, very rarely they start, unless they're an exceptional talent, they start straight into the mids and they're already going. So he's got to do his apprenticeship, mate. He's got to show us on the wing. So he's got the attributes for the wing. He's fast. He can take up, all that ground on that wide space. He should be showing enough on the wing for us to say, fuck, he's good, man. Let's put him in the midfield, try him out in there. But instead, he can't even get a touch on the wing. And we've got to chuck him in the midfield as well. I don't know. I reckon he's got to do the hard, go back in the resis, do the hard yards and make the coaches think, fuck, we've got to play this kid, rather than you're getting a spot. And he should have been dropped for the first two games, and we should have played fucking Cochrane to get games into Cochrane. But instead, we're in an extended midfield mix. We've put him in, and he's worked out to be surplus to requirements. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, what I was going to say as well is, okay, that's 100% fair. Look, if he's playing on the wing because that's the only spot for him right now, it is what it is. He's got to do something with those 10, 15 touches he gets to give us a reason to bloody put him in the middle. All I see from him now is poor disposal, poor kicking, Yeah, okay, his running patterns might be good and he's a good size and whatever, but at the end of the day, if he's only getting 10, 15 touches, bloody don't butcher the footy, mate. If you want to keep your spot in the team, I'm sure you'll keep your spot if you're getting your 10, 15 on the wing, but you're bloody using it well. But right now, he's really giving us nothing. And that preseason game where he, was it the first preseason game? I think the unofficial one where he played pretty well and kicked that nice goal. You're like, oh wow, okay, it looks like this guy might have something. But, just start of the year, he's doing exactly what he was doing last year when he got given opportunity. So, unfortunately, I think this is heading down the road of a bust.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it also comes down to his attitude as well. So I just, and not attitude as in, like, he's like, his behaviour's bad or anything like that. I just don't think he has... I mean, he does show glimpses of it, but he doesn't have enough application, if that's the right word for it. Like he doesn't seem to show the like initiative or it's sort of
game sense. He doesn't have game sense,
and he just seems very like timid, anytime you see him with like ball in hand, outside of maybe 3 or 4 times, it doesn't seem like. He's not confident in what he's doing. So if he has the ball when he's running up the ground, you don't believe he's even if he fakes it and he's like, and internally he's like, fuck, I've got the ball and I've got no idea what the hell I'm doing with it. That can be okay at times, but you can't show that on the field and let the fans see it, the opposition players see it, your teammates see it. There's got to be this like sort of false confidence, or just this like belief, regardless if it's like real or not. There's got to be this sense of whatever I'm like doing, you've got to look confident. You got to, in a sense, be brave. Like you've got to, like it just seems like he's sort of going through the emotions, and he's not really, he's not fully. It just feels like he's not fully applied to, just the. Because I think talent-wise, I think he's got it. Like I think he has the abilities. I think he has the traits. I just don't think he puts himself in a position, whether if it's a mental thing, emotional thing, but he just doesn't apply himself enough, and he doesn't. Again, like I've spoken about Nick Dacos multiple times about, sometimes like half the reason why he's good is because he literally tries to be good, and he's just not apologetic about it. Like, and you can just see that in his football, where someone like Allen, I feel like Allen would benefit so much with that sort of, if he had that mental sort of opinion when he would have ball in hand, being like I'm just going to do something and I'm going to impact, and regardless of like what it is, but something's going to happen. It just seems, as I said before, it just seems he's very timid, and he's very and even if you have to go down the route of even just being just arrogant, just like show a bit of grunt, show that you can be this like arsehole with the ball, if that makes any sense. Like it just seems he's very just, I don't want to say soft, but he just very just timid and very just
now he was
sorry.
He was picked. Go, Sean. Continue.
So the word I was going to finish with, like, he doesn't seem to have like a conviction with when he has ball in hand, and I think that is probably the word I was trying to find. Took me a while, but we got there. But with his conviction, he just doesn't have it. Where at least with like Nick, he's already like on the move to make a plan. Okay, I need to hit this target. Okay, go. Everything's in motion. Where Allen's a bit more sort of laid back, and a bit more sort of trying to think of like a term where you sort of like having a run in like the daisies, and I don't know whatever the term is, but if you just got like a field and you're just running just to run sort of thing, just for the joy of it, rather than like fuck, I'm actually being hunted, or it seems like he's there for fun, and like not really like as if he's like at war, if that makes any sense. Like
he's kind of like, I think he's aware of his disposal deficiencies, so he kind of tries to make up for it with running fast, and but when he grabs the ball, you just don't get the sense that he kind of like knows what to do. And here we go. Matt is an advocate for Allen. He reckons if he goes to another club, he will be in the top 10. We can't develop young talent. Now, that's a great point, Matt, because I'm going to touch on that later. I made some notes on that earlier about our recruiting and stuff like that. Just to give you a bit of a preview on what I'm going to say. All right, hold on. In the last, where is it? All right, McCreary, okay, out of our draft picks, this is not including fucking father-sons and NGAs and all that. McCreary's the only one that's come good, and he's a fucking pick 37 or some shit, yeah? So
he was like pick 50, I think, from memory, or pick 40.
Well, yeah. There you go. I'm gonna go into that a lot more a bit later after we get through these.
I've got a list as well that I wrote down a long time ago about our recruiting.
Yeah. All right, so bad. Who do you think I'm going to put next? Go, Chris. Oh, sorry. Go, Chris. You say your question, but I've got someone backstage as well. So you go, Chris.
Who do you think's a better player, Ed Allen or Ned Long? If you had to put them both in the midfield long term, who would you choose, Ed Allen or Ned Long?
Oh, Ned Long.
He's got the runs on the board at the moment.
Runs on the board, yeah. You go with what you know, and that's it.
Yeah, I'll probably go Long just because at least you know, at least you know with him, he's gonna like attack the contest. You know, he's gonna he's gonna show conviction because that's one thing he definitely has. Regardless on the choices he makes, you know he's gonna make that choice, and he's not going to be apologetic for it.
Look, the thing with Long, like I said last week, you can look at his numbers and whatever, you can say he had a poor game, but he led our tackles, eight tackles. You know, that this is the thing. You got to look sometimes deeper than just the disposals and things like that. You need to look at things like tackles. 8 tackles last week in a poor game. 8 tackles. Like who else is going to lay 8 tackles for us? You know, I don't think Ed Allen's going to be laying 8 tackles, even if he did play that role.
This is a very, very interesting observation here from Voidoid. Ed has more potential than Long. Long is at his ceiling at the moment, so it's going to be interesting times in the next few weeks. Yeah,
maybe. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
You've got to go with what you know.
I feel like the potential for Allen is starting. I feel like it started as a reason, but I feel like the more we get through this, it's becoming more and more of like an excuse to fall onto, or a you know, like when people are talking about Allen and it's like they try to say something positive, it's like, oh, but he has potential. It's like, yeah, but that only gets you like so far, and like potential is like assuming you're going to come good. Like you know, it's I'm sure there's a great example, and it's not coming to me right now, but it's more like at the end of the day, we need to know what's proven, and Allen at the moment hasn't really done anything that's proven. Which is why you would go with a Long, because you know, like he's shown time and time again, regardless on what he does, he's going to make a choice, and that's the choice you know he'll make. Like, yeah, Allen just seems like he's just, again, like he just seems like just way too timid and just needs to pick a lane in terms of the choices he makes, because it just seems like he's. Yeah, it just seems like he's just all over the place, and whether if that means that he goes to another club or whether you know he needs more time in the VFL. But I mean, yeah, if you're in Allen's position, like you know, a club like Collingwood, like we aren't the type of club to be stagnant and to you know show patience with any players. Like if he's already been at the club for I don't know how long now, like 3-4 years. You know, there's and I know people can say he's 21 and that's like fine, but I mean, but again, it's like how many more games do we need to see him be timid? How many more games do we need to see him have ball in hand and just not be confident, and see him not be confident in a choice, and like you know having that lack of conviction? Like, do we need another 10 games before we go, okay, he doesn't provide any conviction in the choices he makes? We already know it now, so it's like what's going to change from now till like 10 games? So, and again, if people want that, because also as well, if people want this opportunity of him playing in the middle and playing in the midfield, he's not going to get in the AFL, so you might as well play him in the VFL and sort of see where it goes from there. Like,
the only solution for him is a positional change away from the wing. Now, I've heard it mentioned playing off half back with his running ability. His disposal's not good enough for that, but that's usually one of the breeding grounds for a potential future mid off half back and linking up, or put him straight in the midfield. But we're probably it's too risky probably to try something like that with him now in the seniors, you know. So he's probably
nowhere to hide. Nowhere to hide when your disposal is shit at the end of the day. Like it's not like the old days where you could hide them in a back pocket or something. Like if your disposal's not up to standard, the way footy's played now, you cannot be carried in a team. Very rarely is there a player with shocking disposal that stays long term in the AFL. That's just a reality, you know.
Yeah. Icebreaker.
I mean, for example, probably Tom Mitchell. I mean, Tom Mitchell, like his name was probably a lot stronger than like probably his like career like suggested. I mean, the second he basically lost pace like in his legs. Like Tom Mitchell was only 31, maybe 32. And you know, you would have thought just with the Tom Mitchell name alone, because of like what he's done. I mean, he literally won like a Brownlow medal. But you know, the second he lost the speed in his legs, we cut him straight away. So,
Icebreaker. The icebreaker is Liam from Forever Rivals. He's a Richmond fan from Perth. Welcome to the chat, Liam. Thanks for joining in. We always look after opposition supporters. We don't treat them badly. They're more than welcome to get in the chat, and sometimes I'll put it on the screen. If they want to jump on as well, no problem, mate. It's not, you know, you might cop a barrage from a bunch of one-eyed Collingwood supporters, but that's just the way it is. All right, now someone's squeaking. I'm trying to work out who it is. It might be you, Chrissy, because I've just muted you and the squeaking stopped. All right, just try and sort yourself out, man. Just maybe I don't know. Just try and work it out. All right, so I'm going to bring in Tyler.
Hey,
Tyler.
Nick, how are you?
How are you, pal? Haven't heard from you since last year, mate.
Yeah, it's been pretty busy.
Yeah, good to have you back, bro.
I've been listening along. I just haven't joined in, so I've been following along.
No worries, pal. So you've been listening to the show from the start. We're going through the good, the bad, and the ugly. We're into the bad now. So
I've been listening from last week, the week before. I just haven't joined in.
Well, you even listened to the 7-hour marathon.
I listened to it last week, believe it or not. Yeah, I listened to it even after you left. But yeah, there was a match last year where I think it was either his debut or his second or third match against Hawthorn.
Yep.
And it was his Rising Star nomination game.
Yeah,
and I remember watching along with the guys on the chat, and we worried about his game there as well because his disposals was really poor, and he was always just not turning it over. He looked so unconfident, and it was when the game was done and dusted, that's when he sort of flourished, and that's where all the pundits came out and said, "Oh, wow, he's a talent."
Yeah,
when we completely forgot that for the first 3 quarters, he almost cost us the game just for the fact that he looked so unconfident, and Fly wouldn't take him off the field.
Yeah.
So it's things like that where you saw the good with him when the game was pretty much gone and he could sort of like remove that stress from him. But when the game was in the balance, he was, he freaked out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's why
and that was May. And we're in March, almost April, and it seems like nothing's really changed except he's got like 10 or 15 games under the belt.
Yeah. Like the preseason, what was he doing, man? Did he get together with Pendles? Like, he got the master right there training with you every day to learn from, man. To learn everything you need to know about midfield craft, mate.
Yeah. That's why I think Matty's completely correct. We just don't know how to develop.
Yeah, I think there's a real problem there. Either we just don't give him chances. Like back in the Malthouse days, he used to throw him into the deep end. I remember one, like sometime in the early 2000s, late 90s, whatever it was, he debuted Batheris and Heath Scotland on Anzac Day, and like a total baptism of fire. But that's the way it is. You put them in when they're green. Malthouse used to put them in when they're green, give them 2 or 3 games, and then put them back in the reserves, just so they know what level they have to reach to reach the heights. And Fly doesn't seem to do that. We see, Cochrane. There's a number of youngsters that just have been languishing now in the resis, and it's like we've got a lot of players that we've drafted that have spent 2 or 3 years in the resis, and then we just delist them. It's starting to become a bit of a worry.
Yeah, especially as well, as well back with the Malthouse days. It was also exciting as a fan to also watch like the first round of the footy, not only because you have like the football being back, but there was always like 3-4 new players in the team, but like three out of 4 of them were kids, and you might have got one player through the trade period or whatever. But but there would have been like 3 kids like every time, and like as you said, like they would have got 2-3 games, and there would have been a few that would have done all right, and they would have got a few more games. There was probably maybe one that probably wasn't up to standard, and then they went back to the VFL. But I don't know. It just feels like it's like near impossible for Fly to, just give them the opportunities, because, and also I think it's also probably more the timing as well too. Like when you have, certain players, like if they have a run of say 4 weeks where they're averaging 4 goals a game and they're a key forward or just a forward in general, just play them or if there's like a midfielder and they're averaging in the high 20s in disposals, or if they're averaging 30 disposals, like play them. Like if they're playing defense and they've kept their opponent to 0 goals for a solid month, I think at the end of the day, if we're going to be worrying about player 23, 22, 21, I just don't really know what that's gonna like. I just don't think that's going to be impacting the win-loss sort of scenario. And even then, if it does, well, then you can just put them in the VFL. But it's, I've said this so many times. I mean, the fact that we didn't play Steen over Cox last season should actually be a crime, because it's that bad of a choice when Cox was not in the conversation for anything past that season, and you had Steen, who was playing games and he was getting better every week. If Steen had say half a dozen games under his belt and then he went into the preseason just gone, like you could have seen like a massive jump from Steen. Although he probably has done that, I mean he just needs games now, but. It's just, again, it's like trying to ride the wave rather than trying to ride against the wave, if that makes any sense. And that's just what Fly just seems to do time and time again.
Yeah. All right. So Boomer from the Grampians threw in a comment earlier, we're whining too much. Look, I must admit, look, there's some people in the chat that are big fans of Alan. And good, man. Everyone's got an opinion. Time will tell.
In terms of Alan, I'm a big fan of him. But from what I'm currently seeing, I don't see anything positive past this. Can that change? I mean, God, I hope so, and I hope that we see it really soon. But again, it's like. Like there has to be a change at some point, and until we see that change, the opinion itself won't change. And it's just at the end of the day, we need to see guys like Alan take the game on and show initiative and have some conviction. And until we see that, he just won't have a future at the club.
Can I ask a question for both of you?
Yep.
He's contracted till the end of this year, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
If this is his, like, let's say if we can't develop him any further and this is his ceiling, do we delist him or do we persist?
I mean, the list spots are really tight, and like if you actually look at the options that we have at the end of the season, like there's going to be some like really tough tough choices that need to be made in terms of like the listings. I know there's like the Ryans, and I think Demadier's contract for another year, so he can't be in the conversation. Tim Membry is probably in that conversation
of getting delisted or of getting another contract.
Oh, cut, because I don't really, because I mean, unless if you, because I mean, because I think as well you also need to open up a senior spot as well. You know, if you're going to be getting you know, like picks through like the draft and stuff, like we need at least 3 picks through that. Depending on how many players we get through free agency and trade, we'll obviously need spots for that as well. Like, we'll probably be cutting 7, probably not 8, yeah, about 7 players.
Yeah.
And if you go and like say name 7 players, by the time you get to about 4 or 5, that's when you're going to start to struggle because you're picking probably guys you really want to stay on the list.
Yeah.
And I think like, you know, like a Tim Membry probably falls in that category. I mean, obviously, if there's interest from Allen, which I mean there could be, because I mean someone could potentially see the potential, but
that could be the worry, that someone that we might see him as this average player, and like someone in the chat said that a Fremantle could see him as this top 10 talent, and they might be able to develop him.
Yeah, but they won't be like, in terms of a trade, you'd be lucky to be getting. Oh God! If we got a late second round pick, you'd be taking that, and like, and you wouldn't be looking back, because and I think realistically, you're probably looking somewhere in the 3rd round, especially if he's going to be playing the majority of his footy in the VFL, his value is going to be probably about the 3rd round pick.
Yeah.
What do you think of this? Go, H, sorry.
No, I was just going to say it's a long year ahead. It's too early to talk about, you know, delistings and that sort of stuff. You just got to see he gets given opportunity this year. He'll no doubt at some stage go back to the 2s. Just got to see how, you know, what comes of it. At the end of the day, you just can't carry project players forever. That's just the reality. It becomes a point. There's a point where you just say, okay, is there a future or is there not a future? And like I've always said, if they go to another club and they kill it, it is what it is. You just sometimes just have to accept that it was the right decision for the club at the time, and that's it. And a good example of that is Jack Inovan. He's playing great footy at Hawthorn right now. Good on him. He was real handy last night in you know, when the game was there to be won, he was sort of everywhere. But at the end of the day, would he be that same player at Collingwood? You don't know.
No.
So Ed Allen could be the exact same. Yeah, Ed Allen could be the same. I hope if he goes to another club, he makes it at the end of the day. But at the end of the day, you just cannot carry a guy forever in the hope that, you know, he just magically one day comes good. There's got to be a point where the club says, no, you know, opportunities need to go elsewhere, and that's it.
And especially as well, if someone like an Allen does go to, say, a West Coast or whatever, it gives you an opportunity to get a kid in the draft, restart. You know, that kid could be, whether it's your 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th round pick, whichever pick it ends up being. You know, that kid could you know, potentially be. I mean, like, if we look at some of the kids we drafted this year, I really rate Shane O'Brien's ability to draft. So, you know, whether if we get like another Swaddling or a Tyan Hindable or a Zach McCarthy or Anderson, like those are the types of guys. So probably more McCarthy and probably Anderson are probably the types we'll probably get. Something like Allen because we'll only get a 3rd round pick, But yeah, like if we get rid of an Allen and you get, say, like an Angry Anderson, just like saying as a hypothetical in terms of like who goes out and who comes in, that's, you know, you're probably happy to probably let someone like an Allen go if there is someone equivalent to like an Anderson available to be drafted. because there's plenty.
All right.
There's plenty of talent out there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on. Now, this guy here, I feel very bad putting him in the bad category. Okay. But I saw we all saw some worrying signs last week. He got beaten by a first gamer and a 10 gamer. The new ruck rules don't seem to help him. He was okay. First round, he was okay, I reckon. Around the ground, we have no problem with him. He's elite. He dominates. He takes the defensive marks that save our asses. He's been doing it for ages. Yeah. This is more. I'm not saying Darcy Cameron is bad or anything like that. All I'm saying is the situation we're in now with he's our only ruckman. He's getting beaten.
Yeah,
he got beaten. He got soundly beaten in one game, so we can forgive him. But he's our only ruckman. Steen's the other ruckman, hasn't played a game yet. So it's just opening up this kind of can of worms here where we're thinking, fuck, what's going on here? We've got our main ruckman dominates around the ground, but he loses centre bounce taps, and the opposition seem to be getting the ball away too very easily. And if he goes down, our backup, as much as greatness is telling us that he's going to be the next fucking Polly Farmer,
did not say that.
The jury's.
I did not say that.
Yeah, but So there we go. This is the situation with our ruck stocks, and DC, man, it's a conundrum that we're dealing with here.
Yeah. I will say with like Cameron though, I'd put this in the same box as like a Frampton. Yeah, he's probably had a bit of a bad start to the season, but it's not his fault. I feel like it's more on the club. You know, the fact that we didn't get, support for Cameron, the fact that we didn't even just like play Steen, like the fact that he didn't just get a game just to, help him out. I mean, we had Checkers, McStay, Tim Membry, and Cox all in the one side. Cox goes, obviously Checkers goes, and we end up getting Jack Buller in. I don't know why we're not just swapping out Cox and putting in Steen, especially when you're coming up against two rucks. I just it just makes no sense. Like as I said, I put it in the same category as Frampton. It's he obviously hasn't had the best start, but I wouldn't put it up there. I wouldn't put it under the category of it being his fault, and I think it's more the club's.
No, I wouldn't be super critical of Darcy Cameron. Runs on the board. Playing against St Kilda, you got TDK and Rowan Marshall, two quality big men, versus pretty much Darcy Cameron on his own with a bit of pinch hitting here and there. Look, against Adelaide, I get it. Our young ruckman towered him up, but look, these new rules could prove to be, not the end of him, but it could really lower his impact. So it's one of those things. He's a victim of these new rules by the looks of it so far. Look, you can't throw a goal like this out, with the bath water. You got to give him a chance to respond. As we all see, around the ground, he's still just doing the exact same good things that he always does. Look, to be honest, he hasn't been supported by his midfield too well in these first two games, as it stands. Regardless of him being, pretty ineffective in the ruck to this point, the midfield's let him down big time.
Because also as well, like when they had this State of Origin game as well, he actually played pretty well there, and he actually looked pretty solid with the new ruck rules. So,
that was weird. In the preseason, everyone was saying, "Oh, he looks all right with this new rule." But having said that, he's a smart look. He's an intelligent footballer. he can probably work his way out of it somehow. Maybe timing his jump differently or doing something different, working with the midfielders in a different kind of way. That when new rules come in, coaches work out ways to work out whatever the rule brings out. So yeah. Does anyone want to add anything? I can go on to the ugly now before we go in. We'll get rid of the ugly and then we'll go into. We'll try and appease Boomer and just go into more positive chat. But still early days. But we'll go the ugly. And I'm going to put him up, but before we talk about anything, all right. I'm going to get our friend. There's a person in backstage that I want to get on, and it's our friend Kev. How are you, Kev?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
Good, man. How'd you go with the Oppo, man?
Very good. 3.5 hours after the operation, just to get into the room. But slowly getting there. I'll see if I can.
All clear?
All clear. Got to take some tablets and that, but hopefully it should be all right for next Friday night against the Giants.
Yeah.
Good stuff, Kev. Great stuff.
Well done, buddy. All right, so Kev, I don't know if you've been listening, but we're just going through a little review of some of our personnel in the last 2 weeks. Having the bye now has kind of forced us. There's nothing else to talk about, so we're just going to talk about the good things, the bad things, and the ugly things. We've gone through the good and the bad. We're going to the ugly now. Now, I can't work out how to put fucking 3 pictures up, but this guy is the poster child. He's the poster child of the ugliness. He's, giving people.
What can I say about him? He pisses me off at times. He does.
He's giving other players sprays while he's he's producing dog shit. That's what. And he's making terrible decisions, and he's just really. Oh man! Look, I'll look at it this way. Last night I watched the fucking Hawthorn game and Mitch Lewis. Now, look, albeit I only saw the last 15 minutes of that game, but Mitch Lewis was competing, and I'm thinking, mate, this guy can't even get on the park. But every time he plays, he seems to do well. He's competing, he's kicking goals. Same with the guy from St Kilda, the King's brother. They're never on the park, but when they're on the park, they're dangerous as fuck. This guy, all right, you've done your knee. You've had plenty of time to recover now. It's understandable. We're giving you responsibility. You've come to our club because you wanted to be a main forward. Here you go. Here it is, man. Fucking take a game on, man. Fucking take a big clunking mark with all these gorillas around you. And when you got the ball from 50 metres out, fucking have the confidence to take a shot. Don't try and be like fucking Dacos and create a fucking $1 million pass in between 2 fucking defenders. Just fucking go back and kick it. We need a goal from you, mate. Oh,
I think that's the issue. Like when he's 40 metres out in particular, like sometimes he'll just try and look to pass it off instead of like going back and finishing off the good work where he can go back and kick the goal. But like I don't know what it is, because like even like Membry, like Elliot in particular, like sometimes we just miss shots that we should not be missing. Like we should be kicking those goals, and we don't, and we try to pass off to better positions where we just needed to just go back, take your 30 seconds and kick the goal. And we don't do that as a club. And I think it's time that we as a team and as the coaching staff that we drill into these players. When you've taken the mark, on the moment, go back, have a shot.
That's it, man. And like I've only got next day's picture up there. Now Buller gets a pass. He's only played 12 games. He's settling into a new game plan. I'll give him a few more games to show us something. What I've seen so far is he can't hold. He hasn't been able to take any contested marks. He's not leading up to the wings to he's not getting separation from his opponent. But I'll give him a pass because, like, I want to see how Buller goes when our midfield dominates and our defenders are back, which means our midfield doesn't get caught out and we can get that run going and there's more opportunities for them. I want to see how they go in that situation. Now, we've got two hard games coming up, so we haven't got any minnows for a while. The usual thing is we always get the fucking shit draw, but that's how it is. But Buller, I'm giving Buller a pass. Membry, look, man, 188 centimetres. We touched on it before. Geordie can do that job. Geordie's the same size as him, but Geordie offers at least 3 other avenues to goal. Membry's all he's got is that lead and mark, and you got to hope he just kicks it. And he's only going to touch the ball fucking 3 times. And you got to hope he kicks 3 goals in those 3 touches because he's not going to get more than 8 possessions.
Well, even with Buller as well, like I want him when he takes the mark as well. Like I want him to lead up, take a mark, and if he's within scoring range, to go back, have a shot off, or hand off as well. I think he struggled a little bit against the Crows in what I on what I've seen, but also too like against the Saints, he was in the way of Dan McStay, which is, I think it's fair enough because you got to learn to have work with each other as a team. But now I think when you look at Buller, if he can work with McStay and Membry as well, I think there's an opportunity there that we can work with the 3 tall forwards. Now, with Cameron that we spoke about, I think it's time that we need Steen to go to have a second ruck option because it feels like when Cameron does, gets fatigued, McStay will come in, does ruck, or Ned Long coming to, will do the ruck as well. Now we've got the luxury of having Howe and Moore back this next week. That will free up Darcy Moore because he's been working back to take intercept marks. And I feel sorry for Billy Frampton in a way because he has to do, one-on-one defense and he has lack of, and it's Craner and Baynard are trying really hard and it's the lack of height, So I do feel like we need Steen, as Ultimate Greatness says, we need Steen in there as a second ruck option, but whether or not we have him as a forward ruck, maybe. And therefore we can have Elliot, we can have Jesus. Bow in there as well. So there are options. It's just that
it's early days.
We can't just go in with just the one ruck and expect McStay to be as a backup ruck and then Long. I think we might need to have 2 rucks against Giants. We know they've got Riccardi and they've got Briggs as well. So we might need to look at the 2 ruck situations. Even with Brisbane, with Darcy Ford, why would you risk Darcy Cameron going along with him and another forward? You need to have 2 rucks against that particular option, I think.
As I was saying before, Kev, a lot of us were pissed off about the bye coming too soon, but it's a blessing, mate. We need this fucking bye because we need that extra week for the. All right.
Because it feels like with these buys too. Sorry, it feels like these buys as well is because you played 2 games. It felt like the Adelaide game. It felt like we were a bit flat, a little bit. Like the boys were. We got the bye coming up next week. And even though our best quarters was our second our fourth quarter, it just felt like we didn't have the legs a little bit. So maybe this is the kick in the backside that we needed to hopefully that, you know what, if we can play our best footy and we can play as a team, we can beat the Giants. We can beat Brisbane without Harris Andrews.
Yeah.
I would actually agree with that, but I can't get behind the concept of it being round one, but game 2, and we're already looking for the bye. Like it's just something I just don't want to subscribe to.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, in terms of the way that we played, we were so just uninspired, and our efforts were just shit house. You know, for whatever reason that was, who the hell knows? But God, if it's fatigue, then God, we're in for a terrible season if that's the case. Because we've only played 2 games, so if we're already fatiguing this far into the season, But again, I feel like even if you do look at history, all the games that we have the bye the next week. We always seem to be really just like lethargic. So it's it shouldn't make sense, but I mean, if you look at the stats or if you look at how it's all lined up, it lines up perfectly. So how it makes sense, I've got no idea. But
But
I'm going to give you go, Kev. Go.
But also too, right? It is so stupid with opening round because there's only so amount of teams that are playing it. It's not like it's round 1, everybody plays. So I think one thing that the AFL either need to do now is have either a split round for opening round, so therefore you have 5 teams play 1 week and then four teams play the next week, and therefore you still got that week off. And then you can still play like round 1, so therefore you're fresh for your next game, so therefore you don't feel lethargic in a way. Maybe that's something that the AFL may need to look at, or you just have round 1, everybody plays. Because when Tasmania come in, everybody's going to have a bye.
I'm going to throw this stat up now. I'm not sure if everyone's aware of it, and it's when someone posted this up on the Big Footy Forum today, I kind of thought, what the fuck? This is our last 8 games. Guess what we've averaged, our final score, the last 8 games, what our average is. Take a guess.
Likely to be 72, 73. Yeah.
Yeah.
60 something.
69.5. The last 8 games we've played, it's our average, 69.5. The last time we scored over 90 was against Richmond, and that was only 93. Wasn't in the hundreds.
Yeah, wow. Yeah.
And that's Richmond, so that's like a bottom 4 side.
And we played like games.
Yeah. Now that's worrying, man.
Yeah.
That is worrying. And where do you say, is it like the forward line can say, no, it's the midfielders not providing us, you know? It's got to be the forward mix. Ever since, like, I remember, was it one of the Adelaide games last year, one of those last 2 Adelaide games, McStay was out of the side, and we picked an injured Checkers over him, you know? And I'm just thinking maybe that's one of the things McStay could be fucking, you know, not happy about. But I don't know.
If I can just add something just quickly.
Go, Tyler. Yep.
I gave McStay a pass last year because he was like this magnet being moved around the board as a plug and play defender, ruck, and he was clearly outplayed in every position. And we were giving Checkers constant supply into the forward, and he was fucking it up.
Yeah.
And in the end, we ended up, like you said, in the end for the finals, we picked an injured Checkers over McStay, who was not playing that poorly, but he wasn't lighting the world on fire.
Yeah.
I can't defend him this year now.
Yeah.
So that's
we
what
can't.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
can't. We cannot give McStay any more excuses. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
You know, it is. You know, been 4 years of injuries, and when he's been there, minimal impact. Yeah, the run to 23 flag, super important. But come on,
Yeah.
how many other times has he stood up for us? Like I said, and I always say it with McStay, and Boomer might want to, you know, cover his ears. It's just not good enough to have a guy not impact, but not even when he's not impacting, he doesn't split any packs. He gives you nothing else. He's a shit ruckman. You know, what's he giving us? Like that's the reality of the situation. I don't care if you don't touch the ball and you don't kick any goals, but you split a few packs and you hurt a few blokes. I'd almost call that a pass. But the guy gives you fucking nothing physically. He gives you nothing in the ruck. And the few opportunities he had the ball last week, he butchered it every single fucking time. So what's he given us? He's given us nothing. That's the reality.
Yeah.
And
it's
like you said, Mick.
Go.
Sorry.
Who was that? Yeah, go, Kev.
Sorry, it's also on the coaching staff as well to really rip into McStay and say, mate, if you can't crush into packs, if you can't bring the ball to ground, if you can't kick goals for us and compete, then you're out of the side. Then we bring in somebody else. So unfortunately, we're stuck in this zone where we've had Membry in, we've had McStay in, we've had Cox in, Mycheck in, and it feels like that we just continue to do the same thing. It just doesn't, it doesn't work. So
I also think it's important to look at why Jamie or why Jamie Elliott's numbers go down whenever McStay's up forward.
Yeah,
I thought that was a coincidence, last year, but it seems like it's an actual worrying trend that whenever he's up forward, whenever he's playing, Jamie just has a shocking game.
Yeah.
So,
it's true. That beautiful run we had early last year, that was Elliott and from what I remember, it was Elliott and Checkers, and there was I can't recall McStay doing anything good. It was a small forward line that was just bamboozling teams. The midfield was running through, and Jamie was finding space without having to dodge these big fucking gorillas, and Manny's on fire. There we go. What's he saying? It's Fly's fucking fault. We all can see when players don't perform, and he just keeps fucking playing, and that's why they don't give up. Yeah.
But also true. I also blame the way that we deliver the ball at times, because the way that we bomb the fucking ball and not lie our eyes.
Yeah.
We just make it harder for ourselves. The amount of times like I've seen Adelaide tonight, like take uncontested marks, and it just leads to either kick into space. Why don't we do that as a team? Why don't we just take uncontested marks? Adelaide don't bomb a lot, and even if they do, they get repeat stoppages. Why do we need to feel the need of just slow play after slow play after slow play, just bomb the ball every single time and hope for either a mark by McStay or Membry or even Mycheck when they're just getting outmarked? Why can't we just lower our eyes when we go forward and have the hit up? When Jamie Elliott took that mark and particularly kicked that goal, we lowered our eyes. We need to start doing more of that. I want to see that more, and we don't do it enough.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's a instruction thing by the coaches or whether or not no one's coming up, because even in opening round, it's like everyone's just standing there. No one wants to come up and hit the uncontested marks. And round one in particular, it was exactly the same thing. It was just bomb it in and hope for the best. You don't need to kick it in long all the time. You can get so many short marking as well, and therefore you can try and build it up. Force the opposition to try and man you up, to try and kick long down the line. Hawthorn, what do they do really well? They don't kick long to a contest because they know it's a win for Sydney. So if you go for that short hit-up kick, perfect, because you can take a mark and you have a shot and go. And when you get to 60 metres out, you hit that sweet spot 10, 15, 20 metres out from goal. And if you don't mark the ball, you bring the ball to ground and you have your crumbers there. So
yeah, Kev, you know what the problem? One of the problems with our forward line is opposition defensive setups don't respect these players because they don't hurt you too much. So they can tend to play more of a zone defense against us, which negates a lot of those leading patterns and things like that. Because it's not like you have a, champion full forward in there where a defender has to play really tight on them. The opposition defenders tend to zone off our forwards a lot because they're no real threat. I don't know who spoke about it. Someone spoke about it during the week, how opposition defenders just disrespect our forwards because the only real dangerous one in there is Jamie Elliott and Shooter. But in terms of a big, there's no one there that can really take the game by a scruff of the neck. So what ends up happening is they can close up all those leading lanes and all that because they don't have to worry about just being shoulder to shoulder with a McStay or a Buller to this point or a Membry. And even then, they're happy if they let them get up the ground and take a mark at 60 metres because there's no impact there, But at the end of the day, like I say, and I always say it every week in, week out, the forward line is Jamie Elliott and nothing else. And when you chuck in too many others in there, it just affects his game, and that's it.
Yeah.
The best setup we've seen is one tall, whoever the tall is, one tall, and it can be McStay for all I care, but just the one tall and then a couple of mediums and smalls, and that's it. Any more than two talls, we're cooked. It does not work. It does not work for us.
Yeah. Even back then, like a resting Coxie, just bringing the ball to ground, the other ruckman had to jump up. Sorry, the other backmen had to jump up against him, and Elliott just pounces on the crumbs. And
you saw how it worked in that Adelaide final. The Adelaide final was a perfect example of it. You got the one beanstalk in there, and you've got the smart guys at the ground. Side bottom, couple of goals. Jamie Elliott, fantastic game. That's been the setup that has always worked for us. Whenever we go away from that setup, it doesn't work.
And
the thing is,
go on, me.
Go, Kev.
Talk. I was going to say as well. Like the one thing that we need to start doing as a team, we need to have that little bit of a block. Put that little block on the opposition defenders to allow Jamie Elliott to get free on the open lead. Even Dan McStay, like even if he doesn't want to lead up, put a block on Lockie Schutz's man or Jamie Elliott's man to lead up. So that way it makes it easier for us to get those leads 30, 40 metres out from goal, and you can go back and kick those goals. That's what we need to start to win. We don't do that enough.
Yeah. Well, what was I going to say now? Forgot. you got me, Kev. I forgot what I was going to say.
It all good. It frustrates me that we don't do it, man. I've seen it time and time again. I
remember now. Okay, so we're talking about our talls, and playing shorter, and we're all saying, let's go more shorter. It's easier for us. But having said that, you put an elite tall forward in there, different story, So that's where the king from Gold Coast thing comes in.
Yeah, Ben King.
He's different. He's not. He's like a class above McStay or whoever else we're going to give a go. So he would work with Elliott, yeah. But
yeah,
like plotters like McStay, it's just not going to work, mate. Yeah. Anyway, I want to. We'll move from there and we'll go on to another topic if you're all okay with it. The game plan, the current game plan. Now, I've been hearing a lot, and I probably agree with it too. And I wanted to get everyone's opinion on this. Is it just a matter of getting our tall backs back and everything just clicks back into place? The midfield doesn't have to run back because the Moore and Howe are taking intercepts, and we're, getting that run back through the midfield, and the forward line will work better as a result. Do you agree with that? That's all it is, just getting the tall backs back and everything will click back into place. Going by our last 8 games, that's probably not the solution, but it seems that's anything I can think of, and that's what I've been hearing people say.
Yeah, but I think in terms of our issues, I think our issues probably start in the midfield. I mean, obviously the glaring issue is our forward line, right? But I think it probably starts with like the midfield, because at the end of the day, if the midfield's no good, then our defenders are under a ton of pressure. Obviously, Moore and Howe are going to help like a ton. So and then also if you're playing Moore and Howe, that it probably strengthens up the average like talent of the side as well too. So like who comes out is obviously going to be a mystery. And I'm also curious that if we do get say someone like a Moore and Howe come back, do we get like a Perryman back in the midfield? Because Perryman did an awesome job on Naz as well. So yeah, if we can get that again, where Pez is basically in the midfield doing a tagging job, that would be probably something that we should look into. And yeah, I think if we tighten up the midfield, I think that's probably what it is. And then once sort of the midfield sort of goes to roughly half forward, and then the half forwards are then having the ball delivered to our forwards. I think that's sort of and again, if the delivery is happening consistent enough and the quality is decent, I think that's when you probably get your Bullers and your McStays to get a bit more confident. And I think because I think the glaring issue is the forwards, but I think even though that's like the massive alarm bells, but it's the midfield that's going to calm everything down once the midfield is on point. And once that cog in the wheel is in place, that's when I think you'll find that we will be playing a lot better. Yeah.
So a lot's been said that we're trying to put a tweak in our game plan. We're trying to we're influenced by the Brisbane style, with the Zorko fucking passing sideways, keep passing sideways until you find a good option. I don't think that suits us, man. I don't like us playing that game. That turnover game that, and I think Manny here is on the same page with me, that like pressuring from the forward line, midfield, everyone's pressuring, get that turnover and bang, just fucking go forward in fucking waves. Instead of this slow fucking meandering fucking pass, find a fucking option, and before you know it, we fucking turn it over and we just get fucking stung.
Yeah, it's also it's also surprising to me when we normally seem to look good every time we attack with the footy as well.
Yeah.
So it's just any time we just go slow with the ball, it's just like we have such like our percentage of actually having success with it is so low. And basically any time we have like any tactic where we have slow ball movement, I always go back to thinking about Buckley. and
Yeah.
you know, I was never really a Buckley fan when he coached. So yeah, I just think that if we're you know, I mean, Fly when he started, you know, we had this like Fast and Furious sort of game style, and if we made mistakes, like sure, like it's going to happen, but what the difference was instead of being this team that just kept turning it over and would be making mistakes every time we turned it over, we ended up learning from those mistakes and then improving from those turnovers and you know the injuries inside forward 50 and things like that. So the fact that we were a team that were learning on the go, and then we know how fun 2022 and 2023 were to watch. And I think, once we sort of won that flag in 23, I think we sort of went away from that game plan and we sort of, in a sense, I think we just played it too safe and we played it way too defensive.
Yeah.
And we just haven't really, I mean, we've had moments and we've had games where we have gone, like we went back to the 22-23 game plan in a sense, but we certainly haven't really had it consistently across the board.
No, go, Kev.
I think with the game plan as well. Look, I think with Darcy Moore, Jeremy Howe, I think it will definitely help out with our defence. I think that at times you're going to have slow play as well as quick ball movement, and I think there was Hoyne. Jason Hoyne says that we're very slow with the decision making of kicking the footy. I think we're very slow with the kick mark sort of game. Like we're not very quick with that. So I think that we're trying to become like the Brisbane and Geelong when it comes with that sort of type of game plan where we can try and go quick. And I think if we can play like that, it would be handy. But I think as well, like if we can, because we're good with our handballing by hand as well, I think we need to have both. I think at times we need to go quick. Yes, I definitely agree. And we need to get that run carry game going. But also too, like there's going to be times where we may need to hold it up and then go to a free option. Because if we try to go quick and there's no one leading up, then it's just going to become a turnover. So, like, I feel like, in a way, like, we're stuck between do we go or do we not go? So, I think if there's place free in the corridor, I think that's when we need to quickly attack and either handball or kick through that corridor as much as we can. But I think if we are at a slow play and there's no one to really give it to, I think that's when we need to start really looking to make a decision of, all right, let's slow it down. Let's just take time off the clock. Let's just build these uncontested marks. As we saw in the opening round, we had a lot of uncontested marks, but that's because St Kilda weren't manning up. And that was the reason why we had so many. I feel like the game against the Giants, they're much of an attacking team, so they want to try and have a faster game style as well. So you want to be able to attack the contest as hard as you want in the clearance situation, but you also want to make sure that you take the ball off them so they can't try and score. So I think that you may have to have a kick mark sort of type of game like we did against St Kilda. So it may be pretty, it may not be pretty, but unfortunately, if you want to play attacking footy against teams like the Giants or the Bulldogs in particular, you just know if it becomes a shootout, you're not going to win games of footy like that. So you're going to have to sacrifice some parts of your game plan in terms of how you want to play, on how you want to beat certain teams like the Giants, the Bulldogs, and even the Brisbane Lions as well. So whether like when we played Brisbane Lions last year after the Gabba, we pressured them, and that's how we got the job done. Against the Giants, how do we beat them? Is by pressuring them around the contest, and also by quick hands and using their kick mark game as well. So by taking the ball off them, they can't really do anything. They're forced to defend. They're forced to man up on us. So I do feel like we need to start having tactics on how to beat certain teams like GWS, like the Western Bulldogs as well.
Yeah, with that run and gun style that Fly used in the premiership here, you got to remember we were never smashing teams. Yeah, it was real hairy, like fucking edge of the seat stuff nearly every fucking game, and every final was a neck and neck game. So we lose one of those. We lose one of those by sheer luck, an umpiring decision or whatever.
But I think every team knew that we were going to be amping it up in the fourth quarter, but they just could never plan around it.
Yeah,
So
gotcha.
that was the thing. Like the whole thing with I'm not sure who made the comment that with Hardwick, I think it may have been Mick or Benny, that regardless of what the result was, Hardwick kept the exact same game plan from 17 to 20. You lose some matches, but you're gonna, you stick to it. You're gonna win. As soon as we won in 23, we threw it out the window.
Yeah. But also too, you gotta adapt and add new layers to the game plan because what tends to happen too, right? When we play Essendon in 2024, what they're going to do is they're going to take something away from us. So when we can't run and gun, they're going to try and chip, and they're going to take time off the clock. So when the Giants and the Bulldogs are a fast attacking team, we can't win by trying to get 100 points. We will lose by trying to play that way. So one thing what we have to start doing is that we have to find one thing to beat them is by taking the ball away from them. How the Bulldogs done it? Great. They beat them around the contest, and they also attacked them through around the clearance as well. So even if we decided to go, okay, what we did against St Kilda, if we do that against the Giants in particular, they can't tackle us. They're forced to use all their energy. If Toby Green plays in the forward line, he's dangerous in the forward line. When he plays in the midfield, he's not as damaging as what he is than compared to in the forward line.
Yeah.
So
go on.
You have to adapt every single week. That game plan will work, but then one thing that we got to realize is that teams will start trying to copy, and then they'll start finding ways to beat you. And when they do, then other teams are going to go, oh, okay, this is what this team does. Then they're going to start doing it. And then it's just like, okay, is there a plan B? What can we do to balance that back in our favor as well? So I can understand what Fly was trying to do, but also in a way that even if we try to play catch-up footy and play in the last quarter, it doesn't always work out that way too. We can't play catch-up footy in last quarters.
Well, it's not sustainable, but it looks like now from 2 or 3 years ago, it seems like we've not become more stagnant, but we've become more defensive and more scared. So we used to be the team. Now it seems like we're the one being pressured.
Yeah, it's basically going to the game style of what Nathan Buckley had. And it's, I mean, that was actually one of the, I remember I went to when the flag got unfurled when we played against Sydney, and I literally walked away just thinking, oh damn, so we've literally just gone back to playing the style of Bucks. It's and again, it's like it's just the fact that we haven't even like, again, we've had like moments where we've like been attacking and aggressive, and it's like worked and here and there, but yeah, the fact that we just haven't gone back to that option of just being, just taking the game on and stuff. Because that was literally like the sole DNA of that club for 2 years, and the fact that the fact that we haven't gone back to that, it doesn't make any sense. So,
like, I'm not sure if all of you remember the Anzac game from 24, where it was the final quarter. And it would have been around 10 or 9 minutes left, and all of a sudden we just start chipping it like we're afraid of losing. Yeah. And in the end, we almost lose it because all it takes is just one misstep, one bad possession, and Langford missing that easy shot. And that's the first time where I thought, like, to what Sean's saying, oh, we're going back to Bucks' style.
Even the Adelaide game. Sorry, man. Even the Adelaide game tonight, I was saying on my stream that Adelaide needed one more goal just to get 2 goals in front, because it felt like to me that Adelaide were trying to play keepings like they had the game on, even though they were up by a kick. So you can't afford to play like because you're up by a point or you're up by a goal. You got to at least put the foot down, kick at least one more goal, and go, okay, you 2 goals in front. The opposition needs 3 goals to win. Therefore, you can try and either slow it down or you can get one more goal. So it's exactly your point. Like, you need to start doing that more. You need to start kicking that extra goal to go, okay, we're in front by this margin. Now it's like, okay, how many minutes left? Okay, there's this much time left. All right, we need to kick one more goal. Therefore, they need two goals to win within how many minutes remaining. So, in a way, like, you are right. Like, we can't afford to be defensive when there's 3 minutes remaining. When we're up by a point, we need to be 7 points in front. And if there's like 2 minutes remaining, it's just like, okay, well, we're up by 7 points with 2 minutes remaining. It's 2 scores here. How about we keep the ball in our forward line and we can be 13 points in front? Let's just try and be either 13 points in front or 8 points in front, then rather than be 1 point down or scores a level than having to try and get the ball down the other end. So, I do agree. I do agree with your comment. 100% I do.
Like, to add to Kev's comment here, like, there are some matches where we're up by 7 points or 8 points, where I think let's just take the game on. If we lose from here by still being aggressive, we lose. But I'd rather lose that way than lose by being way too defensive and someone panicking, and there's 2 goals coming straight back at us. And it's that's become a bit more of a concern when I'm watching the matches, that no lead's safe, because we have 5 really good defenders and we're only as good as the 6th, and if he freaks out, we all freak out.
All right, guys. There's someone backstage that was used to call in a lot last year. I'll get him on. Peter Buckley. G'day, Peter.
G'day, everyone. How you doing?
Good, man. Good. What are you going to add to this, mate?
I was just thinking about the run and gun. So we keep talking about the run and gun, but I think back to our, I guess 20, especially 23 and maybe even 24, and I think about the players that were running the ball down the wings and out of half back, and they're not there anymore. It was your Nobles, it was your Olegs, and that's why Oleg got a game, because he got the ball and he ran. And then even then when we lost one, we even threw Will Hoskin-Elliott back. And for a while there, he was elite off halfback, running with the ball.
Yeah.
And it's that running 20, 30 metres and then kicking 50, and we've just lost it. And then, okay, we threw Jacos back, no worries. But then we lost an Australian wingman in the process. And as good as Houston is, he's not a runner. He's a kicker. He gets the ball and he hits the target, but he doesn't take the ball and run. He doesn't have repeat efforts in him. And I just think we've just lost that run off our halfback. It's just gone. We just don't have the play. I thought we were a team of halfback flankers, but now I'm looking and going, I actually don't think we have that run off the halfback at the moment.
Yeah.
That's a fair point.
What I think happened, all right, so we had that run and gun game style that won us the flag, albeit we were winning games by less than a goal, and it got us up. And Fly knew that wasn't sustainable. I remember he used to say that a lot too, when he was asked to comment after games where we won by 3 points or whatever. It's not sustainable. So he's obviously tried to tweak the game plan, but obviously with personnel getting older, losing certain personnel, and the ones that we gained aren't being what we hoped for. And it just hasn't worked out as well. Now, as a coach, some coaches just stick to that same game plan. Earlier, Manny said it in the chat, Hardwick, he's always been the same, bang, 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 just, that same Richmond-style game plan is introduced at the Gold Coast now. Should Fly have just persisted with that sort of game plan and just tried to make it better rather than this, this tweak that he's done where we're trying to keep the ball more and it just hasn't worked?
Yeah, I think 2024, I reckon 2024 scared him a bit, coming off the premiership and then 2024 being pretty much a failure. I reckon that might have tinted his confidence a bit. What the comment before about the halfback and the run, that's really accurate. You can see we don't have that same dare off halfback anymore like we used to. I just remember some of those forward handballs back into the middle. I think of like a Jack Crisp and guys like that who used to just bloody straight line through the middle, overlap handball. That seems to have left our game. Now, I'm sure there's an element of other teams figuring us out and, not allowing that sort of play anymore. But like you did say, you look at a guy like Jimmy Hardwick, he's got his way, he knows what works, and he just persists with it, I think we might have got scared away a little bit from what was working for us for a long period of time at the end of the day. Because, look, 2022, we didn't win the flag, but, we're playing that same style, which set up 2023. And then, it looks nothing like the game that we were playing, up until that 2024 season. We've completely gone away from that. Last year was a pretty good season all in all, but, it wasn't the same game plan at all.
Yeah. Now, it's really, like we've said it in the past, it's hard to be critical of him, but you gotta look at the situation here. Like, I love him, thank you. You've given us a flag, thanks a lot. But you gotta, and he's said, he's saying there's blue skies ahead, and he loves his, little sayings and that. But I don't think he's developed since he started. I don't think he's developed any youngster into a top 23 player, apart from Nick, which is the obvious. He was always going to be a gun. But any other, he doesn't seem to blood anyone, which is fucking frustrating, man. We said it earlier. Sometimes you just got to put the kids in, and it seems like he's when he does put him in, it's just too late. Does anyone agree with that? I don't want to be critical of him, but he's been there 4 or 5 years now. A top he hasn't blooded a youngster that is a walk up starting our in our 23. That's a damning statistic there. Like, you look at other teams, they're blooding youngsters before they're ready, and that's the only way they're going to eventually come good. You just got to chuck it in sometimes. Like, how many times Jacob Ryan 1 game, TJ 1 game, it goes on. I don't know, just an observation.
It feels like he sometimes gets spooked when the youngsters don't perform to the level that he expects, and then he completely abandons them.
Yeah.
And
I agree, Mick. I think. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. And sometimes it's weird. Like, he'll persist with the Charlie Deans when he should let them go, but then there's other players who are ready to come in, and he's like, "No, not your time."
Yeah.
I think our close games are a bit of I think he's scared to blood someone because the end result's going to come down to the wire, and he doesn't want to have kids in there. I think sometimes the fact that we don't know how to destroy a team and just go, all right, we're playing Richmond, we should win this by 10 goals. How about we take 7 goals and blood in some kids? Because we know, 10 minutes in the last, we'll probably be 3 goals down. And you can't blood kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a way to fix that too, I think, and the only way that we're going to do it is both now that we're playing Steele, now that Ed Allen has been playing more games as well, I think that's going to get more of an opportunity for them to develop by learning from the guys like the Pinskys, like the John DeGarys, like the Pendleburys, like the Elliots and the Crisps. So when they do retire, I think it does give an opportunity for them to take that next step as well. But also the fact is now that I think our problem is, in particular, we just love giving teams a head start, and then we just try to play catch up. Now, the North Melbourne game, for example, in 2024, where we're 54 points down. Now, we say that was a good win because that was a good comeback, but it should never get to that, right? And I feel like every time we do that, and we did it against Sydney Swans a fair bit, where we either we're down by so much margin, and then we try to fight back and either win, or we get to a certain lead and then we tend to lose it. So I think with that as well, that the message has to be, when we are 30 points in front, when we're 35 points in front, let's just get 1 more goal. Okay, 40 points in front, 6 goals in front. Okay, let's slow it down a little bit. Let's just have this uncontested marking a little bit. Then we can start attacking a little bit. So that way we can use up our energy, because I feel like the more that we use a lot of our energy, the more there's chance that the opposition can come back and beat us. So I feel like there's a way where let's just get 40 points in front. Okay, we can slow it down a little bit, and then therefore let's make the opposition even more tired because they're trying to play catch up, and therefore we can catch our breath a little bit, and then once we get our breath a little bit, then we can attack some more. So that way we can try and get 50 points in front, 10 goals in front. I feel like we need to start doing that more often than not, because it shows you in today's game, you can't be 35 points in front and try and expect to win, because it gives teams a chance to come back. You've got to play the game smarter. You've got to think, okay, let's get 40 points in front. For Collingwood, if the opposition kicks 2 goals in the first couple of minutes, let's slow it down a little bit. Let's be patient. Let's not panic. Get some uncontested marks. Let's start winning the ball out of the middle. Let's get it back onto our terms. Let's hit that short chipping game. Let's start getting on the lead. Then once we get the goals on the board that we need, then we can start playing on our turns a little bit and get the momentum swings. It's how we can control momentum swings that goes our way and against us. And against Adelaide, we allowed the momentum swings go against us too much.
Yeah. I don't know what it was. Like, every time the ball hit the ground, Adelaide was getting it. What the fuck was going on there? It's like clearances, ground ball gets.
Darcy Cameron, when he hits it, he either hits it directly towards where he wants it to be, or he doesn't, or there's no communication with our midfield, or where, okay, I want to hit it towards the front, let's just run towards the front. They're not communicating as a team where you can try and win the clearances. We were the hit outs by a fair bit, but lose the clearances. That, to me, is the lack of communicating as a team to win the clearances, especially the centre clearances, because that's where Adelaide were pouncing on us and they were dominating us.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question just to follow up on Kev's point? How come we can't just put away these bottom-ranked teams early on?
Yeah, like St Kilda's and
any of those, we refer to like the St Kilda match as well. But Kangaroos and Eagles last year, the top 4 teams, the top 8 teams, put them away. Queue in the rack, second quarter, they're already basically like a training drill. We're struggling. Yeah. We're down 2 goals, and we're the top of the ladder team.
Yeah. You want to know why?
Because it comes down to more endurance. Like, it's more of we treat these games more of a marathon rather than a sprint. So, also the season, basically like a marathon rather than a sprint. So, I think we put more value in the win rather than the result. So whether if we beat Eagles by 40 points, I just think that we just put the majority of the value we just put in the win. So if that means that, because again, I mean, I guess it depends if you agree with the notion that if you win by a fair bit, you're obviously going to be putting in more effort during the game, and if you're going to be putting in more effort, that's potentially where injuries can happen. So if you play, I don't know, West Coast, if you still win by, say, 30, 40 points, you're still getting the win. You're still getting a little bit of percentage. Could you beat them by 10 goals? Absolutely. But I guess in the club's mind, they're probably thinking, well, if you win by 10 goals, would it really be a win if you have X player that goes down with a hamstring injury because they were, trying to run their ass off?
Like what I'm saying though is like, how can we rely on again the final quarter to come back rather than the first quarter we put 10 goals on them and we've got that 5-goal buffer for the whole match?
I reckon that's our forward line, mate. I think we haven't had the forward line and we haven't had that key forward who just destroys kid defender.
Yeah.
And just 7 goals. And then the guy next to him, because then suddenly 3 defenders all worrying about that key forward, the guy next to him, he kicks another 5 and suddenly you got 12 goals out of 2 players and the game's over.
Yeah.
We haven't had.
Yeah. When we have massive momentum, we don't have the forward line to kick bulk goals. That's what it comes down to. So we all have periods of play where we might dominate for 10, 15 minutes, let's say, but we don't have a Jeremy Cameron up there who, in that period of time, will kick 3 goals,
Yeah.
So
we don't have the luxury. We always
end
have
up
the luxury
in that period of time. No, sorry, Mick. We never, in that period of time, we never fully capitalise on our momentum. So even if we dominate a game for 60, 70% of it, the score never reflects the momentum. So you look at Adelaide, last week, their periods of play where they dominated the start of that third quarter, goal, it's real capitalisation on that period of time. Whereas when you look at us on the flip side, we just don't get the score on the board. So that's what it is. That's why we can never break away and destroy a team, because we just cannot capitalize on our momentum.
And we've never had that gun forward that when all else fails, you can just bomb it long and you know you can take a contested mark or do something miraculous. We've never had that. It's always been relied on Jamie or Checkers, who was good for what he was, a good above average battler, but he was never an elite key fucking gun forward.
And on top of that, just having that forward that it takes 1.5 defenders to stop, which then brings in the second key forward, and then someone else is looking. 2 players are worrying about him, and then brings in the third tall, and suddenly Buller is playing on a 6 foot half decent back pocket and comes in the game. Like McStay could take 1.5 defenders out of the game. The other 2, Membry and Buller come into it, but McStay. Whoever's, the second defender isn't worried about McStay. He knows his key defender can kill McStay 1 up. He doesn't have to help him. So, when does Moore fall a bit? When he's trying to play on 2 players at once.
Yeah.
And also, too, as well, like, with Jeremy Cameron in particular, he's got Shannon Neal as another key forward. So, he can roam around and be that centre half forward type when Shannon Neal can, it takes the pressure off him to be that number 1 target. So therefore, like, you need someone who can, okay, he's that number 1 banana. We put someone on him. Shannon Neal is that number 2 banana. So therefore, he gets the second best defender on him, and therefore it's like, if he's going to dominate, he can kick 2 to 3 goals. Therefore you can make that matchup move, and that can free up Jeremy Cameron to go, well, I've got an easy matchup. I can kick 3 or 4 goals. Thank you for that. So that's what we need to start doing. We need to have, okay, when McStay gets the number 1 defender, Membry needs to step up and go, okay, I'll get the number 2 best defender. I'll come up. I'll kick a couple goals. And hopefully that gets the opposition coaches to make a change. And that therefore, if Membry's getting that number 1 key defender, that may free up McStay to actually go, wow, okay, pressure's off me here. Then I can get into the game a little bit more, and that may get my confidence up as a player.
But that's where I think Geelong. But that's where I think Geelong does really well, because they've got Jeremy Cameron as their number 1, Shannon Neal as their number 2. So if all their defenders go to them, someone like Ollie Dempsey comes in, sweeps in, and kicks 3-4 goals.
That's what I was saying. So that's what we needed to do. It's like that with any sport that you play, right? If you know that if you can stop someone from scoring 20 points a game or in terms of basketball, you know that if that other player is off the leash and they're scoring, it's like, okay, well, we need to switch that matchup, because therefore it's just like they're getting off the leash. So therefore then it goes, all right, now that the pressure's off onto them, you can also help out and do your part as well. And then it's like, you can get on the act as well. Someone else can help out. You can do that little bit of a block. So McStay can do that block inside 450 for Membry. So therefore he can mark 40 metres out and kick his 3rd. Even Buller can also take a mark and go back and kick 20 metres out and kick his 1st as well. And work together as a team. They need to be moving around a lot. It feels like to me that we're in a standstill in that forward line where there's nothing left, where we can't just communicate as a team. Even if Jack Buller can't move, put a block on for Jamie Elliott to get that little short, sharp leap for. And therefore we hit up options as well. So
But
we do have
we don't-
the options there to do it. It's just that either the players don't want to do it, or whether or not they don't trust each other.
I don't think we have the players. I think like Jeremy Cameron walks on the field and says, "You've got two choices. You want to play me 1-on-1? I'm going to kick 6. You want to double team me? No worries. I'll still kick 2 or 3, and it brings in every other player on the field because one of you isn't watching your man." And that's how they play. That's why we need King. I don't care what you say. Who's our key forward? Is it McStay? Is it Buller? Do they even know? Like, who is our key forward?
Yeah, exactly. Not a very tantalising prospect.
If you want to play Cameron 1-on-1, he just goes, "No worries, I'll kick 6 every day of the week."
Yeah.
And we've tried playing him 1-on-1 and watched him kick 6. I know a couple of them are in the car park, but we've watched him kill us when we've tried 1-on-1. So then suddenly another defender's having to watch him, and then that brings another player into it, and that's how you destroy teams. But we haven't been able to do that for years. We've just had to rely on bringing the ball in, repeated entries, and just repeated.
Yeah. I was critical on Fly earlier about not trying out youngsters. Look, in fairness to him, he hasn't had many high-end picks to deal with yet. We haven't had high-end picks for ages. Like we always.
I don't think that matters though. Like
no,
nah.
Does Geelong deal with that? Yeah.
Yeah, because especially as well, like I really rate O'Brien. Like O'Brien's been someone that if we're not backing in him, then how can we back anyone else? I know this might be a bit of a hot take and stuff, but outside of tools, Hine actually wasn't that bad at his job. Like I do think that although we can sort of say that he didn't get a lot right, and that could be possibly true. But I mean, even if you look over the years, I feel like there were some kids that like we drafted that could have come good, but I mean, yeah, if we're saying that if someone like an Allen doesn't make it or a Harry Debatier doesn't make it, how are we to say that players that we have had over the years, when they didn't make it, like if we had someone else at the helm, like there's potential that potentially they could have. I mean, I was, as much as he was a bit of a class clown and stuff, but I was a really big fan of a Trey Rusco. But personally, I think his issue was more he just wouldn't apply himself in a serious manner. But it's just even just like players like that. Like I just, I definitely reckon we've like had like sort of talent over the years and stuff. But again, like we have also had players that we've also like that we've definitely missed. But I mean, I think especially the last 2 years of the draft, I think we've pretty much nailed every pick. Like I can't think of one player that we haven't nailed.
How many drafts?
In the last two.
The last two, yeah. I'll give you that. Yeah. Before that, like look at McRae, fucking Bianco, Sire. I'm just Wilson. Fuck.
Yeah.
Now
Sire,
up on the screen.
Sire was a worth pick.
Yeah. Up on the screen, I've got a graphic up there. That's how. If you can see it, I hope you can see it. So that's our current team, like 27 and under only. Yeah. The ones in red are currently like best 23 when playing. I've got Bobby as a best 23. So I reckon O'Brien's got his work cut out. To the right there, you got all the oldies I've got listed over there. I don't know how you would compare this to other teams, but like that's how. If you look on the sides, like all our best players are over 27, so O'Brien's got a bit to work with there, I reckon.
Can I just say this just quickly too, this is a big year for Charlie West in particular. He needs to develop so much in terms of growth. He got that game last year. Now he needs to grow as a player in terms of as in muscle, but also in terms of taking.
He should be playing now, Kev. West should be playing now. I'm telling you, mate. He should not be fucking languishing. He should be playing, man.
I play him over McStave or Buller, if anything.
Any Membry.
Membry. Membry.
He should be in front of Membry.
Membry's not part of our future.
Yeah. So why have him in? He gets fucked. He doesn't. He's only going to touch the ball 4 or 5 times, and you got to hope in that time he kicks fucking 3 goals. Because if he doesn't, he's done nothing. He's doing nothing, mate. And when's the last time he kicked 3 goals? I know he pops up at important times, but yeah.
Yeah, but when he's 35 out in a prelim, you know what he's going to do? He's going to try and pass it rather than take the shot too.
Yeah, I know.
Especially when you're literally paid to kick goals. Like that's like literally your only.
That's all you got to do. All you got to do.
Yeah. Does anyone? Well, how are we feeling about our future? Are we like this year? Yeah, I asked in previous streams. I've asked people to say where we're going to end up. Have the first 2 games altered your perception there? Are we thinking lower now than what you thought? Like I've tipped us to finish 6th. I'm still standing by that. I reckon we'll finish 6th and we'll make a prelim because that's what we do. That's what we do. We just come finals time. We find the new level and we're competitive. I'm still standing by that 6th and a prelim. Only one person. Go on.
I was going to say mine might be unpopular, but I just think I know we've got some favourites, but I think we're at 6 to 10. I think, but we need some kids to stand up. We need, I think. Don't get me wrong, and I'll probably get crucified. I'm probably critical of Sidey. I've just watched him. I watch him a bit. He just looks slow. He's chasing a lot, and then when he gets it, he's under pressure because he can't. Well, he does some really nice things. Don't get me wrong. He does some dinky ass, beautiful kicks, sets up a goal. But in between all that, he's chasing a lot. He's just a foot behind, or he's a foot under pressure. My belief is if he's still playing in our best come the finals, I don't think we're a finals team. Chris needs to find his speed. He needs to have a break sometimes and play at his absolute peak. Maybe back off the half back and get his run and drive. I just Skunk go. I just think play West. I think they're like for like. I don't know why we're playing him over West. I just don't get it. I think Fly needs to take a risk, play some kids, play them in their positions where they know they need to play, and just give them a go. Not everyone. I'm not saying throw all the kids in and hope for the best, but just start blooding some in. Even TJ, don't get me wrong. I think TJ, he will get the ball and run. He's going to make mistakes, and I'm not saying he's ready, but I start looking at someone like him off the half back where he's going to get it and run and kick. Because I think I look at Brisbane and everyone talks about we're trying to copy Brisbane. We're trying to copy Brisbane, but we are slow. Like they have half-back flankers and guys that get the ball and run. When they click, they play slow and then they're bang and they're off. And they have the players to go with the speed. We just don't, I don't think. And we've got some kids with speed in the twos, but we've got to start giving them a go.
What we want is we want like 2010, right? If you cast your mind back, where it started the year with a lot of the oldies. But by middle of the year, there was the kids that equaled and then bettered their output. So, in terms of your memories, you need a Charlie West. In terms of your steel side bottom, You need anyone that can sort of plug that position. You do need to start seeing this transition at some point this year. That culminated into a flag in 2010. I don't know if we'll be in the same position this year. We've already got the flag in the bank, so it's not as critical to sort of push for it. But you do need the transition in the list. And you're right. It is a worry if Sidebottom's there at the end of the year, because for the best thing for Collingwood, as much as we love these players, the best thing for Collingwood is there's kids that overtake them. Like that, ultimately, that's what we want. We want a 21-year-old to come in and take Sidebottom's spot. You know, we want a Charlie West to come in and take Membry's spot. We want a Buller to, you know, show that he's capable, and then he keeps a McStay out forever. Like, this is what we actually want, and that's what we need right now, because we're a bit in no man's land at the minute, where you're persisting with the older guys because, you know, the kids can't be trusted yet, if we're believing Fly, you know, but we do need to start seeing, you know, a bit more output from these guys, because we're going to be in a real bad situation if we don't blood them.
Yeah, and I think if we don't trust them now, then the season's going to drift away, and then we'll just have to play them because the season's gone. I think we have to start playing them now. Like Steen should have played. You know, I reckon West should have played for Membry after round one. Steen should have played.
Cochrane should have played opening round.
Like,
I just, 100%
you know,
agreed. 100% agreed. He should have
because
played.
Now what's going to happen with Cochrane, Howe or Morey aren't going to get up in one game later in the year. It's going to be an important game. We'll have no one else. He'll be the only tall that we can put in, or we'll go fucking just Frampton and Maynard trying to pick up fucking Philthorpe or something again, and we'll get done. So if we play Cochrane, go on.
No, sorry. I was just going to say, we all laud McRae and his development. Do you remember the game that West played? 4 tall forwards. Like seriously, I know it's Marvel, right? But seriously, 4 tall forwards. That's your first game, mate. Good luck. And
we only won by about fucking 3-4 goals against fucking a wooden spoon winning West Coast.
You know who has impressed me so far? Ron Steele.
Oh, yeah.
That man, I tell you,
he's a mature age.
Yeah. Since he's coming, since opening round, he has played so well. And
Steele's past Steele, mate.
Couple goes week in, week out. Tell you what, he's going to be a good player for us if we can keep him. And Parker's been consistently good for us as well down back. So he plays above his height. So I think, I do think that when it comes with Moore and Howe, when they come in, I think, unfortunately, maybe Parker might have to give way for him. But
the thing is, Parker's erratic, and he might give the ball away, but I reckon he's the one. I would much rather, in the situation we are in now, I'd persist with Parker more than we're persisting with Allen. Because
of course.
No, 100%. No, 100%.
Yeah.
And even if we have to drop Allen for, say, a Darcy Moore and Howe, and that way we can do something with that, and then we can still keep Parker in, and we can play him across half back, and we can put Perriman in a midfield or something, or put Crisp across half back, or Pendlebury across half back or something. At least something that can help with our ball use across our back line. So
can I just ask a question here? Why are we rushing both Moore and Howe back and kicking out the youngsters?
I think it's a necessity now, Tyler. We don't want to go Frampton by himself again. I
understand, like, we can bring one of them in, like, definitely, but why are we bringing both in and then kicking out the youngsters?
They're both ready to play according to the medical report.
Yeah.
We're not kicking out.
I think it's got more to do with Fly and the fact that Fly's gonna, if he knows that, you know, they're at a high enough percentage where they can play, they will play. Because again, when it comes to Fly, he like anything that's a sure bet, he just loves, which is why like we have such a hard time talking about kids and developing the kids. So yeah, anytime he gets, you know, information, you know, Jeremy Howe's ready this week, Darcy Moore's ready this week. It honestly wouldn't even surprise me if there's even no conversation at the selection table. It's just Moore's in, Howe's in, and you know, and whoever's like maybe saying, but Moore might be another week away. So what are the chances of him getting injured? And if it's like say like a 10% chance, they'll still take it anyway. I mean, they took Checkers, who had I'm trying to think of what the injury was. I know it wasn't a broken toe, but it was a serious injury, and he still played. So like again, I've just got, especially when it comes to Fly, I've just got no faith in any selection integrity. I mean, people could literally lose a limb and they'd still play if they're over the age of 30.
I think it's a high thing though. It's not about kicking out the kids with them. It's just don't get me wrong. If Cochrane and Reef were playing, then you can say why are we picking one over the other. But it is purely a high thing. We're too short at the moment. He's going to go with his tried and trusted. But you know, don't get me like if Cochrane is playing and played a couple games, then you can argue why are we kicking out Cochrane to bring in Howe maybe. I personally think, you know, why don't we try and start to create a defence around maybe Frampton, whether it's McStay or not, Reef, and if Howe plays, push him forward. You know, like I think Howe would be a better forward than Membry, for Christ's sake. Like, because I don't think we can rely on Howe anymore. So
no,
it's a high thing. I think it's purely a high thing.
If Reef was fit and already playing at the start of this year, he's the one that might have kept a Howe out if he was performing, for example. But the fact that they don't have Reef and the back line's a bit thin, Howe just walks straight back in. That's the thing. And they'll give him his chance until he breaks down again, really. And I think it's inevitable. He'll break down again, and then that's probably going to be the end of him.
You won't be able to play more than 4 on the trot, like Checkers last year.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, if I fucking see Checkers play a full fucking 23-game season without fucking being rested, I'll fucking get really upset, man.
Yeah, but it's not right because Melbourne are playing finals, and that's when he kind of loses a bit.
Yeah, he looked good last week. I was happy for him, but I wasn't.
Yeah,
I didn't like seeing him smiling and hugging. What's his name? The guy with the hair. What's his name? Who's their goal sneak?
Bailey Fritsch.
Fritsch. Hugging and smiling together? No.
The Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah.
Oh, look, we got at the end of the day with Checkers, you know, I hope he has a fantastic season. I hope he stays injury-free because he gave us a lot, you know. I know it'll hurt us, but he gave us a lot, that bloke. So I hope he finishes off his career pretty well at Melbourne because, I really, like, it's like anything. At the end of last year, we sort of got rid of the wrong veterans, I feel like. He would have been one that I would have held on to.
Look, is this the truth? Was he asking for 3 years and we said no, and Melbourne gave him 3 years? Because someone corrected me on that on another forum. Yeah.
Yeah. So
someone said
that was the rumor.
It was either 2 or 3.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you reckon
Collingwood?
So you reckon we go, Tyler? Go.
Yes, Collingwood went up to 2, and the manager basically hardballed and said Melbourne went to 3, and Collingwood didn't buy it. Okay. I think Collingwood possibly thought that it was a chicken move, not realizing that it was an actual offer.
Yeah.
I think
if we actually thought we were in our... Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I think they'd already gone chips in with Buller. So I think they knew they had Buller on the hook. So then the natural sort of position was, well, checkers, you can stay for minimum chips or you go elsewhere. It would have been one of those situations where it's like, yeah, we're happy for you to stay, but they already had Buller on the hook. And I think it was one of those scenarios where it was one of those things where you just sort of think, okay, well, checkers potential replacements on the hook. Now, we can secure checkers for minimum chips, or you just let him walk. Now, I think ultimately that's what happened.
Yeah.
And last year's Buller looks a lot better than this season's Buller. Like all of us, I'm pretty sure a lot of us would have thought, all right, Buller, we're getting in that Sydney kid that fucking kicked the bag on us. And every time I watched the Sydney game last year, he was kicking goals, and I'm thinking, fuck, we've got a good one here. And look, the jury's still out. You don't know. He's had 2 games. You don't know what's going to happen, mate. You see shit turn around. Fucking McState could come back and fucking turn it on. You never know.
yeah. You just don't
It's
know.
not
He's still young.
Yeah.
And like we said, you just need that one key forward to take everyone's attention, and then people like Buller sneak out, and that's all we need. We just need someone to let your Bullers and let your West just sneak off the hook, but we don't have them. So it's like every player. If you're playing against Collingwood, you just worry about the guy you're on, and that's a very hard way to play as a forward. If all they're worried about is you and not a little bit of someone else.
But is that the reason why we cleared out the Grundy contract to make a big offer for someone in the off season this year?
Firstly, I reckon
they just had the opportunity to clear it, so they did. It's just smart, smart business at the end of the day. I assume they'd be targeting someone, but once they're in the position to, they cleared that. So hopefully they've got someone on the hook, and hopefully it's a gun.
So Grundy,
I thought.
Go, Peter.
I was just going to say, I thought by getting rid of, letting Cox go and letting Mychek go, I actually thought maybe, all right, this is a bit of a recalibration year where, we'll see how we go, but we're just setting up for another crack and, getting our ducks in a row. And this is where I'm starting to think, why aren't we just trying to play some of these kids and move some of the magnets around, and try people in different areas? Because if that is what we're trying to do, and it's, I know we can sit here and say we've got to have a crack every year and it's too easy to write it off in round 2 and stuff, but I'm not talking about that. It's just by getting rid of someone like Mychek who walks into this side, it's like, well, it's it's interesting that they made that decision if we're actually thinking that this year is a year for us, or are we building for something a year or 2 down the track? And we've got a first round draft pick for the first time in history, so it's like if we drop out, suddenly we got but I think about, I don't know if everyone remembers Geelong. Geelong went bang bang, finals, dropped out, got Selwood, went back in, finals. So it's not the worst thing in the world to get a top 10 draft pick once in a blue moon.
Yeah, completely agree.
And Fly hasn't had that luxury yet, But when does Fly's contract expire? Is it this year or next year?
I think next
year. He's re-signed.
He actually re-signed, He re-signed recently.
3 more years.
Like 3 years,
Wow.
I think he added two to his current year or something like that. I think it's due to end this year.
Yeah.
And I think he's got a couple more.
It was ending this year. He's signed to 28.
Yeah. Because he did say he didn't want to make a big.
So he signed for 10 more.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did say he didn't want to be a career coach. So yeah. Oh well.
Also, on that point, sorry. The reason why we need Howe and Moore in is because with the Giants, they do have 3 key forwards. So you've got Riccardi, you've got Hogan, and you also got the other key forward. So you do need to have 3 key defenders on them. So you can't rely on just Frampton on Jesse Hogan. You do need to have three key defenders on their key forwards, and then you need your medium types onto their onto their other smalls as well. Because if Toby Green plays more of a midfield type role, then you know that it's not going to hurt you as much if he was playing up forward. So that's why the comment before about why do we need to play three talls against GWS is because the fact is that Riccardi will play forward and ruck, and also the fact is that Briggs will play ruck and forward as well. So we need to play three keys
Cadman.
because of that as well.
Cadman. He's a pretty
My
heavy
issue
forward.
Now, Cadman, I
So-
think he's injured or something.
Oh, is he?
I believe so.
Okay.
Because they've
All right,
still got a
so-
lot of injuries.
Yeah. So who are we bringing in? So look, there's a difference. Yeah. Obviously, we're going to have our opinions, but what do we think Fly's going to do? So let's say
No change.
Moore and how and fit. No change. Yeah. Let's say
So
Moore and
fine.
how and fit.
Who
comes out?
Also, Pedals to a 10-year deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what I'd do.
And
I'd be
he was
putting-
signed to a 15-year deal.
Yeah.
I'd be. This is pie in the sky, and it's no chance of happening. But I'd be playing West in front of Membry, and I'd not bring Howe back. I'd debut Cochrane, which should have been 2 weeks ago, instead of Howe. He won't do that, but that's what I'd do.
And
I
more?
would say, more as well. But yeah, in terms of like the guys that we assume are going to come back in, which is we assume Jeremy Howe's going to come back in. I actually wouldn't. I'd be playing Cochrane. You know, I can already see that. You know, he's going to lean on the veterans again, and there's going to be no West, and you know, we just know how it's going to play out, and we're going to be disappointed at selection.
He'll drop Parker and Allen, I reckon. He'll bring in the two tall defenders, and he'll drop Parker and Allen.
Exactly. If he
or-
drops Parker, I'll be super disappointed. Super disappointed.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, don't be surprised if both Howe and Moore don't come up, because how often do we see it, mate? Yeah, they're right to go. Even last week, Moore's training the house down. Yeah. And then the day
Talk
before,
shit.
hamstring awareness.
Talk shit. Absolute shit talker.
I
I knew
For
Moore was
me,
never
you
going to
literally
play
see
that
it
game.
coming from a mile away.
If
Especially-
anything, Darcy will come in, I think, for Allen. I think Parker will make way for, unfortunately, Jeremy Howe. But if Darcy Moore doesn't come up and Howe does play, I think Cochrane will come in for Allen. And I think either Membry or McStay will come in, will go out for West. I think it's time.
West has to
But
play. It's a joke if West doesn't get selected this week. It's
a lot of people in the chat, including our esteemed colleague Benny Zero, is against West coming in, only because earlier in the preseason he didn't show enough. Like the other forwards were showing more. Like McStay had a big game in the preseason, but West was kind of like average. So, but the point, look, my point. Ben, what has West shown this year so far? Yeah, he hasn't brought the house down. But having said that, I think we can afford to bring him in instead of a Membry. Yeah, I'd keep Buller and McStay, but I reckon he'd give more than Membry, in my opinion. It's just,
I'll be surprised if he picks a kid who hasn't played a reserves game now. He didn't trust them at the start. They haven't had a chance to play a reserves game. I'll be surprised now if he just randomly picks one.
Do you think with that VFL, when we play next week as well, do you think there'll be an opportunity to see, with our selection on who comes in and who comes out in the AFL side, that who dominates in the VFL, and that may put pressure on Fly to make some changes if the guys that are in the AFL don't perform, to be dropped into playing VFL if they don't pull their finger out of their ass.
Sorry, I missed it. So once the reserves start playing, is that what you said?
Can you guys hear me? Or
Yeah. I think everyone's waiting for the reserves to play, and then we can just start to see just what they've got to offer and see who steps up, because there's some spots there. If you're playing, if you're wearing the white vest, I suppose, at training, you're pushing against some old blokes and you're saying, I can take this guy. And if you don't walk into the twos, thinking, I've got this spot, I can take him. Yeah, you're crazy.
Yeah, look, what Benny Zero said's right. What's West shown to warrant a spot?
It's fair.
He's
what
right.
Thought of it, because again, I can't wait to see the VFL guys in action and see what happens, because it's an opportunity to see the standards are, and if you don't perform in AFL level, then you'll be stuck in the VFL. We've done it with Tom Mitchell for so long. We did it with Mason Cox. We did it with Finn McRae before he got the opportunity to come in the AFL. So I think it's an opportunity that we need to have the sense for. If you perform well in a 3-4 week block, if you don't perform in the AFL within that period, then you'd be forced to go in the VFL, I think.
Mate, as it was mentioned before, 2010, in our reserves, we had Tarkin Lockyer, Josh Fraser. Our recruiter was playing in the reserves, and that made way for a premiership because they got knocked out. So, let's hope we could only hope come round 10, some of our older players can't make the side.
Yeah.
That's the dream.
It's a shame that the VFL don't have a game this week. It's it really
a shame.
Unfortunate.
Tell me there's at least a Pracky game. Is there a Pracky game? No.
I hope so. I hope they're doing something.
No, the only football that's being played this week that has any interest to Collingwood is Oakley Chargers playing tomorrow morning. Or technically today morning.
That and the buys. The buys is a joke, the way the VFL.
Don't need to get me started.
The VFL's a complete mess.
Yeah.
The VFL's a mess.
They should have a game whenever, just curtain raises or something. Just the VFL, there's like a bye every fucking 4 weeks or some shit.
It's a shambles. Man. It's a shambles. The VFL.
Apparently they've got a bye week. The week where we all go off to South Australia for other round as well. Yeah. So there's no VFL teams that play gather round.
Where's fucking Sam McClure or fucking Caro or someone fucking pulling the AFL up on that, man? They come up with all these other fucking clickbait arguments to get clicks. But, mate, the VFL, what's going on, man? People want to see grassroots football, man.
Yeah, asking the journalists for accountability? Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah. McClure's the only one. Go on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, ever since COVID, where they merged bloody, GWS and like Brisbane and that into the VFL and Southport, it's just been a complete disaster since then. It was pretty sustainable and fine when it was just like the Victorian teams and whatever, and but since they introduced like a couple of those northern teams, it's just been an absolute mess. And, there's teams in it as well that are completely uncompetitive, if you look bolder than that. So it's just, look, that's meant to be the breeding ground for, your talent and that. And then, like Sean said, every 4 weeks there's a bye. The next week you're playing a team full of plumbers and painters. Like, it's just a fucking shambles, mate.
Yeah. And, look, I had also, like, the reserves, like, all right, half the team, you can't even pick in the seniors. It's like, come on, man. Just have let every club have like a massive list, and whoever's playing good in the reserves, fucking they can play seniors. But instead, you got half of them are not AFL affiliated, and oh man. Anyway, that's another.
Have I spoken
You
about
know
my
something that
idea for
might be a hot take, but I don't think many people like it. I would scrap gather round completely, and therefore you give teams like Collingwood a game where instead of playing in the one state, like at the Adelaide Oval, you give them a chance to play a game at their home ground. So if you're playing Fremantle at the MCG, instead of having everybody up into the one state, you have Collingwood play Fremantle at the MCG, and therefore you have the VFL guys playing at the same time, because that way you've got time to develop the other guys that aren't playing that game too. So what are you going to do with like guys who are wearing the white vest and they aren't playing? They're having a week off, and therefore it's just like, well, there's no VFL footy to play for.
Not sure how you sell, Kev. Scrap the gather round so Colin can get another game at the MCG.
Look, I like that, Kev, but I like it, Kev. But the AFL, they love their gather round. They'll never get rid of that now. Yeah. They make too much money off it now.
That's absolute cash
it's
cow,
also,
that thing.
Yeah. And it's also probably an ego thing as well. Because we know when it comes to the AFL, once someone has a quote-unquote new idea and it does well, they have a wank fest all over it, because, like anything that can inflate their egos and can get literally anyone in the AFL environment to pat them on the back. I mean, it's like that. They treat it like it's Christmas. It's
the only change. The only change might be that the gather round moves to Western Australia at some stage, I reckon. But I think SA have nailed it, and they deserve to own it now, pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was going to say Brisbane should have it. There's 3 stadiums here they could use.
Yeah, but I think they've got that round zero, that kind of is theirs, I think.
Yeah. The problem with Brisbane, is, I was about to say, it's not, number one, it's not good with the temperature, unless you sort of do it later in the year, maybe, more in sort of the thick of the Victorian winter. But even then, once the Gabba starts getting renovated, they're going to be short on grounds and things like that. So, I don't think it's viable.
And I think SA and WA, they're full AFL, or VFL or whatever, but AFL football kind of heartlands. Whereas you go north for that sort of thing, it's a rugby area. We all know that, so it's probably harder to pull it off.
All right, guys, I'm going to have to head off because I've got to get up in the morning.
No worries, kid.
I've got to see the doctor. I'm going to try and see if I can go to the game next Friday night, if I'm allowed, of course. But, go Collingwood. Hopefully we beat the Giants next week. And, love you guys very much. Go Pies.
Yeah. Catch you later, Kev. Thanks, mate.
Bye, Kev.
All right. What are our early tips? Sorry, who was that? Was that you, Chris? No. What are our early tips for the game? You're a bit delayed, Chris, man. Okay. So what are our early tips for? That's all right, man. You're a bit delayed, man. Just I don't know what's going on, but no worries. We'll work it out, bro. No worries. early tips for the GWS game. How's everyone feeling? I won't note down your tips just now. I'll wait till the stream that I'll do on Thursday night. But just from now, how the feeling? I'm not too confident, but only because they got done by 81 points by the Bullies. I reckon we're a chance, and we're at home. If we get Moore and Howe back, hopefully it stabilises us a bit. And look, just as of now, I'm going for us to win by about 15.
They scare me, GWS. I think obviously the last couple of years have obviously scared me, and then I've gone to the Marvel Stadium sometimes so confident against interstate teams and just been destroyed. Adelaide, West Coast.
Yeah.
And it's just, I don't know. I just think, and they've had 2 weeks, and all they've been thinking about is us for 2 weeks, whereas we thought about Adelaide. I don't know. Scares me. But
I just don't want to go. Look, I'm a member. I go pretty much every week, but I don't want to go. Just I hate that crowd. I can't stand it, man. It's so soulless. Yeah, it's just man, and for me personally, getting there is just it's not that hard. You just go through the fucking city loop, big deal. But I don't know, man, it just doesn't have that atmosphere. It's just, and as you said, mate, we tend to lose, games that we shouldn't lose there, and then we tend to cop injuries as well, Yeah,
I can't think of a game at Marvel ever where we've dominated. I feel like it just gives us nothing, and the crowd generally doesn't show for us when we play there. But in terms of the GWS game, they're sort of in the same boat as Hawthorn for us. They seem to just have our measure. So I don't know. Look, if you're going off last week, I think if we don't correct the forward line, we're just not gonna. We're going to struggle all year if that doesn't, So, very early tip. I mean, I don't want to say GWS, but Jesus, I honestly can't say the Pies right now. I want to wait until selection, to be honest, before I have a tip.
Yeah. And I will note all your tips down on the Thursday night stream, and I'll put them down and see who's doing well. And if anyone wants to make any big calls for the rest of the year, now that looks like Bobby might come back, some people have jumped in. I've said that Bobby's going to come back in the final third of the season, and he'll give us a nice little spark, and we'll end up finish sixth and make a prelim. That's my big call. Other people have made big calls. If you want to throw in a big call in regards to Bobby or anyone or anything in regards to what's going to happen for the rest of the year, let me know, and I'll note it down, and we'll see at the end of the year who's the Nostradamus and who's the fucking full of shit, So.
Well, I'm not going to go with big call, but it doesn't take too many players to turn a slow team into a fast team, and I think Bobby's obviously a key part of that, and that's probably for me the main reason and driver why we just got to see if we can make this work. I'm not saying give him any shortcuts. He's going to have to earn it. Do it. He'll probably have to. I think you're looking at about 8 weeks, 6-week preseason, probably 2 games in the VFL. My concern is if he pushes it and does an injury, he'll give up. But if he gets through unscathed, I think about 8 weeks, he's already been training. Apparently, how good we don't know, but I think 8 weeks. For what he does, we're not going to play him in the midfield. So for what he does, I think come mid-season we can hopefully get him back, and I think that will really change the dimension. Like if we had him in the finals last year, we would have been a far faster team. Like one player. It doesn't take much. In terms of games at Marvel, probably I think the two that come to mind for me was Brisbane. There was a Brisbane game where I think did Dida kick a goal on the boundary line, and that was
that was
just going into the finals.
Yeah,
and then there was another one. Did we have a 10-goal quarter against St Kilda? Ryan Loney may have kicked one from about 55 or something. I think some stage, or was that? Am I missing that with the MCG? But they're probably they're the two that come to mind for Marvel. I'll go. Look, I'll go. Obviously, I'm not going to go GWS, even though I'm scared shitless. But I'll go Pies 5 points at this stage. I think we'll have more inside 50s. It's just whether or not we can take the marks and kick the goals.
Yeah. Look, I don't know. Are the dimensions of the Marvel they're smaller than the G? Yeah. It looks
the
like
wings
it probably.
Yeah. It's not as round.
The wings. Oh, so the wings are narrow. Okay. So because I can just have, I've got these bad nightmares of McStay Buller in the fucking forward line clogging it up in that tiny ground, and
you can guarantee that'll happen, Mick.
Yeah,
that happens on the MCG. You can guarantee it'll happen there.
But I think Marvel is shorter and also less, and it's not as wide as MCG.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm on it.
Yeah. It's just that forward line. So this is going to be their third test, the third game in a row with the Three Musketeers in McStay, Buller, and Membry, and they got. Yeah,
I don't completely blame our forward line though. It's the ball coming in.
Yeah.
It's like if you're standing there waiting for 35 kicks before we do a forward 50 entry, seriously, they flood back. Like, what do you do? I don't know how we can completely blame our forwards when we're just farting around with the ball, and we've got no one who'll get the ball 20 and then bang it, and make a 70 meter gain.
I really thought going into this season our midfield looked good, man. Everyone thought Josh was going to join up in the midfield. It looks like he's still playing that hybrid in between halfback and midfield position. I'd love to see Josh as a full-time mid. No more running off halfback. We probably don't have anyone to replace him. Maybe just give Q and Maynard that role that he's got. And just have him as a full-time mid. We saw what he did in that Gold Coast game where he fucking turned it on its ass. Surely they don't see the value in that. And just that, we're losing the fucking loose ball gets, the fucking clearances. We're losing them all. And going into the season, I just thought, fuck, we're looking good, mate. Bo McCreary's in there. Geordie's back, full fucking preseason. We're going to fucking kick ass. But 2 weeks in a row,
he's an All-Australian
position midfield,
He's an All-Australian wingman. Just put him back on the wing.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Just put. Yeah. He doesn't We've got a lot of players who can rotate through the midfield. We've got one All-Australian wingman. Put him back on the wing. Yeah. Just put him back where he plays his best footy. Can we just start? I've got no issue with Houston, but put another halfback flanker who's just going to get it and run. And put Josh back on the wing, Rowan Steele on the other wing. Guess what? Sidey, not sure where you're going to play anymore. Sorry. Maybe Chris on the other wing, on the other halfback. Just put some players back to where we know they play their best footy and just see how they go.
Yeah. And whatever Josh is doing in that back line sort of role he's got, Q can do it or Crisp can do it, Josh is better served, mate, in the CBAs, man.
They try and manufacture positions. That's what shits me the most about us the last couple of years. Just Josh is the one guy that he's in our top 3 or 4 best players, but he's always sort of played where he's not best suited. It blows my mind, really. I just all the talk in the preseason was, okay, he's going to play mid. He's going to, and mid. I include the wings as midfield really, because you can still play a portion of your game through the middle, playing on a wing, obviously. But it's just I don't know.
Yeah. When the ball's on the wing, you're freer on the wing. You're freer. I think with Josh, if he played on the ball all the time, he'll get tagged, he'll get manned, they'll work him out. They let you go on the wings a bit, and he loves that freedom. He loves to take a bit of a dash, and him kicking into the forward line rather than kicking to someone who can't kick into our forward line. Like, I just think push him up the ground, leave Houston back, get another runner, maybe Chris on the other half-back flank. Just get some players back to where they played some of their best footy, and just see how it goes. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Bly's got all the answers, and he's telling us there's blue skies ahead, so we just got to trust in Fly.
I see Jacos and Rowan Steele as our wingers, and I don't know. I actually don't. When I sit there and work out my best team, I actually struggle to fit Sidey in, and it's not about having to go at him or anything. I just think we've got some kids that we need to give them a go, and the only way we keep on looking at other kids. Which kid has to make way for this kid, and it's like we're looking at it the wrong way. Things have got to change, and Sidey's slow. He doesn't kick the ball 50 with penetration. He never has. And now he's getting slower, and his dinky ass kicks and sideways kicks. He's getting no meters gained. And his idea that he's going to go forward and kick goals every week, it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Even at his best, like I remember the thing was with Sidey going back 2-3 years was he'd play a blinder every 4 games, and then he'd have quiet ones, and every 4 games he'd get a good game at him. But now he's older. We're asking for a bit too much. So thank you for a wonderful career, by the way. But we've always talked about it. These players are getting older, and now it's starting to. We're starting to see it now.
Like I said earlier in the stream, we want someone to come along and take his spot. Like that. That's not a negative thing. It's not a negative thing. I know there'll be supporters that'll be upset about that. But it is not a negative thing if there's a kid that can come in and play his role and then has more, upside to them. That's not a negative thing. That is a great thing. That'll be an awesome thing if he's forced to drop Steele because there's someone that can take his spot. That is a great position to be in. But what we're seeing at the moment is he's erring on the side of the veterans, which is fine. It's early in the year. But, we want to see Sidebottom, even Pendlebury. I love the guy, but how good would it be if there was some young kid that was just like, takes his spot? Like that's that would be the best position for us to be in.
I mean, especially last season, but last season where we're relying on Jeremy Howe to come in, half underdone, only for him to go out in the first quarter, and then we're relying on a 35-year-old to come and save our defense. And we're having this conversation in that, like what was said before, we should be filling these new players and not kicking the old players out, but saying, hey, you got to work with your spot. You don't just walk on because you're a veteran.
Yeah. It was always coming. It was always coming, mate, the age factor. And, we won a flag when everyone was saying we're too old, and we've made 2 prelims with everyone saying we're too old, and now it's kind of like, and it's still early, mate. You don't know, mate. We can turn things around, and all of a sudden it's back to fucking David King and Corns fucking saying, Collingwood's the real deal. All it takes is a couple of good wins in a row, and everyone jumps on again,
It only takes one win and the media jumps on. It only takes one win.
Yeah.
But I also think we've got to stop. We can't just use the bench to carry another old guy. Like, don't get me wrong, Pendle's great first game, but it can't be just we use it as to carry another old person. It's like it's got to be strategic. Whether we play Stein, and we use him on the bench. Like, it can't always be. Personally, for me, and someone wrote about Sidey coming off the bench. I like speed off the bench. If you're gonna like, and I'll go back to even old league. Like, sometimes when he came on after half time, and just that speed, it was just nice. You know, like, and just the run, like, Sidey's slow. It's just another old man off the bench. Like, and he's not like. And I'm not a huge Beams fan, because what we gave up to get him. And I'll still say it. One of those picks is Mitch Georgiadis. I don't know if everyone knows that, but one of the picks that we gave up is Mitch Georgiadis. That's what they got recruited with. And, you know, what's he kick? A goal in the last 29 games he played, and we're looking for a full forward. But anyway, Sidey coming off the bench and playing, you know, minimum time, he's just a slow man. I think if you're going to carry someone on the bench, you want speed, or Goldie's, Pendlebury sort of real skills, or you want someone specialist. Jordan Agoe or a Ruckman or something, a specialist type thing, you know, or even Bobby Hill, it might come down to. But I don't think Sidey's a place to hide. I don't think if we're hiding Sidey with 50% time, I think there's other players, much better place to be playing that role.
Yeah. I agree with you, Peter. He's got someone put in the chat that his last 6 or 7 games he's gotten between 15 and 20 posies. So, look.
I'll be interested in the Meters game, man.
Yeah, but having said that, as you said earlier, man, those fucking sideways kicks, he's not penetrating. And, all right. A lot of people say, Sidey has a small forward, but where do you fit him in? Like, you know, who do you take out? You've already got Jamie and Shooter there. Geordie resting there. You know?
There's he doesn't put any pressure on, and him standing in defence, looking up when there's a high ball coming in, I just go, oh no, here we go.
Yeah.
I mean, he almost had like a career revival at the end of 24, playing exclusively as a tagger. Which worked. But like, now that he's gotten a bit slower, like, you don't know where to put him in.
Yeah, his options are running out. That's the reality of the situation, you know. And he still probably is, you know, on the fringe of the best 23, and probably still will be all year. But the problem is, like I said, if there's a like for like, or someone that can take a role that he can't fill, he might have to make way. I remember him talking last year. He had an interview, and he said as much. He said, look, I love the club. I want to be here, but I want there to be a guy to take my spot. I remember he actually said that. So, you know, he's a club man. You know, you just hope that, like Will Hoskin-Elliott, when the gig was up, the gig was up. And that was it. He got taken out prior to finals, and that was the end of him, you know. I think a guy like Sidebottom, it could be the same thing. There'll just be a week where he's dropped or he gets injured, and it could literally be the last time we see him. Because, you're right. The speed's an issue, big issue.
I mean, and it's getting bigger because we don't have. If he had speed around him, it wouldn't be such a problem. But we just don't have speed around. Like, you know, Bo McCreary clearly is our only, you know, him and Dacos are pretty much our only speed out the guts, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's just slow on slow and slow. Long. Everyone talks about Alan's speed. Is he that quick, Alan?
No.
Oh,
I don't see it. People talk about his speed. Like, I'm happy to be corrected, but is he that quick? Because is he just confident? He just doesn't show it.
I think it's a confidence issue.
Yeah, but I've seen him. I've seen his speed in the VFL, and only like little bits of it in the ones. But like speed. Like, we haven't seen him fucking run across a wing and take a couple of bounces and fucking, you know, with the bloke behind him not being able to catch him. Stuff like that we haven't seen. But I I remember seeing him in the VFL last year and thinking, fuck, this guy's fast. Yeah, it's just a confidence thing, I reckon. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You got more confidence to take guys on in the VFL because you know you're a class above them. Whereas at AFL level, it's more like, shit, get the ball, what do I do with it, you know? So that's probably partly the reason why you haven't seen any of it at AFL level.
Yeah,
That's fair.
Let's talk. I'd like to see your opinions on this bloke. I'll get him up in a second. I've got
we're $1.61.
Are we? Did the odds come up just before? Yeah.
Yeah, $1.61. Mind you, we're about $1. We're $1.70 on against Adelaide. So
yeah, it's because they lost by 81 points. That's why. Fucking Bulldogs look good, eh?
oh, they always look good this time of year.
They do, don't they? That's why I was saying earlier, like, every Footscray supporter I know fucking hates Bevo. And, yeah. Anyway, this guy here, all right, had a fantastic 2025, petered off in the second half, but then I believe he turned the game at in the third quarter in the qualifying final. The first two games, look at this stat: 16 centre bounce attendances, 0 clearances. Now, I got that stat. Someone posted that stat on a forum. It could be wrong because it sounds like fucking ridiculous. But having said that, I can't recall him getting a clearance in the first two games. I've watched both games. We love him, yeah. He's big, tough, inside mid. Gets tackled, tries to fucking break the tackle, gets pinged. Fucking frustrating. Yeah, what do we say about this guy?
We love him because we know he's trying his best.
Yeah. Yeah. And this whole thing about him or Alan, like, it's him, yeah, for now.
Yeah.
Like, can you see, like, Alan putting in a stretch of games that Long produced early last year? We can't see it as of now, you know. But yeah, this guy, you know, he's got no left foot. There's a lot of deficiencies, yeah. But we want him in there protecting Nick and getting the ball out. But the stats, man, 16 centre bounce attendances, 0 clearances. Has he got a different role? Is he just there to fucking shepherd so Nick can get the ball or something, you know? Is he trying to get the ball out? It makes you wonder what his instructions are.
Yeah.
Are those stats correct or?
Oh, look, I go on the Big Footy forum, people put up stats. But when I saw that, I'm like, that can't be true. But then just from my memory, I can't remember him getting the ball out. Like, I don't know if you remember the Sydney game last year where that was like his real breakout kind of game. He was smashing through the middle and fucking booting the ball forward. I haven't seen any of that in the first two games. And what I've seen a lot, I reckon he's been pinged holding the ball 2 or 3 times too, like in defence as well. What the fuck you doing, bro, man? You didn't have prior, so just get tackled and get the bounce, man. Why are you trying to break through and, you know, you don't dispose of it correctly and we cop a goal, mate?
Yeah, nothing shits me more than when blokes cough it up when they've had no prior opportunity. It's just absorb the tackle and take the bloody bounce. Instead, you try and be a bloody hero and you get pinged. So, but yeah, look, the centre clearances, we already know that's been a fucking major issue these last 2 weeks. But to hear 0 is, that's a real worry.
Everyone's got big raps on Angry Anderson, mature age, coming out, playing, he'll be playing VFL. And he's an inside type. He's that fucking big bullet kicking type. If Long doesn't he's the only one I can think of, unless you put Allen in there. And Angry has a stretch of games in the VFL where he's putting his hand up and saying, "I've got to be picked." Other than that, Ned Long's our. If those two scenarios don't occur, then Ned Long's our inside mid for the rest of the year. And we were talking about speed before. Look, inside mids aren't generally fast, but yeah, there's just another. A lot of people tipped him to have a breakout year, kind of thing. To accumulate some kind of new attribute that can, help us. But it just seems the same old. The same. He's just continued on from his second half of last year. Having said that, from my memory, I remember like a big third quarter in the qualifying final. But yeah.
I mean, he's a fringe right now. He's on the fringe. I think he's one or two more average games away from getting replaced. I think.
Yeah,
They carried him a fair bit last year as well. Especially the back end. So I don't know. I think his spot's probably up for grabs. To be honest, I reckon once the VFL starts, if he hasn't sort of improved a bit, I reckon he's at massive risk of missing out.
Yeah.
Imagine him playing like in the VFL though, how much that would like boost the VFL.
Yeah.
And then just like all the kids that we have developing, having him like playing in the middle.
Yeah. Can I ask you, Sean? Pringable and Swaddling, out of those two, which one of those two is more of the inside type? Or are they both like outside ball winners?
Printable or Swaddling? Printable. Yeah. So Time Printable is your Mitchell sort of type, where he's just very, very clean. Like he's not your flashy player. He's just your in and under. It just gets down and dirty. Probably won't get the accolades that he deserves. Blue collar worker, all those sort of like types of words. But yeah, just very clean, very efficient.
Yeah.
Where Swaddling's more probably your flashier player. I guess I've got to say Patrick Dangerfield and Buckley sort of types.
I'm holding you on that, mate.
Get him in.
I'm holding you on that.
Why did he give him the captaincy?
Yeah. No, especially when it comes to Swaddling, he will come good. And that was like before he did the practice match where he got the 9 disposals. So the fact that he's already finding the ball. I mean, he found ball in the waffle. I think he had about 4 or 5 weeks in a row where he had like 40 plus disposals or something like that. So yeah, he knows how to find the ball. And then he just needs some pre-seasons in the gym and strengthen up his body of his. And
can I ask you a question, Sean? Yeah. Can I ask you a question? If Swaddling and Printable are so good, how come none of the other clubs picked them up? How come we got them at like what number were they? Like in the 20s, the 30s?
So Printable was our first pick. He was about pick 30. I don't know if I should actually leak this information. No, I'll probably leave it.
Oh, here we go.
Basically, I got told.
What he played shit. He played shit so we could draft him. Is that what you're saying?
No, I know for a fact. Basically, Brisbane gave. So Printable was a NGA player for Brisbane, and I basically got told that apparently with Brisbane, they gave him no attention throughout the season or throughout his like draft process. So they weren't. I don't know if it was like a thing of they weren't interested at all. Personally, I think it was probably more because they have such a good midfield, they didn't need another one because they already got.
They're fucking stacked.
Dan Annable, who was like I think he was like a top 5 pick or something. So I think they probably just went, all right, well, this guy's probably going to be around pick 40 or whatever. If he drops to say the rookie draft, great, but it's probably not going to be in our interest to put any time into him. That's probably what the result was. But no, I basically got told that Brisbane didn't put any time into him when they picked him up. So I found that very interesting because Collingwood I think were the only team that had interest. And then I completely forgot what the question was.
I'm saying, why weren't they? If they're so good, why didn't any other club pick them earlier in the draft? Like,
So
if they're good, go on. Yep.
Yeah, so with I know. So with Printable, he was about pick 30. Pick 30 is a decent pick. I mean, I think it's probably with the way that they probably play. I think you could probably even, again, put it down to, as much as he plays like Tom Mitchell, you could probably put it down to the Tom Mitchell factor. How many clubs need inside mids of that sort of type, especially when that mid is a bit of a dying breed at the moment? You know, the fact that we got rid of Tom Mitchell so quick, I think that's a heavy indicator that, it's a bit of a dying breed, that one. Unless if you're like a Matt Rao, because I think Matt Rao is sort of a quote-unquote Tom Mitchell type. Even though is probably, with all due respect, I think probably Tom Mitchell's probably a Rao type. And then so he's pick 30. So pick 30 is a pretty respectable pick if you're going to go in the draft. And then Swaddling was a bit after him. And I think his knock was more his kicking. His kicking efficiency wasn't great. And he played half back and a bit of midfield. So he was a bit of like a hybrid type. Clubs normally don't like that. They want you to play well in the one position, which is weird because he played well in both positions, but he didn't lock down a specific spot. I think they probably saw his body, and his body wasn't fully developed as others. Hence why he was probably he went down the pecking order a little bit. But I mean, there's plenty of examples of players that get drafted late, but there are reasons. Whether those reasons are good or not, but it'll be like kicking efficiency. I know Lockie Neal was a really famous one. I think he was like pick 60, somewhere in the 60s or something, and his biggest knock was that he couldn't hit a target. So for those that said that he couldn't hit a target, well, that takes worked out well for you. You know, I think Nick Dacos was going to go pick 1, but I reckon he wasn't, when he had ball in hand, he wasn't hurting enough. He wasn't hurting the opposition enough.
Okay.
So it's just random stuff like that, like that you hear from like scouts and stuff, like throughout the coverage and stuff.
Anyway, I've got the trademark for the Swadnable combination when they come good in 3 or 4 years.
I hope you're right, Mick. Hope you're right.
I'm definitely very confident in those two. Again, like the Printable is a bit more of a he's not the flashy type. Like he's more. I don't know if you. I mean, he's not.
Ball getter. He's a ball getter. Yeah.
No? It's hard to say. I mean, he definitely can find the ball for sure, but he's not like a Swan type where he'd get like 40 disposals. But he'd probably be like Tom Mitchell where he'd get like 25 maybe. But he'd get 25 consistently. Just in and under and just the hand.
What does he do? What does he do with the 25? That's the key.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that's probably the thing. Like, I know even just watching like some footage at like training and stuff. Yeah, he's very like clean. So I think it probably would be the 25 disposals, but it'd be at like 85% efficiency. But then again,
if you're in and under, even 70%. If you're in and under, going at 70%, then you're right.
Especially training. Especially training, he's very clean with the ball. Like there's, I'm struggling to even think of like any footage that I've like seen where he's like, where he's looked like he's like not settled. Like every time he looks cool and calm with the ball. So, Some of the like little traits that I look for, he's basically ticking all those boxes. I mean, also, Zach McCarthy is also a good one that's coming through. I reckon all of them are good. Like, and that's not even like me trying to be like biased. Like even the RNJ kid, Saxena, he looks like a Josh Dacos all over. Just like a little.
Now Saxena is just a specialist small forward, isn't he? That's all. That's his only trick. Yeah.
So right now he is, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see him play. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him on a wing in a couple of years' time when he builds up the tank. Because I can sort of see him. It wouldn't be maybe a full-time role, but I could see him be like even like a high half forward where you pretty much wing, but you're like an attacking wing if you want to do like in terms of like netball. It's like a wing attack or something. So but I mean, even just like Golson, so he would definitely be close to goal.
Yeah.
At least that's like early on and stuff. But
I must say, like this is only from people talking and just what you hear around the traps. The last draft is the most exciting pickups we've picked up. Like you look at the previous drafts. You thought, this McRae kid could be all right. You don't know. But the raps on the kids that we got, and now, is this O'Brien? Is this O'Brien's work?
Yeah, O'Brien's done the last two, I believe. And I think, what was it, Lepage did the one before.
Yeah.
And then I think before that it was all Hine.
And Mick, I think the best thing is looking at your team. Like, you start to get excited about some players. So players who you've got on the sideline start to, get into that team. But on top of that, we all know we've got a war chest. We're going to attract some players along the way as well. So you're going to have some walk-ins. And then on top of that, you just hope that some kids walk in as well. And then suddenly that team looks nothing like, it can change quickly over a year or two. And that's why I say, if we have a bad year this year and we drop out, we've got a first-round draft pick. It might not be the worst thing in the world. Don't get me wrong, I'm not hoping for it. I want to get there. But you know what? Giving, Shane O'Brien, we've just been told about how great he is, giving him a crack at a, top 10 draft pick that we haven't had. When was the last one? Dacos? And we stole that. So, it'd be nice to have.
Interesting. I've been saying that, like, I wouldn't mind having a shit year if by the end of the year we can say, all right, we've blooded some kids and some of them look really good. I wouldn't mind that, but if we've had a shit year and we've just fucking played the oldies throughout the year and didn't try any kids, that's when I'll be fucking pissed off,
I think it'll be if we're in a chance or not. Sorry.
I still think that you can actually do both. I think you can live in a world or a reality where if you start off the season, and again, like Old House used to do it all the time, and it was one of the reasons why I was always so excited for the start of the season, because not only was footy back, but again, you'd have 3-4 new players that would be selected, and you just go, oh damn! And I think at the end of the day, it didn't even matter if they even came good. Like I remember, I know this is like a while back, I've gone like 15 years, but even watching like a Corey Galt, that used to be like a forward for us, like a key forward. I know you turned out to be shit, but I even remember just like, mind you, I was a kid, so ease up. But but
there were big raps on him. I remember, mate.
Yeah.
I was older than Corey Gold.
So with obviously Gold, even though that he didn't come good, but it was just the fact that okay, cool. It's having that sort of, if you have a loaf of bread and you've had the loaf of bread for a while, it gets stale, right? So if you bring a whole new fresh loaf of bread, it all becomes exciting to have a sandwich again and shit like that. I know it's a weird analogy and stuff, But yeah, sometimes like even if they're shit, it's just the excitement of like, yeah, let's just bring someone in new, someone that's fresh. And yeah, if they work out, great. But if they don't, well, yeah, at least we gave it a crack. Because yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, especially when I think someone mentioned about Fly, like giving a few of the kids that we have had debut only like one game, like that's just not good enough. And at the end of the day, it's like you need to pick a lane. If this kid is good enough to play AFL, he needs to play. You know, if it's a month, if it's like however many games, especially as well if that is like, because I mean, as long as they're not as long as they're not playing bad football, as long as they're playing average and they're doing their role, like keep them in for 4, 5, 6 weeks. You know, because at the end of the day, you just don't know what's going to happen. And again, you can have like a Tom Langdon even like however long he debuted ago. You know, because I remember specifically he was like I think a pick 45, 50, something like that, where, you know, he sort of just came on the scene and no one knew who the hell he was. And I remember when I think his first game was against Carlton, I think. And just I just remember the commentary the whole night. It's like, this guy is playing his first game. He's playing like he's played 150 games. So, and yeah, it was only, oh God, I'd love to know the pick now, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it definitely wasn't anything higher than 45. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you throw them in the deep end, sometimes they just might turn out to be like this amazing swimmer that you just you're just not going to know till you throw them in the deep end. Yeah. Like obviously, like with Nick, like he was like the obvious one because he was, you know, it was so obvious how talented he was. But yeah, sometimes you do just throw a dart at a dartboard and sometimes it sticks. And that pick 65 is like, you know, out there playing for Collingwood number 45 or whatever. And it's like, oh, damn, who is this kid? Like, you know. But yeah, if you're not going to get the opportunity and if you're not going to get the chance, how are we to know, you know?
Yeah, I agree. And I reckon last year when we hit that 14 mark and, you know, everyone ticked it off like we, you know, won our grand final. And then we dropped, like, that was an opportunity. Like, what were we waiting for? Like, we didn't play our kids at the start of the year, which I say is probably the best time to start playing the kids, but we didn't.
Absolutely.
We got to a point where we ticked off the box, and then it was like, okay, we lost these games anyway because everyone kind of went, oh, we've made it, and when they relax, it was like, how about we start resting some of the older guys and play the kids? And then at least at the end of the day, if we lose the game, it's not the end of the world. We're not losing the game with our best team. We kept playing the same people. Chris played every single game. It was like, I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what the plan. I don't know if he knew what the plan was. And going on something we talked about before about comparing Hardwick to Fly. Hardwick recruits players to fit his game plan. I feel like we just recruit players and then adapt the game plan around who we ended up with. Like, because I don't know if there's a plan all the time at the start. Like, did we go into the preseason knowing that we're going to end up with Dan Houston? Like, I don't know if that was our plan. I think it just kind of fell our way, and then it was like, oh shit, now we've got to try and come up with this new game plan. And then it was like, oh well, we can't play day. Like, whereas Gold Coast, you got to fit the game plan. We recruit. We want 2 guys off halfback who get the ball and run. Rioli, Noble. There you go. Off you go. Like I don't know. Are we recruiting for a game plan, or are we just recruiting who we can get, and then we'll adapt the game plan to fit who we've got? I don't know. So I find it frustrating at the moment because I just don't see a real plan from season to season.
Yeah. It's hard. Like even last year, as you said, mate, we picked up Houston and we didn't even utilise him for his greatest strengths. You know, it's like, why are you picking up this fucking A-grade fucking distributor coming out of the back line, and then you pick him up, you put him on big money, and then you put Josh Dacos to do that exact fucking job, and Houston's just playing like a cameo next to, you know, he's not really involved, and it's like, what the fuck's going on here, man? Put Josh in the fucking guts or on the wing and fucking let Houston do his role, you know? That was really perplexing, some of the decisions last year.
And we didn't expect Houston. Like, it was like a last-minute thing. Did anyone expect Houston up until about 2 weeks before we got him? Or a week?
Because it was last minute. Because the player we were going after was Petrarca.
Okay. But he really emphasized that he wanted to come to us. That's probably what made us make the deal. Yeah.
No, well, so originally Houston wanted to go to Carlton, and then Carlton,
and he was going.
Yeah, he was basically going because I think it was Voss. Voss was the reason why he was going over. And
then Jaeger Smith.
Yeah, and basically I can't remember who the draft guy is over there. I don't really care, to be honest. But basically he was basically saying, we're definitely prioritizing the draft. And basically, and I think they even said it just before the trade period or something. So there was a whole bunch of Carlton supporters confused, and then I think midway through, I think Houston got the hint that Carlton weren't going to get him, and then obviously Collingwood came in and swooped up because we were going after Petrarca, but we couldn't get Dees to budge because he was obviously contracted. And that's basically it. So because we couldn't get Petrarca, we went and got Houston.
Yeah, but I feel like it just wasn't part of a plan. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like we went into the summer saying, all right, we need this person to fit this game plan that we're going to play. Like, it was just like, okay, oh, shit, we can't get him. Who else? All right, well, and I know what happened to Carlton. They focus on Jaeger Smith. So
sorry. So with Houston, it was Melbourne, and then there was something that came out about their culture because that was like peak shit culture at Melbourne, and then basically Houston then declined. I think he made a trade request for memory, and then he had to make an official statement of declining the request to go to Melbourne. It was like a whole thing, and then Carlton came in, and then obviously the Carlton thing fell through because they wanted to prioritize the draft. In fact, I don't even think it was even like Hine or whoever it was at the time, or even like Lepage. I think could have sworn there was like an article. Apparently, Nick was even on the phone to him, being like, "Hey, if you want to come over to Collingwood, we will get you." So I think wasn't there a story about Nick Dacos trying to be like the recruitment manager or some shit?
Which you hope, and you hope not, because and I'm not don't get me wrong, I love Houston, I love his kicking, but we gave up Noble for Houston, and I just talk about what's for the money that we gave up and the picks. What's the percentage? It's not about, you can't just and clearly you can't compare Houston to Noble, but it's about percentage gain. Like how good is Noble? How good is Houston out of 100? And what's the percentage gain? And what did you give up to gain that certain percent? And sometimes I just think, I look at that and it's like, did we give up a lot for little gain?
Well, we kind of did because we gave up a first and a second and Noble, and I think we also maybe gave up another pick, maybe like a third, like a future third or something. So we did give up a fair bit because Port wanted to Port tried to clean us out.
And Joe Richards. Joe Richards, was he?
So because it was a 3-team trade, so Lukosius went to Port, Noble went to Gold Coast, and Richards went to Port. And then there was like a whole bunch of picks that went everywhere.
It was like a real crazy convoluted trade, fucking involving everyone.
Yeah.
And technically we probably won on paper, but I just think, I know people are saying Noble wanted to go, but if we told Noble he had a spot and he had a spot in the team, he was going to play, and he probably would have played had we not Houston.
I mean, there was a story about his family and stuff, but I sort of don't buy it. I reckon because he got left out of the side for finals, I reckon that was what did it. And then I think because Gold Coast then called him being like, hey, we're interested, I think that was the whole like, oh, you know, I wanted to go see my family. Like I don't know about anyone else, but I just don't buy it. I mean, if it's true or not, like obviously, you know, it is what it is. But personally, I just think it's way too convenient to, you know.
Look, man, we made.
I'm not upset taking him. I love Houston.
Yeah.
I love a guy that can kick. But I just wonder sometimes if our recruiting is planned or just sometimes it sounds a bit sporadic. We just take someone and it's like then we're just going to make it work.
Yeah. Sometimes they've got a decision to make. It's like, all right, who do we pick up now? Someone that's going to fit our team, or we're going to this kid. We can't let him go, even though he doesn't fit our team. He's whatever. You know, who knows what they're thinking. But
it's just like we don't have top 10 draft picks. We don't have them. We don't have first round draft. You know what I mean? Like we don't even know what it's like to have them anymore. Like we have a few. Well, we got Ed Allen left, but we don't even know what it's like to have them. Like we look at these other teams. Oh, these kids coming up. You know why? Because they got first round draft picks. We keep giving them up, and I know. Don't get me wrong. The players that we give them up for are good, but you know we gave up 2 picks for Treloar. We gave up 2 picks. You know. We gave up 2 picks for being like we keep giving up picks for play. Like I personally say, like I love Treloar. I actually love Treloar. I thought he was heart and soul. I actually know a mate that filmed him the day after the grand final that we lost. After he'd done his double hammies, he was doing sprints down in Cheltenham on a football field the day after the grand final with a personal trainer. So the guy's a machine, but 2 top, like we gave up 2 first round draft picks for him. Like he's not worth 2 first round draft picks. I don't, unless you're, Patrick Dangerfield, you're not worth 2 first round draft picks. And one of them ended up being, I think, a 5th pick. It's just some of the things we've done over the years. I think of. Sorry.
Yeah. It was 2 pick 7s.
Oh, there you go. So. And like, don't get me wrong, Treloar himself is about a pick 7. You know what I mean? Like, and we gave up 2 of them. It's just, you know, and Dane Beam, like I say, Dane Beam's fucking destroyed us. Like there's a full forward and, you know, a full back. You know, it's just these decisions we make repeatedly. Especially
look at this one, Peter. Look at this decision, Peter. Fucking Di Mattia instead of fucking Logan Morris. We needed Logan Morris, you know. We didn't need Di Mattia, you know, in our team. You know?
I actually know a little bit about that one. I know Logan Morris. I know a mate who's Logan Morris's dad, and I think they actually thought they could get Logan Morris with the Dex pick. They actually had Logan Morris in was the plan, and they thought he was off the radar. And they gambled wrong.
Yeah. Treloar, Treloar. I love Treloar as well. And look, if he was a better kick, he'd be worth 2 picks. Yeah, but you know, heart and soul. Definitely. But fuck, he's the.
I'm not, and it's not his fault. It's not. I'm not blaming him for the fact that we gave up. But is Treloar worth 2 pick 7s? That seriously.
Yeah.
It's and these are decisions we've made over the years. I just, you know, I don't know. I think they're mistakes.
Yeah. Well.
I look back to, and you will remember, Mick. I look back to, you know, Steve McKee giving up and not getting Pavlich, and I personally believe that cost us a grand final. You know, cost us a premiership.
Well, Pavlich is a fucking A grader, mate. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah.
You know, and we you know we took a punt thinking that, you know, Freo wanted him. And they actually wanted what's his name, Hazelby, and we gave up our pick, and we gave up, you know, our full forward through the whole 2000s, like the amount of grand finals he would have played in.
Fucking hell. Imagine we had Pavlich. Fuck. But then, you know.
Don't get me started on the what ifs.
Oh, yeah. There's plenty of what ifs. Richmond had a lot of what ifs before their fucking flag.
I know.
Yeah. They missed out on Pavlich as well. They missed out on Buddy Franklin. They picked up Townsend. Yeah.
But theirs were decisions at trade. Ours were like trading off picks, so we didn't even get the chance. Like we traded our chances away before we even got to draft day. So that's the bit that pisses me off, was giving up those opportunities. So I think we had pick. Yeah, someone just said so. We had pick 1 and 3, and 3 had 2 and 4, and we gave up pick 3 for Steve McKee, and what was his name? And he ended up retiring. Is it Dixon? I don't know, but yeah. And we could have got Fraser and Pat.
Fucking hell. We could have had Morris, Fraser, and Weddle. Instead, we got who? Fucking Dimatia. Who were the other ones?
No, we couldn't get Weddle. I know for a fact. Weddle went the pick before us. We didn't have an opportunity in that one.
Yeah,
I know his dad.
I know the year Tom Stewart's draft, we had apparently Hine wanted Stewart, but Buckley overruled him, and we took Sam McLarty. I think that was the same draft year. Yeah.
Sam McLarty. He's the one who couldn't hear well.
Yeah.
Yeah. The reason why he was going to be pick 1. But the reason why we didn't take him because he's deaf as a doormat. They didn't tell us that he also is a really shit footballer. But anyway, hung a lot of my hats on that one.
We've had some
Sam McLarty.
I'm pretty sure that was the Tom Stewart one, because I know whatever Tom Stewart one, the Tom Stewart draft was. Hine was a big fan of Stewart, and Buckley overruled him.
Carl Kirby. Age Mail just said Carl Kirby. Yes.
I will not tolerate.
He was the one that got. He was the one that got away because he played. We had him.
Any Kale Kirby slander.
No. He was a gun. He had heart issues or something.
Yeah. No, that's.
He was the one that we made the right decision, and I was actually saying, Mick, one day I reckon for a bye round, I think for some of these younger people, we should just play the 1990 grand final and talk them through it. Just who they were and how amazing these guys were to break the drought.
Oh, yeah. And the nucleus of it come from the under-19s premiership 3 years before.
Yes. Yes.
You know, McGuan, Krasiska, Gavin Brown, you know, just all these young kids that grew up together through the juniors, and then they made the fucking first team, and they were young and fucking. Oh, what a grand final that was! I could talk fucking hours about that, man.
No, that's what I was thinking. We should do a you should do a game. Put the old farts on the left, have the game up, and then we'll just talk about some of these players and the stories that went with them that we've heard since.
Yeah. Also, as well. So, how's this for a small world? So that 86 team for the under-19s, one of my old football coaches actually played in that squad.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Did he ever play seniors? No.
No, I think, but he played under-19s in like 19. Like he mentioned like how he played with all the 1990 like Premiership heroes and stuff. He didn't shut up about it when every time we would go to like footy training and stuff. His first name's Tim and stuff, and like he'd be talking about it. It's like, Coach, we're just trying to run our laps.
Harrington?
No, Tim Bear.
Okay.
All right, I'll tell you a story. This tops every story ever. So I just had a plumber come. And it was just called a plumber, come in, and he's digging it anyway. And back in my day, I was like, okay, footballer. And we're sitting in the backyard, and he's digging, and he goes, he's telling me how much it's going to cost. I go, yeah, no worries. And I said, do I know you? And he goes, yeah. He goes, I know you too. He goes, you play footy? And I went, yeah, I play footy, but like not at any level. Like I was like, okay. I go, but you did play footy? And he goes, yeah. I said, oh. And he's a bit older than me, a bit overweight. I went, you fucking. I go, I know your face. I know I didn't play against you, but. And he went, get the boy off. I went, oh no.
John
goes, yep. I'm in. Get the boy off.
Greatness.
He's a plumber.
Greatness.
He's a plumber.
You know who that is? You know who that is, Sean?
Who is it again?
All right.
Get the boy off.
Sean and Chris. No, your challenges are go on fucking YouTube, type in John Burke, and I'm not going to tell you.
Plug Jordan.
Yeah.
Plug Jordan. Commentary.
I'll give you a bit of a preview. All right. So the Collingwood player playing in the reserves, and he lost his fucking shit.
I'll cut him, Mick, though. Do you know that he was a gun?
Yeah.
He was an absolute gun.
Yeah.
Was he?
He the one that pushed it?
He was a gun. He was a gun. Like I know guys who played like VFL and stuff, and they were saying he was a fucking superstar. He just had no anger management skills at all.
He belted the umpire, and then he ran into the fucking crowd and started belting cunts. So yeah.
There you go.
And Slug Jordan, who was like a great commentator and a coach going back for years, he was doing the commentary and fucking. What did he say? Oh, get the boy off.
He's like, yeah, get you gotta get the boy off. Got to get the boy off. Oh, yeah. He's gonna give him one. He's gonna give him one too.
Yeah.
He's like Tony Sheehan. Tony Sheehan today, I think, is the equivalent. But yeah, Slug Jordan. Because it used to be back in the day. The under-19s used to be on TV. That was you didn't get the VFL. You just got the under-19s occasionally on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Mm.
Now they don't have that structure again.
And
I have no clue. I've been a massive advocate of that, bringing the seniors, reserves, and under-19s, because it would literally take away all the homesickness. It will clear up all of the NGA stuff. Like I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this before, but like. It would just streamline literally everything, and then you can even have if you don't have a salary cap for the under-19s, you could even just do like a point system.
Yeah.
And then like if you play say 10 games for the under-19s, you're all then qualified as an NGA, go into the draft, and then just have the draft be like fully have it be fully compromised, and then just have a flat out like. Bid on any player you want, and then it's on the clubs to find all the picks and to get all the right prices for all their players. And if they don't, and if they can't match them, well then stiff shit. Yeah.
Well, that's a lot of. You go back into history. A lot of the dynasty teams, like your Hawthorns and that, like the nucleus of those teams, come up through the under-19s, mate. So that's why they were successful. They played together. Yeah, the zoning. And they should reintroduce it somehow and just have it under-19s. And, your club builds an identity. Like when they finally make it to the seniors, it's like, fuck, we saw this kid play when he was fucking 18, 17, whatever. You don't get that anymore. Now it's just random, mate. Draft, whatever, you go wherever.
That's the old joke, Dermot Brennan. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Dermy wanted to play for us. Yeah, but he was zoned to Hawthorn.
Yeah, he asked his dad to move house.
Yeah, to go into a Collingwood zone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Every tall forward that is playing now was a Collingwood supporter, mate. Tom Lynch, Jeremy Cameron, fucking Norton. They're all Collingwood supporters, man.
There's actually a
Tom Lynch is the one that hurt because we had him. He wanted to play. We just couldn't do the deal.
Yeah. Yeah, there's actually a NGA player that's now tied to Hawthorn because of like where he's like living. But apparently there's like rules now, so apparently we might be tied back to him. It's actually ironic because his name's Josh Thomas, But it's not obviously the Josh Thomas we know from the former player. But yeah, there's a Josh Thomas that's an NGA. He'd only be like 16 or something. But yeah, there was he originally was a Collingwood NGA, but then I think because of where he was like living or housing situation, he was then tied to Hawthorn. But now because we've got they literally confirmed it like about a month ago, where apparently so we only had parts of the it's like the Yarra Junior Football League. Like we only had like parts of it or like a couple teams, where now we've got the whole competition in itself. So any good players come out of that whole comp, we get first dibs on through NGAs and stuff. And and I think because of that area, I think now Josh Thomas is now covered.
All right.
So we'll see what happens with that.
Well, hopefully he doesn't like to enjoy himself like his namesake in New Zealand.
Yeah, or he probably eases up on the steaks as well.
That's what he blamed it on, the steaks, him and Lockie Keith. Fucking Lockie Keith would have been all right to hang on to. Fuck.
Yeah.
He had a nice long career.
It's actually funny because I actually know I actually had a friend of mine. I think it was his boss. So the place where he worked for, his boss actually sponsored them, both of them. Because they came as like a package deal or something like that. So basically so they were like one of the first ones to find out, and they also sponsored Kirby as well. So when Kirby got cut, I was like one of the first people to know as well. I think I knew around June, when like it wasn't like officially announced, so like I think it was like October till the end of the season. But it was that was a shit time because because I don't know if anyone has kept track of it, but Kirby's the whole Kirby finish that sucked because he was one of my favorite players. Like there might be some people that might laugh at this, but I literally had the 125-year anniversary jumper, and I literally had 27 on the back of it, which was his number. Because I thought it was like a good symbolism, because I really like Kirby as a player. And I thought, because it was 125-year anniversary, I thought it would have been cool to have the Collingwood jumper to have history on it. But then also the number of the player that's like going to take Collingwood into the future. Obviously, he didn't, but that was like the whole idea of it. So I thought like the symbolism of the jumper was like going to be so sick. Obviously it didn't pay off, but I'd still do it all over again.
Kirby was like a smallish power forward type, wasn't he? Yeah,
he was. So he was. Oh god,
Essendon Rioli.
No, so he was
better.
So he literally had the strength of like a Byron Pickett, but then he had the footy IQ and just X factor sense of like a Cyril Rioli. He was going to be so fucking good. Like there was.
But he was built like that Essendon Rioli. He was a big boy.
Yeah,
Dean.
He was kind of.
Dean Rioli. That's it. Yeah, that kind of build.
Yeah, he was literally 18. I'm not even joking. He was 18 years old. I went to a VFL game and we played Casey Scorpions. This was when Stephen Martin was playing for them. He flattened Stephen Martin with a hip and shoulder, and he was only 18 years old. And Stephen Martin was like, I don't know, like 30 or whatever.
He's a ruckman, yeah.
And he flattened him. And then he's like, taking speckies and crumbing goals, like he's like Andy Cracker and stuff. Like it was just like, like I can go on for days on like how excited I was about him because he was so special, that kid. And it just sucks with the way it ended.
It was just heart issues. That was the end, was it? I think.
Yeah, that's what originally happened, but I don't know. I've got this terrible feeling that I reckon there was some politics behind the scenes, but that's just I'll leave that there.
well, we'll never know.
I think it's probably also maybe the insurance part of it. They probably didn't want him on the field and like dying or whatever, because that would have been.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I just,
Well, that's not-
it's just the
that's
whole,
not
the whole
politics.
process of it. Well, no, but it's just, I don't know. It just didn't seem. It just, I don't know. Just something just felt fishy, or something just felt off with it. I don't know. Maybe that's just me being a biased fan and wanting the best for Kirby.
Yeah, no, I remember watching like a lot for me when it comes to the reserves is watching, reading, and just the old Knicks pages and all that, and just picking up on the updates and stuff.
Knicks Collingwood forum, yeah.
Oh yeah, back in the day, that was my especially keeping up with the reserves.
Yeah, it's still going.
And but you don't need it as much anymore. But that used to be the only way to find out. Yeah. Especially after a week, or like who played well, who might be coming in, who kicked goals, and that was it, wasn't it? Back in the day.
Yeah. And like
back in the old days.
Yeah, I know. The last time I checked up on the Knicks Collingwood forum, they've finally updated their interface. It was so it's like when the internet started, had all the fucking real graphics like from back then, and they had it for fucking years, even when all the technology fucking.
I just remember Dave the Man. I just remember Dave the Man. He had all the news, had everything.
Yeah.
But
now it's
it was like
footy forum now. Yeah.
Oh, it's all this now, isn't it? Like,
yeah, people just talking. Yeah.
Like back then, back then. That's all you had. You had to type something in and wait 3 days and see what the responses were.
Oh, mate, when life was much more fucking easier, man, and more easygoing, mate. Before, as soon as they fucking put internet on phones, that's when everything went to shit, mate.
Yeah, well, we're going down a rabbit warren now, so.
Oh, mate, this is what happens after 5 hours, mate. We just start talking shit.
We'll start talking about like flat Earth and UFOs.
I've managed. I don't know those of you that are on the thing, but I've managed to turn off my microphone and go to the toilet, and not bring you with me. So I've achieved something.
Like last year. We've had it all, man. We've had it all, mate. Don't worry. It's all good. Chrissy, how are you, pal? You there?
Yeah, good.
You're still delayed, mate. There you are.
Yeah, sorry about the microphone. Yeah, I know.
No worries, man. No. It's just hard sometimes when
Queensland.
Yeah, it's hard sometimes when I've got like about 6 or 7 people on. There's always someone with a bit of noise coming out of their mics, and I'm trying to work out who it is. But you came good. Like at the start, it was fucked up, but now it's all right. Since then it's been all right. Yeah. It's the way I do things here, mate. Just let everyone on and we talk. It's a buy around.
Yeah, I don't understand why.
Go, Chris.
Yeah, I don't know why we're playing at Marvel next week. Like, it's fucking bullshit. We should be playing at the G next week. It's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, they always.
I mean, to be honest, I feel like if we're going to play anyone at Marvel, at least we're playing someone like the Giants. Because at least it's an actual home game. I get more pissed off if we play someone like St Kilda or Doggies or, an actual, Marvel team and it's our own home game.
Yeah, we didn't get Matt tonight. I don't know where Matt is tonight. Just quietly, I'm not sure if he wants me to share this information, but yeah. I don't know if Matt wants me to share this information, but he's going to start his own channel. He's already got it up, The Warble, if you want to look it up. He'll start doing stuff soon too. So there you go. There's more of us coming, mate. he's a natural for it too, mate. He's just a perfect conversationalist, mate. Yeah. What's up for the weekend?
I was sort of thinking of going to watch Oakley Chargers, actually.
Is that up your way? Whereabouts are you, roughly?
So I'm in the Collingwood area. So I think for me, I think the ground's about an hour away.
Where are you? Enwood.
Ringwood. R-I-N-G.
Oh, Ringwood. Sorry.
Oh, Ringwood.
No, sorry. I started those. Sometimes especially, it's always the important words too, which fucking suck. It's always the one word I need to get right is the one word I screw up.
If you grew up 40 years ago and you were a good footy player, you would have ended up at Essendon if you grew up in Ringwood.
Oh, there you go.
That was the zoning.
Yeah. Well, that actually makes sense.
That's where Paul Salmon came from, wasn't it?
Yeah, they got a few
Norwood?
players.
Paul Salmon, Norwood, I think.
No, Ringwood.
Oh, he was Ringwood.
Yeah.
I remember walking in. I can't remember the place. I remember walking into the club rooms and just looking up and just going and seeing Paul Salmon and all. Yeah, I know Noble Park was like big with the Morewoods.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Morwood brothers. Yeah. Noble Park.
Yeah. Noble Park. Yeah.
What about you, Peter? Where are you from?
Mate, I'm in Carnegie now, but I grew up down the Basin Way. So, Wanturna.
All right.
But I played footy for Burwood and Eastern Rangers and Basin.
Yeah. Who's the best footy player that you played juniors with or local footy with? Who's the one?
So I can tell you. So it was the one that pretty much ended my career. I played a practice match. So they were a punter. So we're the same age. I still reckon he was a year or two older than me because no one knew how old he was. But he
was Victorian.
Yeah, so we played and we're both centre forwards, and everyone worked out that he was far better centre forward than what I was. so I became centre back, and then he kicked 7 or 8 goals on me and destroyed me. I think the last 3 he sat my shoulders.
Wirapunda started as a centre half forward. Fucking hell.
No, but he could jump, mate. Him and his whole family were down like heels away, and they were like, but he wasn't a small guy either. Like he was.
He was about mid-size, wasn't he? He would have been about one.
Yeah, but he could leap. He could just leap. So
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's won Mark of the Year before too. I know he sat on heads for sure.
Yeah.
Can you confirm that, Peter?
Can
you confirm that on the chat? Was he a Mad Pies fan?
Oh no, I wouldn't know. Didn't ask him. While I was looking up at his head sitting on my shoulders, no, I didn't ask him who he broke for. So probably had some other words to say, but not who he broke for.
Yeah.
But no, he pretty much ended my aspirations of being playing at the top level. I thought I was pretty good till I played against him. That's the one thing I will say. I was the best in my team, but then when you come up the best in every other person's team and across the state, you start to learn that, you're not that good. Well, you're okay, but you're in a different. Some people are just in a different league to you.
Yeah. Anyone in the chat, give me some suggestions on what do you think I should do to improve this channel? Like, all I really do is the fan cams. If you've got any suggestions, please let me know. Like, some of my mates are saying, Mick, you shouldn't fucking smoke and do this show, but I know it's a bad thing, and I'll probably fucking eventually look. the wheels are in motion. I'm gonna fucking quit one day, but I can't not smoke and talk footy and fucking drink my Coke Zeros. It just goes all hand in hand, mate. But
Mate,
yeah,
you've been a bit too. I think you be you.
Yeah.
No matter what you do, you're going to do, like, I know one thing Anthony does is I watch from afar a lot of the time, but Anthony drinks and you hear the gulping and all that. It's like, fucking just don't drink close to the microphone, but you just do what you're going to do. Like, I go to the toilet, I bring you with me. So, but mate, but like the only thing I can think of is like, because you do these late night things, is like maybe like the only thing I think of is Colin's not playing, you're doing some late night thing. Is are you allowed to just play a game, like a game that we all love, and just fucking kick back and just comment the shit out of the game, and just like we're all at the cinema watching a game or something? I don't know if you're allowed to do it on this forum or not, but.
No, you can't, because someone obviously owns the rights to it, and if you play it, like in the past, Pete, we've had moments where I've just all I did was fucking show Fly's fucking presser, and then someone fucking lagged me in, and they shut the stream off midstream. It's like, what the fuck happened? And then I saw the notification saying,
I think the 1990 grand finals on YouTube, like the whole grand finals on YouTube now. So I don't know if you can like do that kind of stuff, or it's just something.
As Adrian is saying, like, you need fucking written consent or some shit. You know what I've got written? I've got written consent. You know that movie, The Club, from the 70s. I've got written consent from the people that own the rights to that, so I can play that and have people comment, because it's a fucking pisser of a movie. I can do. That's a ripper. Like,
and there's I don't know if you know, have you seen the Carlton guy who's gone?
Which Carlton guy?
Have you seen? He's the Carlton YouTuber that caught them kicking the ball out of bounds and all that shit. He actually does. He's done a thing where he goes down to Big Park and he compares it, and he goes to all the places. You know, at the very start of the movie, the run.
Yeah,
I've seen it. I've
seen.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, it's a ripper, and he goes down the ground and all that. Yeah, it's a really good thing. Yeah.
What I'd like to do is probably just, because I've got the people that've given me the rights, I can play the whole movie if I want on my stream. And what I'll do is just play parts of it and just explain because a lot of younger guys don't even know what the fuck it's about. And I'll just explain the context of everything, you know. We couldn't win a flag, so we fucking made a movie that we won a flag, you know.
But on a night on a weekend like this, you could play the movie, I reckon. You could do the lead in and then play the fucking movie. I'd watch it.
Yeah.
I reckon it'd be a good night.
This is my suggestion, Mick, was to all get us to watch an old game in our own time, then we hop on and chat about it. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. And as I say to a lot of people, Pete, I'm not in this to fucking get 1 million subscribers and shit like that. Like, you notice I've got the thing on the bottom saying like and subscribe, but I never say it much, you know, very rarely. Like, I'll only say it like if I've got, if it's one of those rare occasions where I've got like fucking 50, 60 people listening, so there's a lot of new people, I'll just say it then, but only once really. I like it how it is, man. I'm not going to, it's hard. Like I tried doing like standalone videos just to put up and that, but I don't know, man. It takes ages to fucking edit those things to make them look fucking nice and shit. So, just as it is now, you know, I'll do a stream before the game, stream after the game. People jump on, fucking have their say. It's all good, mate.
Well, mate, I think you do a ripping job. Like, mate, I struggle to keep up just trying to log in on time. So, let alone running the whole thing.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. When I first started this, it was after, I think it was after the Brisbane game, I think, last year during the season. I remember doing it. Everything was fucked. The audio, the fucking my microphone, fucking everything was just fucking fucked. Yeah, it took me fucking ages to work everything out. But my first guest was that man there, mate. Ultimate Greatness. Fucking helped me out. Thanks a lot, buddy.
Anytime.
I must admit, Ultimate Greatness was one of the very first I reckon I saw on YouTube, and then I saw.
Yeah.
I reckon I saw Ultimate talking to someone and some other channel, and bit by bit, and then I saw there's a guy from West Coast who was talking to Pies Footy, and that's how I worked out. Oh, there's a Pies Footy, and then I locked into then, and
would it be,
and bit by bit.
Yeah, God. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the dude's name.
You'll know who it was. Yeah, he's West Australian. He went overseas and then he came back and stuff.
Yeah, I know exactly what it is. He's just not, the name's not coming to me right now.
He actually interviewed Pies Footy, and then he. Sorry.
Is he?
Well, I don't know his real name. If you say True Footy, that's it, Boyd.
True Footy.
So True Footy. And then he interviewed Anthony and just said how good he was about Collingwood and being strategic. And I went, fuck, I need to find this guy. And then I found him, and it's like bit by bit. And then Swoop Luke, obviously he popped in, and Jen's Footy, and bit by bit you work your way through and then you completely linked in, and it's like I go to training every week.
It's in terms of the whole journey and everything. It's been just the process of everything. It's been wild. There was even I'll mention this story. So I was obviously doing the training videos, right? And I was doing all the content there. I ended up one of the years. So the first year I started the VFL content, I recorded the first session, and obviously just did the whole VFL training session and everything. And, I thought, okay, awesome. Video turned out all right. I was happy with the quality. Everything's all good. The second week, it came to the end of the training, and I had one of the VFL players come up to me because they're all trying to get a spot on the VFL list. And this, I think he was a key forward or a key defender. I think he might have been rotated between both. And I can't remember for the life of me his name and stuff. I absolutely love to know. But yeah, he was like, "Oh mate, I saw the fact that you did the VFL training session, the footage of the VFL training session. I've actually been a really long time fan, and I watch your training videos through the AFL and stuff, because he was a massive Pies Nuppy, and he's trying to get on the Collingwood VFL list." And he just wanted to come over, say hi and everything, and I'm trying to sit there to not just because in a weird way I was also fanboying as well, but oh my god, this is I've got a fan and shit, and I've got a fan sort of obsessing over me and stuff. Because I think that was because when I was at the VFL training, I had Jen with me. There was a few others there as well, so the fact that I was the one that got picked out, I'm like, oh, okay, that's actually kind of weird, but awesome at the same time. But yeah, he was and he was super awesome, and yeah, but it's
you had your own show. Did you have your own show or something at one stage, or do you still?
I didn't necessarily have a show. I just live streamed. I just had a.
I was gonna say because I remember seeing your face and seeing the background and all that, and then suddenly but then it became kind of Swoop Luke and Anthony and and you're on their shows, but. I always remember you being there at the very start. You were there always.
Yeah. I think I mentioned it the other week. I've been around since 2012. That was just the content, but I was doing more Let's Plays through video games, because that's 2017. That's just what you do. You just play video games and stuff, and you just see how it went, and then. I remember we did AFL Evolution. I'd do some live streams of that, but it wasn't an AFL thing. It was just video games still at that point. And then I think it was around 2019, 2020. That's when the AFL content kicked off. And I'll be coming back at some point. I think the plan at the moment is maybe day one of preseason for next season. just because I've still just got some stuff I got to sort out. So, but the comeback is coming. It's just a matter of when, not if. So.
Yeah, because I remember, I reckon you got me into it actually, but then you kind of became an extra on others rather than your own show.
Yeah, well, I sort of ran into some like health issues and stuff, and it's not anything like super major, but just I mean, I mentioned it on the podcast the other week. Like, I've dropped a ton of weight and stuff. Still got a long way to go, but got diagnosed with a few things that weren't great, but I'm definitely.
Well, the one thing I'll tell you, mate, the main reason I used to log into you was I know how, Nick Dacus is going. I know how Bo McCurry's going, but I don't know how Staines going. And that was a big thing. Like, I used to log into different things, and Nick's footy back in the day was just, I want to know how the reserves are going, the games that I don't go to, like I can't get to.
Yeah.
And that was the thing that used to those play. Like, you used to be able to look in the paper and even just see who kicked the goals and who was best on ground. Yeah. You can't get that anymore. Like, and just knowing from someone who knows, like, from our point of view, doesn't care about the whole overall game, just Collingwood point of view. How did the Collingwood players go? And that's the bit what drew me to you. So that. If you want to know about your point of difference, that was definitely it.
Yeah, I was definitely Collingwood focused. Like, I thought about maybe doing AFL stuff, but I don't think I probably would if I was to come back and do it. It's just, I don't know. I think when I had the niche of just being the Collingwood channel, I think that was like definitely enough. Once I do get everything sorted out, I will be back. So it's not it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So hopefully day one of preseason next season will be it, but we'll sort of see.
And we'll all be the wiser, mate. We need to know how our kids are going. That's the key, mate. They're the future.
Yeah, I mean,
and I'll tell you what.
Greatness.
Go greatness. Go.
I was just going to say, I've. As much as Fly doesn't like to, play them and stuff, and I mean, whether if there's like reasons for that or not, like, how are we to know? But everything I've seen of the kids, I'm very, very bullish on. I've even been very critical of Fly when it comes to Finlay McRae as well too, because I thought he had a bit of talent and stuff, but because of the way. And when I say treated him, I mean, obviously they didn't treat him bad and stuff, but it's I think, when you have...
We subbed him off at fucking half-time once. So.
It's about it's about confidence. It's not about treating anyone bad. It's about giving them the confidence that they're the best, almost the best player in the league or the competition and all that kind of stuff. Because that's how they've got to feel.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we're doing it. And I think that's like I personally watch Alan and think, I don't think he's got it. But then I listen to you and you say he does have it. It's just he doesn't, what he's doing in the twos doesn't transcribe to the ones. And it's like, well, that's on the coach. Like, you got to give this guy the confidence to say, and I must admit, I had a little, but like you had a picture of Long before. You got to, show Ed Allen a picture of Long and go, mate, you're better than this bloke. Like this guy he was a rookie, got delisted. We picked him up. No one wanted him. Played twos for a year. Mate, you're pick 18. Fucking go out there and be better. And fucking just be better. Like, I'm not going to tell you how to do it because you already know how to do it. Just be better than him, and then go and do it. Like, but.
Just like your old man. Just like his old man. His old man was a fucking gun,
Yeah.
We just don't know how to. We keep talking like, and I know we're talking about our development program. So we don't. So unless you're a father-son, you basically we don't know how to manufacture a midfielder unless you've done about 8 years in our system. Like that seems what it'd be like. You got to do your time. Go, like, no one actually can just come in, do a couple of years and be good. Like the guy's 21, 3 years in. Like, what, we're going to give him a couple more years? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, and it's not. It's purely confident. It has to be confident. Oh, he's not good enough. It's one or the other. It has to be one or the other. The kid is either not got it simply, and that's it. He hadn't got it, or he just doesn't realize how good he is.
Yeah, I mean, I've said for a while, I think he's definitely got the talent, but again, it's the whole the Finlay McRae situation where he had a bit of talent and stuff, and but again, it's the whole if you don't feel like you're being backed in by the club, or if there's no, I don't want to say like love and support, because like I'm sure they do get around certain players and stuff, but yeah, there's, I mean, like the mental and emotional part of the game when it comes like the players, like it's a topic that doesn't get discussed at all, really. And you know, when we talk about form, when we talk about, you know, I know I don't want to speak about Bobby too much, but the fact that, you know, he's had his thing where he's gone off and he's had a bit of a break, like a lot of players will, you know, have their struggles and all that stuff, and you know, you always like wish them the best and everything, but it's also, yeah, the players like your Finns and things like that where, Finn definitely has the talent, like, and I'm kind of, I was kind of a bit upset that he didn't get picked this week for West Coast, but, you know, I'm sure that game's coming soon enough, but, it plays so much into like the psyche of like, and especially as well, like, I mean, imagine if you're 18, 19, 20, 21, like how like self-conscious were you like around that age as well? And, you know, and even just like the levels you would go to just to feel loved and appreciated as well. Like, I know like when I was that age, like, you know, that's what I wanted. And if you're having footy clubs that are not fully committing to you and stuff, and you're not, like, you don't feel like you're you know, you don't feel like you're fully developed as a person. So sometimes like it can be a bit of a struggle in the mental and emotional sense.
Yeah. I'm reading some of Void's it's interesting, and I don't probably take that into account, but at some time though, then I talk about, you know, like in not arguing with Void, but then you want kids with that confidence that I am the best, I'm better than, you know, the rest type thing. And it's like that, and you don't care who someone is in front of you, like, you know, like it's just, are we recruiting just good kids who respect their elders? Like, is that what we're saying, or recruiting kids that actually, you know, like?
Well, I mean, I've spoken to Finn a few times, and the vibe I got off him was that he was an extremely nice kid. Like, always respected anyone that was like around him and stuff. I do sort of feel that if there was any criticism I would have of him is that, I don't like when he would cross the line in terms of like going onto a football field to go play football. It sort of seemed like he didn't have like the mentality to go and like attack, because he would sort of stay in that laid back sort of state, like emotionally.
I don't like. Personally, I've watched Finn. I like, and I'm not. I never, you know, like when we got him, I thought, fuck, you know, we got a ripper, we got the better brother apparently, and then as soon as I saw him, I went, nah, he's just. And you're right, he doesn't have that killer instinct, and he doesn't have white line fever, and for a guy, and we were talking before about poor disposal, and if you're going to go, you know, and it's getting worse and worse, but you know, he didn't have the greatest disposal. So if you're not going to have the greatest disposal, you've got to be an animal. You've got to walk on with and just attack the ball like there's, you know, your life depends on it. And he didn't have that either. So he was never, you know, I don't think. And I look at Alan a little bit the same. He's a bigger brute of a bloke, but I also look at him like almost the same. Like he should be so much better. He can kick. He's a better kick, but he doesn't hit targets just like Allen, just like McRae didn't, and like he just doesn't. It doesn't kill. Like I don't know. Like I don't know about you. I haven't seen him hurt anyone in the ones. Has he ever done that in the twos? You'll probably know, but he just does. Is he just an outside footballer looking? Like everyone tells me he's an inside footballer. I haven't seen him hurt anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely had his like moments, but it wouldn't be anything consistently. Yeah, like in terms of like impacting the game in a positive manner, like he's even kicked goals, like he's got the ball out of like the centre bounce and he's run to 50 and kicked goals, like like that. He's definitely had his moments, and he's teased about the player he could become. I think someone even brought it up even tonight, where it just feels like when it gets tougher, he gets like softer. And I think maybe that's also a bit of a like factor. He's just again he's not backing himself. He's just very timid and just I feel like he's got the attributes. I feel like he's got the talent, but it's at the end of the day, ability in the world, but it's kind of like AJ. AJ was the same. He had a shit ton of talent, but he was just soft.
AJ was flighty though. I think AJ's different. He was flighty. I think he was a bit more. Yeah, I think he was a bit. Whereas, you got a midfielder there that's supposed to be in, and we're all saying he's an inside midfielder, like. So all the comments inside midfielder. So it's interesting. I just wonder, like if he can even get to Long's ability, like at Long's best to get the ball, then even with his handballing and kicking, then he'd be a better player straight away. Like. But I don't even know if he has the capacity to do that. Like I haven't seen enough of him.
Yeah. Again, he's had his moments, but it's it's probably not often enough to where it's I can understand. I think where he is exactly where he's supposed to be until he improves. Like it's that sort of fringe player that can be under the category of like potential, but I mean potential only gets you so far.
I just think he can't. I don't think he can improve any more in the two. That my fear is I don't think he can get any better in the twos.
No.
Like the only way he's going to get better is playing ones, and then otherwise he's done. That's kind of just how I see him. I know, like you can. Like he's got to a point where I think he's like, from all accounts, he dominates, he beats in the twos, he plays well, he's better, but he's just not taking that next, Ed Sullivan type. He's not taking that step. Like, what do you do? Like, I don't know. You either say to him, mate, you've got 10 weeks, and then, but the problem is, you say to him, you've got 10 weeks and your career is going to be dependent on it. And after 6-7 weeks, he's shitting himself again and he's playing back in his shell. Like, but I feel like we're giving him this opportunity. Like he's not playing well, and we keep picking him. If he plays again next week, then clearly we've said to him, mate, you're not getting dropped, you're playing. We're saying everything that everyone's asked. Just let him have a run, but it's on him now. I feel like it's just all in or nothing for him now.
Yeah. Well, it's also because the other factor as well. You've also got guys like Swaddling and Prendable and Anderson. Putting pressure on a spot like Allen's as well. So that's also going to be a factor moving forward. And when it comes to the end of the season, because I know Allen's pretty sure he's out of contract this season. So if you have, that's potentially 3 mids right there. That's not even talking about the other 2 spots that, Allen's going to have. And Yeah, I don't know. I just got a feeling that we're just going to have. I feel like we're going to have at least 2 or 3 guys that are probably going to either get traded or cut. And it's just going to, like, we're just going to sit there and go, fuck, that's so. Yeah, like, yeah, it's going to be one of those things that's going to suck, but it's like, yeah, at the end of the day, someone's got to go.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I actually think we'll play him and we'll give him a good chunk, and then it could be that we'll put him back in the twos, and every week he might be best on ground, but it's like, mate, we don't care what you do in the twos anymore. Every time we put in your ones, you don't step up, and we're going to, like, even though you're best on ground, we're going to play second best because he might take that step. Like, I think I just feel like they're giving him this go. And, you know, who was that guy at Carlton, played 50 games over 10 years? Like, you know, the superstar of the twos, greatest twos player ever, but just couldn't take the step. Sullivan, but brilliant twos player, but yeah, just couldn't take the step. But like, I feel like maybe either we just don't know how to develop him, we don't know where to play him, or we're not the right club for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's so fascinating because, like, with, as I said before, with Printable, Swaddling, and I mean, Anderson to a lesser extent because Anderson doesn't need as much development. I feel like those, like the previous 2 I just mentioned, though, like those guys, obviously there's going to be some development needed, of course, but you can already see their future at AFL already, where with someone like Allen, it's a little bit not as clear. You know, even like a Harry Demadier, like his future doesn't really look that clear either. Like, and I think maybe that's where it is.
Bit worried about him.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm pretty sure he's contracted till next year, and honestly, I think that's the only thing that's saving him this year is that he's contracted.
Yeah. I feel sorry for him because, as much as I think he's going to end his career and never play, and he actually did, like, short of a finger injury or whatever, he should have played at least one game for Collingwood, and that, like, for me would have been, yeah, I'll take that. But yeah, I don't think, just watching him, I don't know, like, where would you play him? Like he's supposed to be another in and under player who can't kick, like.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in his draft year, I mean, it's a clear, obvious. Is it red herring? Is that what it is? You know, they literally gave him 13 for a reason, and I think that's because they literally saw Taylor Adams, and I'm pretty sure that it would have been the year that Taylor Adams got traded off to Sydney, so that's probably why they were probably looking for a Taylor Adams type, and But yeah, I mean, if you're going to get a Taylor Adams type, I feel like that's just not like the future of football right now.
Look,
like those, like
when you're in the draft, when you're looking at the draft, and you're thinking to yourself, "Oh, we want to get a Taylor Adams type." It's not the prototype of player that you want. As good as Taylor Adams was, you don't want fucking someone that just burrows in, and you want.
No, not just that, Mick. We didn't play Taylor Adams based on the fact that I reckon it was like, I reckon the injury was like they didn't want Taylor Adams to play. Like it was almost at a point where, like, where do we hide him? Like, so it was we'll say he's injured. We'll tell him because he clearly, like, if he was hamstring's done, he's not going to pack his bags and go. He felt like he could play. So, like, we knew the game had passed him. We could all see that watching it. Like, we loved him. On his day, he had a ripping day. He got in, he got the ball out, he had a ripping day. But most of the time, he butchered the ball, he couldn't kick it, he was in forward line. What the hell is he doing down there? He can't even kick 30 metres, he can't kick a goal, save his life. Like, where are we going to, this bloke, he's not getting centre entry. And then we go out and try and recruit an exact same replica. Like, you're right. Like the game's past this bloke. Why are we trying to replace him? It's like it just,
especially for that type as well. Like that type of midfielder, if you're an in and under player but you don't have pace, like you just don't have a position in the AFL anymore. Because the game's evolved to the point where those types of players now need speed. Or they don't need like explosive speed or this like high level of speed, but they need to like not be slow. And with someone like an Adams and Tom Mitchell, like they're all like slow.
I love what you're saying about slow. We are so slow though across the field right now. Like, are you looking at a team? Slow. Slow. And don't get me wrong, and I'm going back to our real team now, but like, don't get me wrong. I think when we get our key defenders in, Maynard, we'll get a bit of run out of Maynard, but Maynard's not getting any fucking younger. But like, we are so slow. It's like, Jesus, like I don't know if you think Houston's quick, but Houston is not quick, and he's got no 2 runs in him. And like where does asking here, across our defence, where does our speed come from? Don't talk about our midfield, just our like mid wings back. Where's our speed? Tell me where's our speed?
It's just Quaynor.
If you say Quaynor, he's our back pocket. So
yeah. From the wing, it's not Lipper. It's Rowan Steele, and he's just he's only played 3 games. That's it, man.
So what? So no, but have a look at Brisbane's defense. Brisbane's wing back. Like, they're slow. Their actual slowest player is their best kick. Like, but we're just slow. Like, we're trying to create a ball movement with a stagnant team that can't move, because we're just. And I'm not saying it's just because we're old, but I think that's got a bit to play. But we are just so slow. Like, we have no speed. Like, I just think get Chris back on the halfback and just go, mate, sprint. Like, I hope you can run fast. Like I don't know. I just think we're trying to create a ball movement with no actual movement of people. It's kind of like we'll kick our way out of this because we're so skilled and old and our players have been around so long, so we'll just wait it out, and you can't.
Yeah. No.
And everyone's saying, and don't get me wrong, I love Butters. I think Butters would, and I agree with Dermot Burton. You put Dacos and Butters in a team, and fucking God help the organisation, but not if they're kicking to fucking McStay and like Membry and if we think getting Butters is going to help us get better, when Dacos alone is only able to hit one of our key forwards once, like, I think we just need a forward. Focus on the forward, and then if we get Butters on top of that, go for it. But Butters ain't going to fix us if he's just kicking into a fucking shambles of a forward line.
I don't know if I'd call Hayes fast as well. Because
he's fast, man. He's fast.
I thought Hayes was fast.
Yeah, he's fast.
Because I know in his draft he was basically a winger. Like, I know he covers the ground. But again, that's also a thing of like, I guess it depends on what your definition of like fast is.
No, we need quick. We need an injection of quickness. And I think Bobby alone, if he can get back in there, will. And I must admit, someone just threw up Harrison, and if he can come in with his speed too, that will, like, and I will admit, it only takes 1 or 2 players to change. Just and Mick, you'll be the same. Like you sometimes see a team and they look so slow, and then two players come in, and then bang, you have speed, and it's just two players on the wing or something like that, just running up like a Bobby. And like maybe even Harrison on the other side, just sprinting up and down those wings, and suddenly become a fast track team. I don't think we're too far away, but I think Bly needs to start being a bit smarter. I don't think I don't know. I don't want to bag him, but I don't know if he's coaching smart these days at the moment.
Yeah.
Would you consider Josh Dacos fast? Because he'd be more like an endurance runner.
I was looking at I watch Houston a lot, and I was trying to work out why our players go to Dacos and don't go to Houston, and that was one thing that really interested me last year. And I actually and Houston is lazy. I'm not in a bad way, but he doesn't have like the Dacoses continually sprint. They sprint, they run. Houston sprints, and then you'll see Houston a lot with his hands on his knees. You never see Josh Dacos with his hands on his knees, and that's why Collingwood players went to Josh Dacos more often than they went. Houston's not. I'm not going to call him lazy, but he doesn't have repeat efforts. He's not capable. I don't know if he's not capable of it or he's just not capable of it now, but he doesn't have repeat efforts. He's a
distributor. He was always the main guy.
He gets free, give it to me and all that. Whereas Dacos just keeps running and running. And because he kept showing, they kept going to Josh. And that's why I think we didn't go to Houston. So, and that's why I say Houston's not a runner extractor from our defence. He's not going to get the ball, run 20, 30 metres and then kick it 50. And I think that kind of hurts us a little bit, because I think a lot of the other teams have these runners that just run out. I just see, Josh Weddle's just getting the ball and sprinting out of defence and coming out. We just don't seem to have that. We have these guys that like to stop, prop, and look, and it's like that fucks our forward line. Like, it's just, it doesn't, like, we want players that take the ball and take a risk. And funnily enough, Noble was one of those people who would just take a risk. It came off sometimes, and sometimes it didn't. But it's interesting to just, I don't find Houston as an athlete, like a repeat athlete that's like, he's just an elite kick. Get the ball to him, he'll kick it to someone. But he's a stop prop kick. He's not a take it, run, break the lines and then kick. And that's what we're lacking at the moment. We just don't have that guy that breaks the line. That's the word I was looking for before. Breaks the lines. Who do we have to break? And that's why I think, can we put Chris back maybe? Maybe Chris can break the lines, because that was one of his things. Take it from defence and just crack and go. But that was the thing I was trying to I couldn't think of the words, but we don't break the lines anymore. And I think that's the bit that's hurting us.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually just thinking with Chris, has he lost any pace, do we think, or is he still just as quick as he
I don't know.
Because I sort of get I'm not going off much information and stuff, but I feel like just in my head, I feel like he's like slower than he's been.
Yeah.
Look, it's just perception. On perception, I reckon he's lost a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, and, Boyd just said it, but players like Oleg, were a godsend. They just, and I know, they did their time and they're done, but played a premiership. But that guy, he took the ball and ran, and that helped us so much. That he would run past the guy in the mark, and next guy, checking someone, and he would run past them and then kick it. I mean, like, and that ability is something that, like, who's going to do that right for us? Like right now, who's going to do that? Like, I actually don't know.
Yeah, we don't have anyone.
Especially from defence.
Yeah.
I don't know who we have that could actually do it, even if they tried. Like, and you wonder why. Sorry?
Quaynor, he'd be the closest one to that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. But he's also our best lockdown of a good gun, small forward type thing. So you can't rely on him. Like, you just need to have someone who can, run and gun. And like, it used to be Noble, and I'm not saying Noble's the answer. I'm not saying he's the best, but and then we try to pull Jacos back, but then we robbed ourselves of a key wingman. Like, I think everything we've done has been. I just don't think we've done it smartly. I think we've robbed ourselves of areas that we've been winning to try and then manufacture something that doesn't exist, rather than just get someone who can play that role. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I actually don't think our problem's in our forward line. I think our problem's in our half back line, personally. That's where I think we're failing. We've got nothing, no drive, no creativity, we've got nothing. Like, we move around like old people and then bomb it in and wonder why our third-rate forwards from other clubs don't outmark their number one defenders, and then we shit can them and say we should drop them and sack them, because why did we ever get them? Like, that's the way I see it.
And it's the reason why the last 8 games we're fucking averaging 69, mate. Fuck.
Yeah. And you can ask anyone, like, you ask old people why we aren't kicking more goals, because you haven't got good forwards. You ask recent people why aren't kicking more goals, because your midfielders aren't hitting their targets. And I think that's our main issue. The ball's not coming in well. Whenever I've seen any coach answer questions about lack of goal kicking, he's never blamed the forwards. He's blamed the entry. And we all sit here blaming our full forwards at the moment, and I think our problem is our entry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Agree. Hey, gentlemen, it's been 5.5 hours. I'm going to call it a night.
Good call.
Been a logo. Yeah, I know, Chris. All right, people, everyone, and people in the chat. I'm going to do a stream on Thursday night before the game, and we'll probably do another 5 hours. So there you go.
Yeah.
I'll get everyone's tips and their big calls in as well. I'll write them all down, and we'll have another marathon next Thursday. So thanks everyone for joining us. Peter, good for you to join us again. And
thank you,
Sean. No worries, mate. Sean, thanks a lot, man. You're a wealth of information, and you're a great asset to me, man. Thank you so much. And Chris, thanks a lot for joining us, mate. Nice 5-hour marathon, mate. Keep up the fucking hours. I like it. Thanks very much, guys. All the usual guys in the chat: Voidoid, Stephanos, Milkshakes. Thanks a lot, guys. All right, I'm going to end the stream now.